Guten Morgen, everybody. Guten Morgen. How are you doing this morning? Everyone enjoys the thumbnail I put up today of the person in the shorting position? Man, I'm here to have some fun today, man. I want to have some fun. I want us all to make some money, and I think we will. We will find the trenches they are trading and make lots of money off these people who try to manipulate the market. Good one, Cat. JC Cruz. Yes. Oh, thank you. Yes. I see that you enjoyed my way too funny. Yes. We are trying to expose. We're trying to expose the shorting of SoFi today. We're going to talk all about it. I saw last night SoFi in the after hours 24.88, 24.90, 24.88, 24.90. Let's watch it catch up in real time. 24.91 last night. I don't know why it stopped catching up just then, but anyway, it stopped. But it was catching. It was catching. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to you. I haven't started up a darn thing this morning. I'm late to the engagement. Actually, I think I kind of got on here right at 7:48, so I guess I'm all right. Maybe a second or two late. Tortuga de Rio, good morning. Good morning. Oh, yes. So, let's see. Yeah, we'll put this one to the speakers today, I believe. There we go. We need to do a test right now of the speakers, make sure that the speaker is working this morning. So let's do a test of the speaker right now. Here and now. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah, they're working. All right. Good. We got it up and running. I don't know. There we go. This is what I really wanted here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be playing this for you because this is what is going to be happening. That's what's happening to the shorts today, ladies and gentlemen. And they are about to be annihilated on this, and they already have been. And I'm going to show you the naked shorts, what their strategy has been as of late, and how it's been a complete debacle and a complete failure of the naked shorts. So I've shown people before, but I'm going to show you today. Now, first things first, let us get over here to the institutional ownership. And I am going to presume, and I could be wrong, but there may be more institutions. And ladies and gentlemen, the most critical thing that I want you to see here of all of them is look at the change here. The average portfolio change over the most recent quarter, okay? Look at the average portfolio change over the most recent quarter. Why this stupid thing keeps putting dumb little flash things up for me everywhere, I have no idea. It's very annoying. I'm trying to show you this data, and it keeps putting up these dumb things around. This is the most recent quarter, folks, MRQ, okay? Most recent quarter. Look at the average portfolio change. Oh, this has got to go. This has got to go away. This has got to end. All right. Well, Folks, the average portfolio change over the most recent quarter is 16% rise. You know what? Let's go see how that compares with some other entities. Let's try Bank of America. Bank of America. I think it's BOA. Is that what it is? Let's just type it out. Bank of America, since I don't know what it is. Institutional ownership. Do you see the most recent quarter change? 0.86%. Anybody else want to throw another big bank out there? Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley. Chase Bank. Let's do Chase Bank. Chase Bank. Why don't they have institutional ownership here? No institutional ownership shown. Huh. Anybody else got another name for me for a bank? I don't know why Chase Bank isn't there. Give me another big one. Citibank. Citigroup. Citibank. Let's go see how institutions are pouring into Citibank now. Where's their institutional ownership? Geez, oh Pete's, why don't they show it? Owners. What the heck's going on here? Citigroup. You think these people have institutional ownership? Ah, here we go. Citigroup. They got institutional ownership. How much are they piling in on Citigroup now? 1% increase, folks. A 1% most recent quarter increase. Give me another bank, ladies and gentlemen. Hello there, Rusty Prater. Tanker Yanker Cruise, you are the winner of the drawing on Friday. And I need you to please send me your email address to send me your what you want to that you won. Please send it to me, and I want you to send it to right there, the top blue one, tyself@gmail.com, and tell me what you want from the t-shirts, caps, and whatever. And I got to tell you something, folks. Hold on just a moment here. Just give me a second here. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. I am back. And now I want to go over here and I want to get into my iCloud because I got some photos to show you today. All right. So we've got that data for you. And by the way, just so you know, those of you that don't know, I am an international music artist, and all my music is under the name Tyler Self. And I have over 125 original songs on a playlist on YouTube that I would encourage you to come over and check out. I think you'll be surprised the quality of these songs. Many of them were done in studios that cost tens of thousands of dollars over the years. And it's about 40 years worth of my music, folks, that you can go give a listen to. And you'll hear my voice change over the years and over time. From when I was only 23 years old when I started doing those recordings. Let me just get signed in here right now. We got to get this thing out of my way. Okay, there we go. And let me just get signed in here. So I told you that oh gosh, and now they want to send me a code. All right. So I told you guys that are here in the tank that we were going to be, someone was asking me about ordering one of the shirts. And, well, it's not going to come up yet, but it will in a minute. So if you want to give me a listen on your music provider, if it's Spotify or Apple Music or Google Play, I'm under the artist name Tyler Self. And let me go over here now and let me get up a screen that will show me a monitor screen of what I'm doing here on YouTube. Make sure you guys can see because my camera likes to get zoomed in. And folks, it's time to ride the SoFi wave, okay? It is time to ride this SoFi wave. It definitely is, folks. It's time to hop on the SoFi wave and ride it. It's going to be exciting, folks. It's going to be on a very exciting ride with once in a while, we might even get a wipe out. That's for sure. We might get wiped out once in a while. But most of the times we wipe out others, especially the shorters. And so let me get over here right now to my channel, view your channel. And we're for those of you that are here, I hope that you like the new thumbnail that I came up with. I actually used this about a year ago, but I'm going to show you what's going on with naked shorting as of late. But it was a good thumbnail, I thought, to bring some people to the channel and let them learn about SoFi today. All right? So, all right. Let's get the data going here. Folks, I do have a lot of data for you. If you're first time here in the tank, what I talk about is SoFi stock primarily. I teach people that right now this is the best time to be shorting, not to be rich day. That's right. TKU, yep. Charles Schwab, and Tankery Yankers Cruise. If you'll just hold on a second here, we'll wait till more people get in the tank, and then I'll show you the shirts and the stuff you have to choose from that I can send you, and you can get whatever it is you want. And to anybody else that doesn't know, every day we take in donations on this channel, and people who donate get their name in a little drawing on Fridays. We do the drawing every Friday. This morning, what I was showing everybody a little bit ago was institutional ownership. You can see the bank I'm looking at here is Citigroup. And sure, they have 3,272 owners institutional. 5 are shorting the stock. 5. Folks, this stock is never going to move with any speed or rapidity or volatility. And it's worthless to even day trade this stock at all, okay? Because it doesn't swing enough each day in price, okay? This is worthless. Look at this, though. Just so you're aware of it, this is going to be a Citigroup interest by most recent quarter. MRQ means most recent quarter. And you can see the change of ownership is 1.13 increase in their portfolio. The average portfolio. See that? Average portfolio. All right. In this, of all these 3,272, the average portfolio increase is 1.13%. That's Citigroup. Okay. Let's go over and look at Bank of America and see where they stand in investors coming in. Bank of America, let's go look at their institutional ownership. All right. They've had an increase in the most recent quarter of 0.86%. Does anybody else have another bank they'd like to throw out there? Besides Citigroup and Bank of America, any other bank that you want to give me to search? And then we're going to compare that to SoFi, okay? We're going to compare to SoFi. So I'm going to come over here and put SoFi institutional ownership. Oh, thank you, VZ Rover. All right. Someone says Chime. Let's go look at Chime. They're not, I'm looking for legacy banks. I will do Chime, but I'm looking for legacy bank. Let's try one that's popular, Fifth Third, FIFTH Third. Let's try that. Fifth Third. Why isn't it searching Fifth Third Bank? Huh. U.S. Bank. All right. I wonder why it doesn't do that one. Oh, man, it's my internet screwing up on me here. Looks like it's FITB is Fifth Third. Thank you. I think my internet's screwing around. All right, I'm done with this. Yep, I'm done with this game. Nope. I'm done with that. Let me see if my Express VPN will get hooked up here. Why is this doing installer? Very interesting. This is going to start up now. What in the world? I've decided to start using this Dell computer. It's just a very nice, much nicer looking unit than my other one, which was getting to be kind of. Please enter your activation code. Oh, geez, oh, Pete's. Guys, give me a break here. Hold on. Oh, goodness. Lordy, help me out here. Help me out this morning. Express sign-in link. Use this link to sign in to ExpressVPN. Well, doggone it. Got a wild start to this day. Holy crap. Okay. There we go. ExpressVPN. Use this link. Sign in. All right. Please select a subscription. Okay. Okay. It says we're now able to use this. So let's get logged on. All right. Launch on startup. Yes. Okay. Yep. All right. And we are now connecting to our VPN, ladies and gentlemen. ExpressVPN is now connected. And no, we'll go later with all those things you want to give us. And we're not going to go through Chicago. We're going to go through somewhere else. Just give me a second. And we're going to, oh, whoa, I almost knocked my camera over right there. All right. Let's get this baby connected. Nope, not going to download Chrome. Okay, we are connected now. And now we're going to get over here and we're going to put in SoFi institutional ownership. Going to FinTel. It's verifying my humanity. And I also want to get over here and monitor this, make sure you guys can see everything that I'm doing. And it is zoomed in like usual. My camera's zoomed in. Hold on a second. All right. Yay. Oh, we've had an increase to 1,055, ladies and gentlemen. That is an increase. We're going to go here to institutional ownership. Oh, it says always, folks, this is, you can get killed by this. When they come up with this, a lot of times they'll show you 3 or 4 apps and they'll automatically default to always use this app to open this. Man, this is the most ridiculous thing in the world. This should be you can opt into, but to automatically default because it'll pick one, and then if it won't work, you're screwed. You can't use or try one of the other ones to open it. See, so always watch out for this. This will trap you, folks. It says, how do you want to open this file? And a lot of times it'll have, Microsoft Word and Windows blah, whatever it has. And if this is defaulted, don't do that, folks, because if you go okay and that one won't work, you can't choose one of the other ones. This is the stupidest thing I ever saw right here. One of the stupidest things. So I always undo that and say, no, thank you. So apparently it says that these files that I just transferred over will not open, and that stinks. I guess I'm going to have to email them to myself. Huh. These are Microsoft Excel files, so I'll just have to probably download Excel on here. I guess I picked this computer up at a garage sale pretty cheap, so and hold on a second. Pardon me. It's weird. I'm looking here at this thing to determine on this computer, was it Windows 10? And all it says is details in Windows security. Well, I know it's Windows, but I just want to make sure it was Windows 10. It is Windows 10 Home. I use LibreOffice or open them on Google Drive, Tyler. All right. Where's Google Drive? Google Drive, cloud storage, and file backup for photos. All right. That's the one I want right there at the top, right? Lower your dependence on Google, okay? uh, all right, well, shit. I'm going to open the freaking files, so I'm not going to be dependent on it. I won't depend on it, I promise. Doc Airline, good morning, good morning, good morning. Rick Hard, good morning. I use LibreOffice. Well, there we go. We'll lower our dependency by going to LibreOffice. That should make someone else happy too. Download LibreOffice. Bam. Yep, that's me, 64-bit. Yep, that's me. Uh-huh. I'm watching as I go along here, giving time for people to... So I want to download this right here, right? Yes, okay. Downloading now. And that's going to be about 30 megabytes of data. No, 322, 350. All right. It's all done. Now let's open it up and get our files to open, right? Open file. Installing. All right, we're in. 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 54, 53, 52, 51, 50, 49, 48, 47, 46, 45, 44, 43, 42, 41. Ah, very nice. A copy file. Where you copy file? I do not understand how I can copy a new file. If I make a copy of something, there has to be an old file to copy first, right? Don't make no sense to me. Copy new file. Copying new file. How do that? Tell me. Not make sense. Guten Morgen, everybody. Everybody, we're going to teach you a lesson about shorting today. Naked shorting on SoFi. Some people don't know what this means. I'll tell you everything. I got my good guitar back down here. I got my good guitar back down, and I do need to tune it back up, I'm sure, because it's been upstairs and there's different environments here. So let's see if this thing will tune. There. There. Folks, this is a $10 guitar. This is a $10 guitar that I got at a garage sale. That note sounds... Huh. Honestly, I think this guitar sounds fabulous for $10, and I feel very lucky to have fallen upon it. This guitar sounds great, man. I'll play an original song. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gotta get it. Oh man, I need to put some markers on these because we got to make bigger marks here because these are invisible to me. I'm modifying this $10 guitar right now. Can't see those marks that they had. This song is one of my originals, and it's called Played That Way. Oh yeah, I'm going to finish this install right now. And then we'll be able to show you what I want to show you. Thank you for that donation, by the way, VZ Rover. I appreciate it. Here we go. Here we go. Ever since I was a little boy, been in love with rock and roll. Used to shake the walls in my room till my parents would lose control. Now, I'd turn it down a little till they got out the door. Then I'd turn it out louder than I had it before. You know what I mean? Last week we threw a party, man, I tell you, we sure drew a crowd. Had those guitars cranking cause we love to hear it really loud. I can hear my neighbors beating on my door, telling me to turn it down like they told me before. I turn it down a little till they go away, but it's louder when they leave cause it's gotta be played that way. Yeah, cause it's rock and roll. It's gotta be played that way. roll. Yeah, baby. I'm hanging out on the beach with my speakers on. Somebody says turn it up, so I put my speakers on the hood. Suddenly, out of nowhere, appears a cop telling me that all that racket has got to stop. I turn it down a little till it goes away, but it's louder when it leaves, cause it's gotta be played that way. Cause it's rock and roll. Yeah, it's gotta be played that way. Cause it's rock and roll. Cause it's rock and roll. All right. Something to liven us up in the tank this morning. One of my many originals, and that one's called Played That Way. You warming up on guitar reminds me of Rush 2112 song. German Zaniga, good morning. Good morning. All right. So we've got this new program downloaded now. And hey, I think it's going to open. Yes. Taking a little while to get fired up here, but I think we got success. VZ Rover becomes the first individual to go on this drawing list this week. And we got a short week. And we had no donations at all yesterday. But I want you to know the channel had about 8,000 views, and most of that is because of you all hitting that like button, getting this thing out to more people. So VZ Rover, the first one. Thank you, VZ Rover. All right. Appreciate that very, very much. That gets you 5.5 entries. Because $5 donation gets you 1 entry. $10 donation gets you 2 entries in the drawing. A $15 gets you 3, and a $20 donation gets you 5. So thank you, VZ Rover, very much. It's very much appreciated. Every single person's donation is very much appreciated. Under 99% time of the time. Just don't tell me how much you've made, okay? I don't want to know how much you made. Just send me in if you want to donate, and thank you for what I've done. Good, but I don't want to know how much you made. Just keep that to yourself. I mean, if you want to tell the whole world how much you made and then give me a pittance of that, then go ahead. But otherwise, don't say we're better off that way. We learned that last week. And I'll be very grateful for every single little donation that comes in, no matter what size. I'm very grateful. I appreciate it, because if it weren't for you people, there would be no channel. There'd be no channel. It wouldn't be without you. I'd sit here and talk by myself and no one would be listening, and if it weren't for you folks. And many of you are members that have been members a long time. And I want you to know, in regards to what happened on Friday here on the channel, I did write to Nicole and say, hey, I'm sorry that we had the difference we had. I've taken you off the block list. You maintain your membership, your long-term membership. I appreciate it. And so you're not blocked anymore, and you're not deleted, and you're not, not, your first account is intact. But I think she got so mad she doesn't want to talk anymore, and that's fine, because, be honest with you, like I said, kind of hard to believe 2 years of just listening without investing, and that's hard. That's a hard one to really believe, almost. But JS, yes, JS Justice, thank you very much. We've all made enough through your guidance. Thanks, Kat, for everything. Thank you very much. So you just got added to the list as well in the drawing. JS Justice. Nice. I am not here a proponent to guarantee anything. I make no guarantees of how much money is going to be made. I am only here to try to help people trade on a technique that limits your liability and your exposure and your risk, okay? And we use a lot of data. We use, the information I'm sharing with you this morning, as a matter of fact. And I want to go over here to SoFi, not state funds. And I'm going to have to, here it is, SoFi Institute's data. See if we can get that to open up. And I want to thank you for your help this morning with me getting these files open, because when I transferred them over from my old computer to the new computer, I did not have anything that could open the documents. So I guess this LibreOffice is going to now open these documents for me. And I'm not sure where they're being opened. Here we go, SoFi Institute's data. Okay. So I see this thing popping up like it's supposed to open it up for me, but I don't see it opening up for some reason. VZ Rovers got money for my coffee this morning, and then he gave me money for my SoFi and the guitar. Nice. Yep. Well, why isn't this opening? Why isn't this document opening? Open. And this little window pops up and it shows this little thing across here, and it doesn't open jack. Yep. I just don't get it. This thing isn't opening. Jeez. Goodness gracious. All right. Well, I downloaded this here to help me get this open. I hope it will. Eventually, it probably will. Guess I should have gotten Google Drive involved. All right, so the thing that sucks here is I can't change the data. I'm trying to add more data here, and why this won't work? It isn't working. Houston, we have a problem. I guess I'm gonna have to go back to the old computer to put in this data that I want to put in, and then that's just the way it is. Institutes. It loads right up here. Bam, there it is. All right, well, we're coming in here now to put in the third, all the way up to there. And we've now increased the data, the institutes to 1,055. It's showing here. And that means one actually got out yesterday. But just give me a second here, folks. All right. $1,055, 994 longs. So yes, one of the longs got out. 28 and 33. I am putting this data in on my old computer over here, folks. I'm just putting it in over here right now. And the volume has gone to 609, 861, 563. Well, that's not much of a decrease. 609, 861, 563, 400 share position. Alexa, what is 967 minus 563?
967 minus 563 is 404.
404 shares read.
From TradingView.com.
Alexa, terminate. And right now we're at 50.93% institutional ownership. And most recent quarter has increased to 9.92% from 9.54. All right. So, folks, what I want you to be aware of here, all right, is let's do some comparisons. This is SoFi's institutional ownership. Let's do some comparisons with some other big banks, okay? So the first one I'm going to put in here is going to be U.S. Bank. What is this thing doing? What is this shit? All right, we're up here, U.S. Bank. All right, institutional ownership. Well, it's got all these banks. Well, let's look at Bank of America's institutional ownership. 4,773 total compared to SoFi. SoFi's only got 1,055. But folks, this is what I want you to be aware of. Look here at the Bank of America's most recent quarter. Look at the change of the portfolio, average portfolio change over the most recent 90 days, folks, the most recent quarter. See that? An addition of 0.86% average over the average portfolio. An addition 0.86%. Okay? Let's go up here and do another one. Give me another name of another bank Give me another name of another bank. I hear you, VZ Rover. So does anybody want to throw out another bank we can look at this morning? Bank of America. Institutional holdings, ownership. Most recent quarter. Look at that increase over the most recent quarter. See that? 0.86. I want to do someone else, though, another bank. Let's do Citigroup. Citibank. Go to Citibank. Institutional ownership. That's not Citibank. That's Citi Trends. Why don't they show Citibank? Citigroup. Search. Citigroup institutional ownership. Look at their improvement over the most recent quarter. 1.13%. Portfolio average. Average portfolio increasing by 1.13% most recent quarter. Anybody else want to throw out U.S. Bank? Oh, I tried to find that. It wouldn't show me any U.S. Bank. I put in U.S. Bank. It didn't do shit. It just wouldn't show me anything. It showed me a bunch of U.S. banks. U.S. Bank. See, that nothing comes up. It won't even give me a choice for U.S. Bank. It must be another name for it. We need to know the symbol for it. USB. Okay. There we go. USB. Institutional ownership. Thank you. Look at this. The most recent quarter, institutional ownership dropping 2.33%. See that? Most recent quarter change, average portfolio dropping 2.33%. Anybody else want to give me another bank here to look at? I'm waiting. Barclays, okay. Barclays institutional ownership. Negative 5.32 over the most recent quarter. Running from this legacy bank. Anybody else? Anybody else want to give me another bank, please? A big bank, a legacy bank, folks. Something huge. The big banks, the biggest bank. What's the biggest bank in the United States? You guys are going to have to get a list out. I'm looking. JPM, all right? Thank you. Institutional ownership. Wow, look at that. JP Morgan with 6,387 actually has an increase of 4.55% in institutional ownership. Their average portfolio, folks. That's a good one. Let's try WFC. Wells Fargo, institutional ownership. Negative 0.64 over the most recent quarter, over the last 90 days, folks. Now, let's go look at SoFi. This is SoFi, people. Average portfolio increase 17.31%. Get the picture? Get the picture? Bank of America, 0.86%. Citigroup, 1.13%. USB down negative 2.33 over the most recent. Barclays down 5.32%. And SoFi, most recent quarter institutional ownership, wham. I'm telling you, folks, no bank in the world is comparing to SoFi's growth right now, folks. And interest. There's just so much interest, folks. First, third, I need a symbol. It won't find first, third. I doubt it. Nope, it needs a symbol. Now, Fifth Third Bank, I tried to find Fifth Third and I couldn't find them either. Fifth Third portfolio. Oh, shoes. Fifth Third Bank. Here we go. Fifth Third Bank, negative 4.36. Most recent quarter, folks. Wow. Let's go over here to the one that we just had called out, Truist Bank. That would be TFC. There we go. Truist. And by the way, once you put in the TFC, you've got to hit the search sting. It's so dumb. Institutional ownership. Ha! Negative 3.81%, folks. Folks, is it any surprise why everyone keeps attacking SoFi stock? All articles and so many naysayers and negative swarming around SoFi and all the bashers. And man, they're getting probably paid by these big banks who are just losing so many customers and so many institutions. Yep. Someone says PNC Bank. Let's try that. PNC Bank. PNC. Dadgummit. There we go. Institutional ownership. Negative 4.02 over the most recent quarter. Institutions dumping this, dumping it, folks. What just happened? Jeez, oh, Pete. Gosh dang. PNC. I'll do it again. And search. There they are. 2,735 institutional owners. And over the most recent quarter, a negative 4.02% of their average portfolios. They're dumping this, folks. They're dumping almost every single one that we just looked at. Fifth Third Bank is down negative 4.36 over the most recent quarter. These are institutional portfolios reducing on an average 4.36. This is BAC, Bank of America. Bank of America, 0.86% increase over the most recent quarter. This is right here, Citigroup, 1.13% increase in their average portfolio over the most recent quarter. This is U.S. Bancorp, negative 2.33% institutional ownership over the most recent quarter. This is Barclays, negative 5.32% institutional ownership over the most recent quarter on their average portfolio. This is Wells Fargo, negative 0.64% over the most recent quarter in average portfolio. This is Truist Financial, negative 3.81% over the most recent quarter. This is PNC Bank, PNC, negative 4.02% increase in the average portfolio over the most recent quarter. And how does that chalk up compared to SoFi? What is SoFi's? Oh my God, are you kidding me? God, you're gotta be joking me. Well, it's the drum roll, folks. They're going to make you wait to see what SoFi's is. And ladies and gentlemen, SoFi's institutional ownership has increased over the most recent quarter, the average portfolio, 17.31% increase. You see why they're so hated? You see why they're so often attacked? These deep pocketed banks, folks. It's the banks. They hate SoFi. Look at the increase over the last 90 days in institutional ownership pouring in on this stock. Why, folks? Now, let's go over and look at what I call naked shorting. This is naked shorting, folks. This is borrowing shares of a stock so that you can then sell those shares and make the price fall. Now, when they borrow these shares each day, they're supposed to return them at the end of the day, all right? Once they borrow them in the morning or whenever they borrow them, they're supposed to return them by midnight. Well, what I'm showing you here, ladies and gentlemen, is naked shorting, okay? Fails to deliver, it's called, meaning that they sold the shares to make the price fall. The ones that they borrowed, they sold them to make the price fall. But then at the end of the day, they didn't return them. They didn't buy them back. They failed to deliver them back to the source where they borrowed the shares. Why do they do that? Well, their sort of backs are up against the wall, folks. And they're going to save those shares that they don't even actually own anymore, and they're going to sell them the next day again. All right? Because they shorted the position, and they're going to roll it over, okay, to the following day and try to sell those shares the next day and make the price fall, okay? Because when they borrowed them the morning before, the price went up. So they lost money, so they're not going to return the shares. They're going to sell them again the next day. It's called naked shorting, folks. They don't even actually own the shares. But let's go see how that's worked out for them. Let's go see. On March the 18th, they failed to return $35,000 worth of the shares that they had because they wanted to sell them the next day, make the price fall. Well, good for them. It was $12.32 a share. And if you'll give me just a second here, let me save this data over here, and then let me put it down here because I want to make sure you guys can see what I'm showing here. And it looks like you can. So then the following day, since that worked so well for them, they naked shorted 35,000 dollars worth. They got fined for that, folks. They got fined for not returning the shares. There's a fine. They get fined $25,000 when they don't return shares. All right. So cha-ching, they got fined 25,000, but they made the price fall from 12.32 to 11.95, so it makes it worth it. So the next day they decided, well, let's naked short a lot more. On the 19th, March the 19th, they naked shorted $214,000 worth of the stock at 17,972 shares. Well, they sold them the next day, but instead the price went from 11.95 to 12.73. And so they got screwed there because they got fined another 25,000 for not returning the shares. And then they decided, let's the next day borrow 22,272 more, and we won't return those either. So they didn't return $283,000 worth on the 20th. Okay, so this is the 18th, the 19th, the 20th. Well, the next day the price was supposed to go down, but instead it went from 12.73 to 12.87, and now they're screwed. So they have to go in heavy, and they have to short another $1,800,000 worth of the stock, failing returning 143,293 shares, because if they can keep these shares and sell them again the next day, they'll make the price fall, right? No, it goes from 12.87 to 13.72. At this point, now they paid 25,000, 50,000, 100,000, 125,000 in fees for failing to return. And then they were burned so bad, they decided this day, let's not short and fail to deliver. We're going to return them all, except for $150. Well, the funniest thing about this is almost as bad as Kathy Wood right here, because what they did then, they only failed to return $150 worth of the stock, 11 shares, but then the price went down the next day from 13.72 to 11.63. What a cluster. So the next day they said, all right, we're going to dump in on this, and we're going to borrow more shares that we're going to fail to return. They failed to return almost $750,000. And what does it do? The price goes from 11.63 down. Yeah, they made it fall. Then they failed to return $473. Why? They got it on a roll down because it went down to 9.86. They blew it again. Another chance they could have had. The next day they said, let's fail to return $77,000 worth. 6,800 shares they sold, made the price fall. They're on a roll now, so they get brave. And they said, all right, let's fail to return $127,000. We'll sell these $11,000 the next day, make the price fall. Instead, it goes up 4 cents. They said, well, we'll double down. So they failed to return $165,000 the next day. Price went from $10.94 to $10.98. They're like, shit. So they failed to return $165,000. And again, it's 25, 50, 75, 100, 125, 50, 75, 200. Every day they fail to return, they get fined $25,000. The price then goes to $10.98 to $10.69. They had success. So they decided, let's do that again. Let's do the same amount, and we're going to make a bunch of money this time. So they failed to return 167,000 shares. They were going to sell these shares the next day that they don't own, that they're supposed to have returned but didn't, but they're going to sell them the next day to make the price fall. Well, it's a good thing they had those, because SoFi went from 10.69 to 12.31, and if they didn't have this 167,000 worth to sell, it would have gone probably to even beyond 12.31 to 12.50. So at that point, they said, screw it. Let's go in heavy. We'll fail to return $1 million worth. They failed to return $78,000, then to sell them the next day, make the price fall. It goes from 12.31 to 12.88. Yes. Oh, I love you, honey bunny. You see how this works? They failed to return $93,000 that day. The price goes from $12.88 to $13.20. They failed to return almost $1 million again. $854. They're going to sell these and make the price fall. Goes from $13.20 to $13.27. They failed to return $29,000. Paid $25,000 fine for that. And then the price goes down from 13.27, 1 penny. They fail to return these. It goes down a fraction. They fail to return 678,000. Price goes down 90 cents or 80 something cents. Failed to return 265,000. Price goes from 1330 to 1367. Failed to return another 500,000. Price goes from 1424 to 1506. Then up here, they were really getting it hanging. They were really seeing the price run up fast on them because all the institutions were buying in on the news about Blue Owl. And they said, holy crap, look at all these institutions coming in. They said right here, they're going to draw the line in the sand right here. 1520 was enough. They're going to run it down the next day. So they failed to return $7,782,000 worth. It says naked shorting. Naked shorting, folks, 7,512,000 shares to sell the next day and make the price fall. Well, it went from 1520 to friggin' 1608 come Monday morning. I'm guessing it's a Monday because this is the 23rd and then this is the 26th. So that's probably a Monday. They were going to attack us real bad that day with 512,000 shares. And they probably did run it down that morning. They probably did. They probably ran it down that morning. But at the end of the day, it was at 1608. Sorry about your luck. Then they failed to return $1.3 million here. The price goes from 1718 to 1821. And ladies and gentlemen, here they failed to return $5 million and another million. Look at the price. It's just going up and it's going up and it's going up. And they keep failing to return. And it's going higher. They fail to return. It goes higher. They fail to return. I mean, folks, this is becoming catastrophic. And look where the price was then in the 21s. Where is it now? And they've been failing to return, failing to return, failing to return. And look where the price is now. Folks, this is naked shorting. It's all naked shorting and it's killing them. As a matter of fact, there aren't any shares left to borrow. There's no shares left available to borrow at this point in time. There are no shares left for the shorts to borrow. They've failed to return so many times, there are none left. For those of you that are joining me this morning, I decided to go do some research into institutional ownership. I saw that Fifth Third Bank over the most recent quarter has had an average portfolio dump of 4.36% average on Fifth Third Bank. Institutional ownership reduced by 4.36%. I went to Bank America. I see Bank of America average portfolio increase over the most recent quarter was 0.86%. I went to Citigroup here, and I saw their average portfolio over the most recent 90-day quarter is a 1% increase, 1.13. I went over here and looked at U.S. Bank, and I saw the average portfolio was a decrease over the most recent quarter of 2.33% decrease in U.S. Bank Core. I went to Barclays, and Barclays has a reduction of 5.32% over the most recent quarter. I went to Wells Fargo, which has a reduction of institutional average portfolio, negative 0.64 over the most recent quarter. I went to Truist Bank, Truist Financial, and I saw over the average portfolio a reduction of 3.81% over the most recent quarter. I went to PNC Bank, and I saw PNC Bank's average portfolio down 4.02% over the most recent quarter. And then I decided, Alexa, play the long drum roll.
Long Drum Roll by Bobby Morgenstein from Spotify.
And then, ladies and gentlemen, I decided to look at something besides these dinosaur legacy banks that are losing institutional ownership, I wanted to look at SoFi. And you know what I did when I saw SoFi? I saw this. Alexa, stop. I saw Alexa, stop. Alexa, stop. Gosh, I saw institutional ownership on SoFi, ladies and gentlemen, increasing over the most recent quarter, the average portfolio increase of 17.31%. 17.31% increase in institutional ownership. Look at that. Yep. Man, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to leave that comment there, my friend. So, folks, this is what I'm trying to get you to understand. All of these legacy banks with all of their downgrading individuals. You know what? I want to look at one now, KBW Bank. Let's go look at KBW Bank. By the way, it's not KBW Bank, it's Invesco. KBW Bank. See, that won't show up. It's not KBW, it's Invesco. 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 Invesco, institutional ownership. Oh, they've got a 1.5% increase. Invesco. 1.5. Folks, we got a 17% increase. Does anybody else have another bank that they'd like me to look up? I've looked up Wells Fargo, Fifth Third Bank, Bank of America, Citigroup, U.S. Bank, Barclays. I've looked up Truist. I've looked up PNC, LLOYDS, Lloyd's Bank. All right. LLOYDS. How do they compare? Institutional ownership. Whoa, now that's an increase right there, man, that's huge. But hey, look, they've only got 519 institutions. All those other ones have thousands, 3,000, 2,000, 7,000. Well, you piqued my interest a little bit with that. Just give me a second here, folks. Oh, by the way, I told you SoFi was being pulled down yesterday to run. All they wanted to do was get it at the low yesterday. That's all they had to do. They saw that news about Anthony Noto, and Kyle of Trending Stocks seemed to think that the whole market was reacting to the tariff news. And also Kyle believes the theory that over the average, September is a terrible month for the stock market, and over the average, it goes down about 2% over the last 10 years data. September has never been a good month for trading over the last 10 years. And so he believes that everybody's on that, the fear of September thing, and that's why they had the big sell-off yesterday. And I'm here to tell you something, folks. I feel excellent about SoFi right where it is right now. And I'm going to show you how good the chart looks. And ladies and gentlemen, that is explosive looking. Every time it hits just below the 200, we're going to buy it today. Every time they take this thing down, what is this, 25.11, and this price was, every time they pull this thing down 4 or 5 cents today, I'm going to buy it. Yep. Every time it pulls down 5 cents to 8 cents today, I'm going to buy it. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, on this stock, I am up $169 this morning, now $169.25 to be exact. And I'm planning on being up a lot more than that by the end of the day, I promise you. Hey, VZ, did you do Wells Fargo? Yes, I did Wells Fargo, and their portfolio value has been diminishing over the most recent quarter. Wells Fargo's average portfolio is negative 0.64 over the most recent quarter. And folks, Fifth Third Banks is horrible, negative 4.36% in institutional diminishing, folks. That is Fifth Third Bank. This is Bank of America, only an increase in institutional ownership by 0.86%. This is Citigroup, an increase of only 1.13 over the most recent quarter. This is U.S. Bank, negative 2.3% in most recent quarter, institutions leaving U.S. Bank. This is Barclays, negative 5.32% over the most recent quarter, Barclays. This is Wells Fargo, negative 64% of the most recent quarter. This is Truist Bank, negative 3.81% average portfolio over the most recent quarter. Truist Bank. This is PNC. Folks, negative 4.02%. PNC Bank, negative 4.02% most recent quarter. This is Invesco, 1.5% increase. This is SoFi, 17.31% increase over the most recent average portfolio over the most recent quarter. Folks, all of those other legacy banks could only dream about seeing numbers like that right now. I'm telling you. They could just dream about this type of institutional interest in their legacy banks. All right? I'm telling you, man, all eyes are on this stock. And institutions are pouring in. For those of you that don't know, I track institute data. And I'm going to try one more time to open this SoFi index funds. It says LibreOffice, which I just downloaded, is trying to open the document, but it ain't doing jack crap. Nope, folks, it is not working. Unfortunately, that does not work. So I would not recommend that you download this product that, for me anyway, is not working at all. And that's too bad. But it's not working. It isn't opening anything, unfortunately. So I got to go back to my old computer for the data that I want to show you, unfortunately, because that doesn't work. And we're going to go over here to institutional funds, index funds. Oh my gosh, and it says index funds file cannot be found. There it is. All right, folks. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the proof is in the pudding right here, baby. Index funds are now pouring in again on SoFi and increasing their portfolios by 78%, by 54%, by 60%, 56%, 58, 47. Index funds, folks, have started coming in here at the end of August. They're coming in again, folks. State Street, Vanguard, Alliance Variable Insurance. Look at them just pouring in index funds, folks. These index funds, ladies and gentlemen, they come in for 20 and 30-year periods. They do not day trade stocks. That's not what they do. Index funds are committed. And one of the things that started happening here was back in December. You can see in October and December, index funds suddenly started piling in and increasing their portfolios massively. What happened? What happened during this time? Well, SoFi got contacted and formed a partnership with a company called Fortress, who is a $5.8 billion in asset company. They gave SoFi $2 billion. That's right. They lend them $2 billion to see what they can do with it. Fortress, they said, here, put this in your loan and loan it all out. And folks, the average rate of return on loans is a 7.1%, a 7.1 time return when you're talking loans. After they loan it out to one individual and then they pay back that loan and then they take what they made off that and loan it out to another one and then they pay back what they did and they loan it out again to someone else and they pay it back and they loan it again. 7 times is the average, folks. So Fortress said, here, SoFi, here's $2 billion. Do what you can with it. Well, what that did was it mitigated SoFi's risk. And when that mitigated SoFi's risk, all these index funds started pouring in. And then in January, we got another deal just like that. And that deal was with a company called Blue Owl. And Blue Owl said, hey, we're a $58 billion company. We want to loan you $5 billion. Just give it to you to hand out for loans. So they did. And when that happened, that mitigated SoFi's risk even more. When you got someone giving you $2 billion and then another entity comes along and wants to give you $5 billion, and when that happens, suddenly, folks, all these institutions started pouring in. And look at them accumulating SoFi stock. All right? And folks, this is incredible. Just look at this. Calvert. Folks, this is some of the oldest money in the world right here. Calvert. This money's been around for thousands of years, folks, the Calvert family. These people are right up there with the Rothschilds, folks, the Fitzgeralds, the Rockefellers, the Carnegies, folks. Calvert, it's old money, folks. And they were increasing their portfolios. They're doubling down because I'm telling you, this deal with this $5 billion to the loan platform was a game changer. And these institutions, all these index funds, and I learned this from our buddy over at Hurricane Lopez, was the one that enlightened me about the fact that index funds are not in the business of day trading at all. They buy for long term, for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years out. Index funds, folks, they're long term, and every one of these I have on this sheet of paper are all index funds, every one of them. Just pouring in and just adding. Now here they took some profit. Right here they took some profit. This is when they adjusted, and some of them took some profit. They adjusted their portfolios, so some of them took a little profit. They creamed the cream off the top because, folks, listen, when they bought this stock back here in these numbers that they were buying, the price was only $11 a share. It was only $11 a share when they were buying it back in January, in December. It was 11, 12, and 13 a share during this time. Well, it doubled, folks. It doubled. So when it got double, some of them took a little cream off. See that? They all took about the same amount of cream, all right? They shaved off some profits, folks. They got the cream off the top. And then they stayed in it, folks. And now they're coming back in. They're coming back in. They're coming back in now. There's no more trimming. There's no more shearing the sheep, folks. This is all of them buying back in again now. They're all buying back in for the next run. And then Anthony Noto puts a a covered call of 555,000 shares. And man, that caught him off guard. And more institutions are going to be buying on this, folks. I'm telling you, on this news. And what a confidence builder, by the way. Just think about it. All of the people who own shares of SoFi today, you don't think they've got confidence when they see the CEO expecting SoFi's price to hit $49 and putting his money out on the line? Folks, it's a huge, huge confidence builder for this stock. I mean, you're going to have investors all falling in love with this Anthony Noto, who has now hedged his bet and thinks SoFi is going to $49 a share. And I think it is too. And the reason that I think it's going to do that is because of this chart, which I'm going to show you right now. This is why SoFi is about to go to $45 a share. Ladies and gentlemen, this is SoFi's 5-year chart. And I want you to know that it's never stopped at this line but once. And that was on no volume at all on the stock. It stopped there because it had no volume or momentum to hold it up after its IPO. All right? There was no volume and it stopped there. Well, this is where we are now. We're right there now. And look at the frickin' volume, people. I'm telling you, there is frickin' no way this can stop at this point. No way it can do that. And if you're wondering what this line is, ladies and gentlemen, this is where SoFi's highest high ever was. Right there. $28.26 is the highest price SoFi ever achieved. Now, why doesn't Yahoo show you that? Because Yahoo doesn't want you to know that. Yahoo doesn't want you to know. That's why they don't show you that. And if you want to know why Yahoo doesn't want you to know, it's because, ladies and gentlemen, Yahoo is shorting SoFi stock and has a 1-year target price of $20.76 on it. This is why Yahoo is not going to show you that the highest price ever of SoFi was $28.26. They're not going to show you that. They're not going to show anyone in the American public or anyone in the world that SoFi's price was actually here one day, and it happened on February the 2nd, February the 1st of 2021. But Yahoo isn't going to show you that, folks. Now, if you want to see and you don't believe what I'm saying, I can show you right here on Yahoo's historical data sheet. And what I'm going to do on here is change the date of the beginning date. Start date, I'm going to put 01 01 I'll put 01/31 2021. Let's try that. January 4th. Date shouldn't be prior to January 4th, 2021. Okay, January 4th then. I'll go the 4th. $2021. Enter. And done. I got January 4th, 2021. Date shouldn't be prior to January 4th. Well, all right, I'll do January 5th. Gosh, jeez. There. All right, we got it working. There we go. And you know what? I need to first refresh this page, and then I'm going to do it. There we go. Done. There we go. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm showing everybody here is SoFi's 5-year chart. And I want you to take note that the price right now is where you see that little hash line, the dash line right there, the dotted line is where the price is now. Folks, we stopped one other time at this dotted line back in 2021. But that is not true. This is what Yahoo wants you to think. I'm here to tell you SoFi hit this number for the highest high. And that number is $28.26. And the way I can prove it to you, ladies and gentlemen, is by going over here and I show you the day it happened. February 1st, 2021. SoFi opened at $25.85 and went to $28.26 a share, ladies and gentlemen. All right? Now, there's a reason why Yahoo only shows you the highest price ever of this price here. All right? They don't want you to know that it went all the way to this price. That's the reason that the line stops there. They don't want you to know. And if you want to know why they don't want to know you to know, it's because Yahoo has a 1-year target price of $20.78 on this stock. They are another Timothy Switzer, David Chiaverini, okay? And Baloney. Okay, that's who they are. They are trying to bring you to believe that this stock is only worth $20 now. And so there's, in my opinion, Yahoo is shorting this stock. Yes. Now, look here, folks. I'm just trying to make sure you understand. There is a strategic reason why Yahoo is trying to convince the whole world that this is the highest price SoFi's ever been. They flat out don't want you to know that it was all the way up here in one day. It went from here to here in one freaking day. And you don't think it can do that again now? Of course it can do that again in one day. Of course it can. It can do it again. Just one breaking news story, and it'll be up to $28, folks. It's all it takes. This crypto move that we're about to announce is going to shove us beyond that, okay? And the reason why is because Yahoo's trying to tell you it stopped at this number before on this measly little volume over here. And now you think it's going to stop here with this kind of volume on it? Does anyone actually believe that this stock is going to stop right here with this kind of volume when all it had was this dinky little amount to get it to that number when it really hit that one? All right? It's not going to stop here, folks. It's not stopping here. Yesterday was the hitch and go, folks. I heard that the jobs reports were inflated automatically the last 3 years, so they will be revised downwards. That puts a lot of pressure on Powell behind the scenes. Oh, yeah. Now, ladies and gentlemen, one thing I've been trying to tell you all is I was telling you that they ran SoFi down so fast over just about a 2-month period that it was going to go up the same way. And I've been telling everybody that for 2 years on this channel. I said, folks, they ran it down too fast. And therefore, there's no resistance from here to here, is what I told everyone. There won't be any real resistance because there wasn't. They ran it down too fast. Well, I was right, folks. You can see right here, once it broke over this point, it just went straight back up. And I told you that would happen. It may have seemed like a long time, but it's really only been about 2 or 3 months. And it's the same way it fell, folks. See? This is what you call, all right, let's go, folks. Let's get in on this. Let's get in on this. The market is open. And folks, I really do expect to see them come out right out of the gate. I expect to see a low of 24.94. 24.94 is one of the lows I have on my sheet today. 24.94, folks. That's one of the lows I have on my sheet today. 24.94. All right. Let me get this data out right here for you guys. And we're trading the stock SoFi, and the resistance low support is 24.96. 24.96. And you can see right here, we're almost there. There's 24.94. The next low resistance below this is 24.54, folks. So this is where we should see this stop at 24.88 right here. 24.88. 24.88 right here. There we go. There we go. Good, 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 good. That is it, folks. They got the 24.88. They got it. They got it. 24.88. Now I have my low resistance, ultimate low resistance at 24.25. But folks, we're done. This is out of here now. This thing is on its way. This thing is on its way, folks. That was quick and short. And folks, I don't even see any volume candlesticks over here at all. I don't see any volume at all. None. None, folks. I don't see any volume over there. And I want you to know, ladies and gentlemen, you know I tell you to sell 25.06, 7, and 8. Buy back at the 24.88 after. Right now, it looks like we're holding very nicely at $25 and $24.98. And looking at the volume, I want to look at the volume today. Oh, yeah, she's looking good, folks. 2.3 million shares traded. 2.3 million. And you know what? The shorts don't have any shares left to borrow. Oh, yeah. This looks very good here, folks. We're looking strong this morning. Very strong. Okay. I've seen this movie too many times. And I'm going to make a move right here, folks. I want you to see what I'm going to be doing right here. And I have seen this movie too many times where they sit underneath my dollar cost average and they run it down to here and they run it up to there and they run it down here and they run it up there and down here and up there and down here and up there. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to swing trade this stock today. I'm going to be swing trading this. I've seen them do this before. We're just going to find the trench that they're going to get into, and then we're going to make money on this trench, all right? And it looks like that's going to be it right there. 24.84 was my low call of the day resistance. 24.84 right here, folks, right there. Right there is my low call of the day, 24.84. That's my low call. 24.84 is my low call of the day. And there she goes, right back up. Yep, that was it. 24.84. Very nice. 24.84, baby. Try it one more time. Tap it one more time. They can't do it. And I guess all they're gonna do now is try to accumulate this at 24.88. Is that the game plan? Just accumulate what you can at 24.88 before it goes ballistic. Yep. It's over, folks. Sayonara, baby. Watch this thing run now. Watch this thing run. And I want to get on the chart so you can see it. SoFi, we're on the chart here. By the way, Open, some of you guys were invested in Open yesterday. It went up 27%. And this is going to be the end of the rundown, folks, on this stock right here. I'm looking at these candlesticks to see right there, more buyers than sellers right there on that candlestick. I'm watching this candlestick real good here. Zoom in a little bit here. There she goes. There she goes, folks. And she is gone. And look at that 90-degree turn on the 5-day moving average. Just look at that 90-degree turn. Bam. Oh, my gosh. And by the way, folks, there's very little volume that just made that happen. That's not many shares right there to make that thing kick back at a 90-degree, folks. That is not many. Holy crap. Look at that. 90 degrees. Boom. On the 5-day, folks. 90 degrees on the 5-day. Wow. Now 2,344,000. SoFi's going green, folks. 3,989,000 now. $24.84 was indeed the low. Who's scared today? I wonder who's scared selling today. I wonder who's scared. I tell you who's scared, ladies and gentlemen. The shorts are scared. They're shitting their pants right now, folks. They're shitting their pants. And folks, they're going to run it down 13 cents. They're trying to run it down 13 cents here. It's down 11 right now. They're trying for 24.88 to get the 13 cent down. 24.77, 13 cent down. There it is. They got it. 24.77, 13 cents down. All right. Well, that was really cool. That was impressive how you did that. I see the S&P 500 is green. I see the Dow is green, almost green. The NASDAQ is green. And the next number that they're going to shoot for, ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, is 24.54. The next strong support level is 24.54. I think it'll be 24.66, and actually it looks to me like they've already trounced it out right here, 24.73. And why they made that number recently one of their acquisition numbers, I don't know, but they've started to fall in love now with 24.73. I've noticed this. This is one of the new numbers here, 24.73 and 72, and I don't know why when they decided to change and buy those numbers, but maybe because of what I've been saying, folks, but they definitely have now made 24.73 one of their favorite entry points. And they just did it, and it wasn't there long. It wasn't there long, folks. 24.73, folks. They did it again. And this is going to be the daily tactic, folks. The vaginal drop in the morning, and then it's all over. It's gone, gone, gone. That's it. There's your V drop right there. And we're not going to see a double ta-ta today. It's a V drop, and off she goes. Yep, she's gone, folks. She's absolutely out of here now. And you can look at the chart and determine that right here. You'll see it. 2472 is, I guess, the new number for them, folks. I don't know why. It never used to be, but it is now. It's a big accumulation number now. It has been for about the last 2 months, 3 months. 2472. They've made it their new collection plate number where they collect shares of SoFi. Please take note also, it's down right now 0.66% at that number. 0.66% down at that number. That's right. Crazy enough, it's down 0.66% at that number. Yep. Nice little fleece attempt, folks. And now you know why I tell you to sell that 2508. 2508 is a sell, 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 people. 2508 is an always a sell, folks. And it's not happenstance, folks. I call out that number. I called it out early. I said, folks, you should sell here at 2508 because they love to attack that number. They love to attack the 08, folks. The low I have on my sheet here, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to show you right now so you're going to see where I have called out. Today's lowest resistance is going to be 24.25, but here is the next one, 24.54. Folks, that's the next one. 24.54 is the next point of resistance. And it'll probably just be 24.66. But 24.54 is what I have written down. 24.54. By the way, did you know that SoFi, and this is quite a statement to make. If I can find my sheets. For any of you that might be worried, about SoFi at this price, and folks, they're going to take this right down to the number I have on my sheet, 24.54, folks. 24.54 is what I'm calling for the low today, 24.54. And they came close. They came doggone close. They almost got it there. I like their predictability, folks. That's one thing about the shorts I like, is their predictability. Watch them take this right down to 24.54 now. Watch this, folks. I called it. 24.54 is going to be the low today. 24.54, folks, is the low today. Obama, President Brush, okay. Yeah. See you later. 24.54 is going to be the low, folks, today, and then she's going to bounce. And They came close. They've come very close, but unfortunately, they couldn't get it there for them. Too bad. But take note of how much it's down right here, 0.31%. I mean, down 31 cents, down 31, folks. I've shown you several days recently when they've run it down 38 cents, 38 cents, 31 cents, 34 cents at the open. I showed you that on a sheet of paper last week. This is a very common number, 31 cent down at the open. Right at the open, folks, 31 cents. Very common of them to do that. But now I want to show you guys something that should make you feel excellent. Can you see right there where it shows SoFi's 1 month gain, 16%? Let me show you how that contrasts with all of the earnings calls of this company in the past. And I want to make sure you all can see this, and you can. So, ladies and gentlemen, 2 years ago, SoFi had an earnings call that came out on October 31st, and it went down in 8 days, 31%. The next earnings call was May the 1st, and the stock went down in 5 days, 42%, SoFi. The next earnings call was July 31st, and in 26 days, the price of SoFi was down 48%. The next earnings call came out, and SoFi in 22 days was down 45%. The next earnings came out, and in 4 days, SoFi was down 16%. The next earnings call came out, and in 2 days, SoFi was down 16%. The next earnings call came out, and in 22 days, SoFi was down 36%. Are you starting to see the trend? Down 31, down 42, down 48, down 45, down 32, down 36. And now here is SoFi, a month beyond earnings and up 18%. Folks, it's unheard of. It's unheard of. It's never happened before. This has never, ever, ever happened before. Ever. The shorts have had their way, and they've drugged SoFi around like a redheaded stepchild, folks. But those days have ended now. And now it's just a occasional morning rundown for a deep drop. And then they borrow the shares to make them sell. And then after that, the friggin' price just goes right on up. And you can see it now. You're going to get to watch it happen. You're going to get to watch it happen. And folks, this is the same 4-minute nutsack we've been seeing all day yesterday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-minute nutsack. Just like yesterday, folks, every single sack we saw was 5 minutes or 4 minutes long. That's all they could hold it down. They don't get to accumulate anymore. There's no sitting down here for 30 minutes and building the position anymore. It's just a little 4-minute drop, folks, and then off she goes. That's what we saw yesterday. That's what we're going to see today. Accumulating on the 66 now. And by the way, what was the low today on SoFi right now? What was the low, established low? Days range, 24.55. Holy crap, folks, I missed it by 1 penny. I missed the low today, my prediction, by 1 penny. I missed the low, my prediction on the low today, by 1 freaking cent. Well, nice. I love that. Absolutely fantastic. Good morning, Alex. Court says Trump cannot use Alien Act to deport Venezuelans, but he can sink the ship before arrival. Yeah, baby. That's right. Well, Shorty, what a great job. You know what? I hope that you were able to get all the shares you could just then at 24.55. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you bought 1 penny above where I said the low was going to be. Because I'm telling you right now, this stock is going to jump back over $25 and we're going to sell it at 25.20. First, we're going to sell it at 25.06, 7, and 8, and they'll pull it back down to 24.93. But then, folks, we're going to have ourselves a field day with this stock today. We're going to make so much money off of SoFi today, folks. Yep, NVDA turned green. SoFi should be there shortly as well, and it will be. Bobby Batson, his package came. Yay! Bobby got his shirt. All right, Bobby. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this Bobby Batson that you just said, the package arrived. I sent him because I read you the letters from him on this channel and how much money he has made. He made some great investments, and he bought in with his average cost is half below where we are now. He's doubled his money, folks, and he bought a lot of shares. I think it was 20,000 shares. All right, Bobby. Good job, man. Congratulations, Bobby Batson. And welcome to the party, Aloncita. Yes, hello, Aloncita. Welcome. Bobby Batson got his Catfish t-shirt that says, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, speaking about that, I actually have a new, oh, shoot. I told you that we were going to be revamping our website where all of our shirts and coffee mugs and things are. And folks, we got some new designs that I want to show you that you can buy in the shop. I don't know whether it's up and running yet, if it's full swing again yet or not. But I want to show you the new designs that we've got for some t-shirts. And for some reason, I'm not seeing them. Hold on a minute, folks. Just give me a second here. Hold on. All right. So we have indeed revamped the webpage. We're starting to put up some new products, and I want to show you right now one of the new designs that we've got for the shirt design, and that's going to be this right here, folks. So this is going to be on one of the shirts. We're going to have that's going to be on one of them right there. And we also have another shirt that is going to say here, the new Catfish, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Okay. Yeah, baby. So, and you can see right there, it says on there, the date right there. It says on there the date, 2024. And maybe I can zoom this in. Here we go. There it is. Yeah. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Yep. And that's what we're going to have for the new shirts. Now, I don't know whether the link is working right now or not on the site, but pretty soon it'll be up and running if it isn't running now. And so if you go over here, down here to click more, it says here's where you can get some merchandise here. Let's see if it's up and running yet. Nope, he still doesn't have it done yet. He hasn't completed it completely yet, but it'll be up and running soon, folks. We're going to have it all looking cool. All right? So just give it some time, folks, and then we'll have and by the way, down here in my description, you will find a link to how to become a tank member. If you want to join as a member of the tank, there's a link to that. If you want to get yourself some merchandise, here's where you can join the Telegram channel we have. Here's where you can hear over 120 of my original songs on YouTube. And here's you can dig deeper by going to my link tree. So this is all in my description, folks. And anyways, all right. That's what I wanted to show you. Get back over here. And folks, SoFi's on the hitch and go, baby. SoFi's on the hitch and go right now, and it's going to go off this little hitch. And she is going to skyrocket, folks. She's going to skyrocket. She's going to run away, folks. I'm telling you, there's no way they're going to hold this down today. It isn't going to happen, folks. They can dream about it all they want, but it isn't going to stay down today. It's just what I called, folks, the vaginal drop. And they're going to try this every day, folks. This is their only method of buying at another low is this quick, early 9:30 a.m. fleecing and then run it up the rest of the day, every day. And, folks, here's what we're going to do. We're going to sell it at $24.77, buy it back at $24.70, sell it at $24.84, buy it back at $24.77, sell it at $24.88, buy it back at $24.80, sell it at $24.93, buy it back at $24.81, sell it at $24.97, $98, $99, buy it back at $24. Folks, that's what I'm going to do with it all day. That's what I plan to do. You can do whatever you want, but you can watch me do that, folks. That's what I'm going to be doing. That's what I'm going to be doing. That's what I'm going to be doing, and you can watch me do it right now. So I'm going to go over to my trading. I'm going to come over here right now, and I'm going to put in, I'm not going to put in loads of orders here, but I'm going to be selling when we get up here to 24.84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, and 90. I'm going to sell all through there, folks. All right? Now, you might wonder, Catfish, that doesn't make any sense. Why would you do that? Your dollar cost average is up here at $24.99. Why would you do that? Well, because I know from the $24.88, they're going to pull it back down to $24.66 or $24.77. I know they're going to do that. That's what I think anyway. So I'm going to start selling as we come up here to these numbers. You'll see. And I'm going to buy it back down here because they're going to trade in the trench here. They'll trade in the trench. They'll take it down here and they'll buy it. And they'll take it up here and sell it. And they'll take it down here and buy it. And up here and sell it. And down here and buy it. Up here and sell it. And that's what they're going to do all afternoon until they run up to the next level. Okay, so they're about to run up to that level right now. And if you just bought SoFi at $24.55, congratulations. I told you the low today would be $24.54. Gary Edwards, hello there. Economic statements imply ceteris paribus, tariffs and deficits increases, inflation. Tariffs are more efficient, promote investment. Individuals have choice. Yes. All right, here it goes, folks. And speaking of individuals having choices, they got a choice now. They either get on this train or they miss it. Right now, folks, you either jump on the train or you're going to miss it. Because, ladies and gentlemen, in my opinion, this train is indeed about to leave the station. Yes, indeed. Because, ladies and gentlemen, in my opinion, that is the sound of a train you should be getting onto if you were a shorter right now. All right? You need to get on the SoFi train, on the long train, because it's going to be the long train running, folks. Yep. Long train running, baby. Yep. Central, the bright SoFi the low. They ran it down to 44. Don't you know? Where would you be now? It's the long train running, folks. Well, the wind don't win, and the rounds go round and round. They shove for SoFi, and they tried to shove it down. Now, love, where would you be now? When this is the North Central and the Southern Central Freight, they're loading up their SoFi now, and you know they just can't wait. Well, love, well, where would you be now? Where would you be now? There she goes, folks. She's blowing up. It's the train time. And you need to get on this train, folks. I'm telling you, man, we got it. This thing's on fire. This thing's on fire, and the train's leaving the station. Get on it. Get on this here train. Get on the train, folks. Get on the train. Get on this train now. I'm not kidding, folks. All aboard. All aboard. Yeah. All aboard, everybody. Get on the train. Yes, indeed. And right now, if you happen to be someone who is a shorter of this stock, you should understand what you should be doing right now. And the sound is this. That should be you running from this stock right now. That should be you running from this stock. TNXP up 7%. Where you gonna be now? Yeah. Let's go. Bad jobs opening. Let's go. Bad jobs opening. Damn you, TNXP. Damn you. Oh, the shorts are damned themselves right now, ladies and gentlemen. And I told you where I'm going to be selling this stock. And folks, I'm going to be doing it right here at these numbers that you see right now. So I just sold 20 shares at $24.86. And I'm going to sell $24.86, 87, and 88, folks. And I just sold $24.85. And ladies and gentlemen, I just sold 20 there, and I'm going to keep selling up through these numbers as we get to 24.88, and then they're going to run it back down, folks. So I'm selling right here, right now. They're going to run it back down, and if they don't, I'll be elated. But I think they're going to run it down from 24.88. They always do. I just sold 24.85 again. And let's just put it in at 24.88. I'm just going to put 20 there, and 20 there, and 20 here, and they're just going to buy them from me here. Buy, baby. And once they do, they're going to run it down here to 24.70 or 24.66. And as a matter of fact, I just got through selling some, and I expect them very much so to run this down now to $24.73 minimum. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so, folks. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Oh, yeah. SoFi on the fly. Now I'm going to take this order away. You waited too long. You should have bought it at $24.84. Now I took it away. Now you're going to have to come up here and get it at $24.86 from me. You waited too long. You're like too late, Biden. There you go. You bought it from me. Congratulations, $24.86. And now I'm going to take the 87 away because you waited too long. You're going to have to get $24.89 instead now. Sorry, you can't hang around like Powell. You just can't hang around waiting forever. You got to make a decision to buy these shares from me now. You can't be too late, Powell. All right? And like I said, now they're going to run this thing down, and I now have 734 to buy with. So I'm going to come in here, folks, 5 shares at a time. I'm selling 20 at a time, and I'm going to try to buy 24.77 now. And I'm going to try to buy 24.78. And folks, this is the method of my buying and selling that is to minimize your risk, folks. All right, I'm here to minimize your risk. I'm here to maximize profits, minimize risk. That's what I want to do today. And I'm going to show you how to do it, folks. I'm going to show you how the market manipulators are going to work. I'm going to show you how they try their game and their scam, their scheme, and their deception. And I'm going to show you how they play this game. And I just filled at 25.75 and 25.75. Now 25.76 I just filled. Perfect. I just sold 24.88 and I just bought 24.73. And here's the number they love, 24.72 and 3 again, where they love to accumulate. And so I will too, folks. I'll buy right there. And I'm even going to try 24.69 and 24.70. I will, sure indeed. And 24.71 if I can get it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since they've manufactured a drop of 12 cents, it's going to run right back up. 12 cents, it's going to go right back up. See, they created a gap when they just did that. They created a gap here, folks. They just created a gap from there to there. And now that gap must be filled. So watch it go back up now. And watch me just raise these buy orders right up under it. And I'm waiting to get them. Just waiting on them to drop it down. But they created a gap now, so it's going to go back up and fill the gap and go all the way back up here to 24.88 now. That's what it's going to do. You can bear witness to it, folks. Bear witness to it. Yep, and I'm going to buy at market because I see the KY flag just came out. There's the KY flag at 24.7534. 24.7534, and I just filled at 24.71. Beautiful. Just got back at 24.71, ladies and gentlemen. 13 cents below where I just sold it. 13 cents below where I just sold it. And now, look at it fill the gap. Look at it just filling the gap, folks, right back up to where I said it was coming to, 24.87. And that's what it's going to do right now, folks. It's going to fill this gap right back up. You'll see. You'll see, because they manufactured this gap down. They manufactured this rundown. They created it themselves, folks. The market makers create these 13-cent pullbacks. And then they just accumulate there and accumulate 13 cents from where they just sold. And then they run it right back up. And you'll see that. Just watch them sitting here accumulating 24.72.73 with me. That's what I'm doing. And folks, it's going to rise again now. So I'm going to take out these sell orders. Take out that one. Take out that one. They're going to run this thing back up now. That's their tactic, folks. They're going to run it back up now. And you're going to see it rise right up here to 24.88. It'll be there within 5 minutes, folks. 5 minutes time. It'll be there within 5 minutes, folks. Set your clock. 24.88 within 5 minutes. Or less. And there it goes. Right back up. Oh, yeah, they're going to monkey around with this all day long today. They're going to monkey around with SoFi. They're going to try to manipulate the hell out of it. And, folks, you can benefit from being here on this channel and seeing exactly how they do it. And now watch this thing run right back up to here. Watch how fast it goes up. 3 minutes left, folks. 3.5 minutes left for it to get to there. And I know I cut off a half a minute, but it's going to be that time. 3.5 minutes, it's going to be back up here. Now, 3 minutes and 15 seconds from now, it'll be right here. Watch it go, folks. They took my Lucid shares, all 5 of them, out of my account yesterday. They said they were up 900%. Today, they are gone. Huh. What? Well, look at this. Look at all the nutsack accumulation now, again at the same number, 24, 73, and 72. Why have they all of a sudden made this their number to start building positions again? Why is this number so much to them, the 72, 73? When did they start making that a favorite number to accumulate? But they sure have, folks. They have. They like that number now. And once they get all they can get there, then it just goes right on up. And there she goes. She's gone now. You'll see, folks. This 5 day is about to rise right here. The 10 day is going to rise. They're all going to keep rising all afternoon, folks. And I want to look at the market right now. I see the S&P is up, folks, 0.3%. The NASDAQ is now up almost 208 points. The Russell is green. Everything mysteriously green after yesterday's mysterious manipulation. That's what I'm going to call it. Mysteriously manipulated yesterday. SoFi, strangely manipulated yesterday. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we see SoFi's low was established this morning at 24.55. And I told you the low today, an hour before that happened, was going to be 24.54. So I missed the low today by 1 penny. I missed the low today by a penny, folks. And might as well get over here to this chart. SoFi high low. I doubt it's going to open because this Libra office hasn't opened a damn thing for me yet today that I downloaded this morning. It just won't work. It just doesn't work. It's not converting anything. And someone said earlier, well, it's loading. No, it hasn't loaded a single thing. It won't load it. It's just sitting there, and it won't load it. I don't know why it won't load. It really sucks. So I don't really know why I bothered to download this this thing. So to the 101 of you that are on this channel right now, I'd like to show you something rather interesting that I discovered this morning. And what I did was I decided to start looking at all these other big banks, okay? So what I saw was that Fifth Third Bank that you see right here, institutional ownership has diminished over the most recent quarter. MRQ means most recent quarter. And there's no stop losses triggered on SoFi. No way. Average portfolio change, Fifth Third Bank down 4.36% over the last 90 days, leaving Fifth Third Bank. Leaving Fifth Third Bank. Then I decided to look at Bank of America, and I saw out of 477,000 institutions, an increase of 0.86%. Then I went over here and looked at Citigroup, and I saw in the most recent quarter, the average portfolio increase was only 1.13%. Then I went to U.S. Bank, and I saw U.S. Bancorp's average portfolio increase over the most recent quarter is negative 2.33%. Then I went to Barclays, and I saw Barclays had a negative 5.32% in institutional ownership over the last 90 days. Then I went to Wells Fargo, and I saw Wells Fargo Company has a negative 64.64 over the most recent quarter average portfolio. Then I went to Truist Bank, and I saw Truist Bank over the average portfolio reducing their holdings by 3.81%. Then I went to PNC Bank, and I saw PNC Bank over the last 90 days average portfolio reducing by 4.02%. Then I went to Invesco, and Invesco has an increase of 1.54%. I did it again, folks. I don't know what I did. I did it again. God dog it, man. And it was on the same one that I did it last time, Invesco. The page jumps around. Invesco, folks. Jeez, oh, Pete. There it is. Invesco. Institutional ownership. Invesco, an increase over the most recent quarter. They bucked the trend. They are up actually 1.5%. And then I decided, comparing Fifth Third Bank, which is negative 4.36% in the most recent quarter, Bank of America only up 0.86. This one here, Citigroup, only up 1.13%. U.S. Bank down 2.33%. Barclays down 5.32%. Wells Fargo down 0.64% over the most recent quarter. Truist Bank down 0.381% institutional portfolio in the last quarter. And PNC Bank down 4.02% over the most recent quarter. And look at SoFi, folks. Look at SoFi, folks. Holy smokes. Up 17% over the most recent quarter, folks. I'm telling you, every one of these legacy banks is getting it handed to them right now by SoFi, folks. SoFi has institutions pouring in, and you can see that over here. Look at the institutional ownership jump. Look at the huge spike in institutional ownership. Folks, follow the money. Follow the money, folks. Follow the money. Never worry about SoFi when it's down 0.01% today. Just follow the damn money, people. Follow what the institutions are doing. They know what they're doing, folks. They know what they're doing. Follow them. Follow them. Follow them, folks. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They're accumulating the double nut today. Right there. There's the 5-minute nut, and here's another 5-minute nut sack. Folks, that's all they can get each time. They run it down and they accumulate for 5 minutes. They run it down and they accumulate for 5 minutes, folks. That's all they can get out of it. That's all they can get out of it. 5-minute holds. And sadly for them, this low was lower than this low just achieved now. And ladies and gentlemen, this thing's on its way now. You can just kiss it goodbye. You can kiss it goodbye. There's your double nut sack. It's over. And you all know, ladies and gentlemen, yep, you all know what happened right now. Well, you've been looking to buy a SoFi on the low, then you're watching it blow right off the nut sack. The nut sack, baby. We buy the nut sack, baby. We're headed down the Nutsack Highway, while the shorts run it down every day. Oh yeah, that's when we're all here to pay. Buying SoFi, and we buy on the low. Then we watch the thing blow from the nutsack. We watch them running, and everybody's funny, and we're all gonna make a whole shitload of money. Yeah, the nutsack is a fun little place where we all buy together. Buy on the nutsack, baby. Yeah, we buy the nutsack, baby. Nutsack, that's where it's at when the shorts attack. Oh, that's a fact. Glitter on the highway. Oh, glitter, it's the buy hay. Oh, you know that it's time to buy when the nutsack it starts to fly. Yeah, the nutsack is a fun little place where we all buy together. Yeah, on the nutsack, baby. On the nutsack, baby. Kissing and a hugging, having loving, wearing next to nothing, cause it's hot as a nothing, and the whole tank boogies. Yeah, the whole tank shimmies. Yeah, the whole tank shimmies, and everybody splashing around, around, around and around. Yeah, the nutsack is a fun little place where we all buy together. Buy all the nutsack, baby. Yeah, the nutsack, baby. Nutsack, that's where it's at. Nutsack, that's where it's at. Bang, bang, on the sack. Bang, bang, when the shorts attack. Bang, bang, we buy on the sack. Bang, bang, oh yeah, that's a fact. Say what? Shorts getting busted. Everybody's grooving, everybody's buying. When they knock it down, that's where we're found. Buying on the nuts. Oh yeah. There you go. There you go, everybody. A little song to inspire the stock and make it rise even higher and blow up over this thing, right on up over this freaking 50-day moving average now. And that's the energy of the song that's going to help it propel, everyone. Well, yeah. Natsack, baby. Yeah. Yeah. Gary Inwards, yes. And look at it fly now. Look at it flying. And I told you, folks, it would do that because they manufactured this gap. They manufactured this gap, and the gap is now going to fill. Very rapidly, it's going to fill, folks. And pretty soon, we're going to be up here crossing the 200-day at $24.96 a share. And we're going to go right on over that, folks. You'll see. You'll see. Yep. Tomorrow is the setup to go back over 26 plus, depending on jobless claims, and Fidelity will be another in-the-money fight to close under 26. Yep. Well, ladies and gentlemen, take a look at this. Look at this thing rising now, folks. After we just bought back at 24.73, 4.74, 72, 71, and now she's on the fly. She's on the fly, folks, and she's going to rise right back up like I told you she would. I told you she would, folks. I told you she would. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to be selling again right here. I'm going to sell again at the 24.88, the 24.87, the 24.86, the 24.85. I'm going to sell here again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to do it again right now. You're going to watch me sell here. Watch them buy from me now. Watch them buy from me. Buy them, baby. Buy them here now. There you go. Nice. Thank you. Come on, take some more from me here. I know you want them. I know you want it. You want it. You want it. I know you want it. Come on and get it from me, shorty. Come on, boys and girls. Come on up and get them. Get them while they're hot. Get them while they're fresh. And right now, you actually have a chance to buy this one for 5 more seconds, then I'm going to take it away. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. And bye-bye. You don't get that anymore. Too late, Powell. You can add your name to the too late list because you should have jumped up there and bought that right then from me. You should have. And now I'm going to give you 1 minute to take this one at 24.84. So you got 1 minute, Shorty, to get up here and take this from me at 24.84, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 54, 53, 52, 51. You're running out of time. 49, 48, 47. Come on, Shorty. 6, 45, 44, 43, 42. And while I'm counting, I guess you're going to let me buy some here at 24.76. So I will. Yep, I'll take that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for letting me buy it 6 cents below where you just bought it from me. Thank you. 6 cents under where they just bought it from me, folks. I got to buy it back. And now we're going to try to buy 24.77. And we're going to try to buy 24.77 for sure. Just got it. Thank you. Thank you for letting me buy it from you 6 cents below where I just sold it to you for. Thank you. I appreciate that, Shorts. I'm going to try it again at 24.77 because, ladies and gentlemen, there's a gap, an artificial gap that was created here, and it will run back up to these numbers. And you now have less than 1 minute to buy this share from me at 24.84 per share. You have 59 seconds, 58, 57, 56, 55. But thank you for letting me buy those shares down there. I appreciate it. 53, 52, 51. Oh, they're not waiting now, but I took it away early. See? Ha 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 ha. I took it away already, and now I'm going to take that one too. Ha 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 ha. I'm a teaser. I'm a teaser, folks. I wiggle the worm and I yank it away from them, folks. I yank it away from them. Wiggle the worm, yank it away. Wiggle the worm, yank it away. Oh, man, I'm having fun here, folks. I'm having fun. I wiggled it, I jiggled it, I giggled it, and now it's gone. Yes, had 100 to spend on it. Sweet chin music. Nice. All right, here we go, folks. Right on back up, and I am taking away the sell orders. I could have just sold there, and there, but I took them away because it's going to go higher, folks. It's going higher. It's going to go higher, folks. And there's nothing they can do to stop it, folks. There's nothing they can do to stop the volume coming in. There's nothing they can do to stop the buyers. They're going to keep buying the stock all freaking day. Every time you try to run it down, they're going to buy it up. And you're going to find out it's a very, very big time losing proposition for you today, Shorty. You're going to lose your asses on this stock today if you're shorting this, like always. And, folks, this is the way it is. This is the name of the game, folks. And what I'm going to show you here today is I'm going to be showing you how to trade, which I've been doing, showing people how to trade and minimize your risk, maximize your gains, folks. That's what I want to show you here today. Minimize risk, maximize gains. That's what I'm here to, the technique of trading I'm trying to show you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sure this is going to run up past 24.88 that I'm going to take away the 24.86. All right? I just took it away because it's going to go up beyond that right now. Watch it go, folks. Just watch it rise, folks, and do not be surprised by it. Because, ladies and gentlemen, they artificially drove it down over the last half hour. They artificially drove it down, and it will now rise against artificial manipulation. That's the way it is, folks. That's the way it goes. And it is all over for Shorty. They got that last nut sack the last 3 whole minutes, folks. 3 minutes they got to buy that last sack. 3 minutes they were there. 3 minutes, folks. That was all. 3 minutes it was there. And now I'm going to come in to buy right here at 24.77. And by the way, why is it now 5 cents more than where they just got all those at 24.72? And I got to tell you, I don't like that I can't see the candlesticks anymore. So I'm going to close this. I want my candlesticks in here. I want to know what the volume's doing. So I'm closing this because it isn't working right. And we're going to restart it now. Restarting Thinkorswim. And I am going to have to log in on this. So just give me one moment here, folks. I'll get relogged back in. All right. And there she goes, folks. All right, and I'm going to be getting a text message here with a code to log in, so I'm going to have to take a brief moment break. Hold on. All right, I'm back. All right, now we got that black screen off, and we're logging back into Thinkorswim, and hopefully I will now have what I want in the way of volume candlesticks, because I wasn't seeing those, and I really like to be able to see what they're doing with volume on these numbers. And so let's see if they're going to show us now. Ah, there we go. Look at all the buyers that just accumulated shares of SoFi right here from 24.71 to 24.78. Look at that massive number of buyers here from 24.71 to 24.78. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to show you a little trick of the trade that you might want to see here now. And there should be no real resistance from here right up to here, because there never was before, so I doubt there will be now. There was no resistance when it fell. See that? No resistance to the fall. And by the way, take a look at this. The dark gray areas of each one of these is the quantity of shares being sold as the price dropped, 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 dropped. The dark area of each candlestick is the price as it dropped and dropped and dropped. But the lighter area of each candlestick is how much volume made it go back up. Okay? So this shows you at the very low of the day today, there were only 15,000 shares sold at 24.51 a share. 15,000. And the next number was 44,000. So 60,000 shares. And then here, 130. So now you got 200,000 shares. And here you got 205. So now you've got right here, folks, 500 or 750,000 shares to get this here. 750,000 out of all the millions that have sold today, only 750,000 there. And so now, ladies and gentlemen, where they're sitting is where they've accumulated the most shares of SoFi today is right there. And look at the number, the dark part of that. But look at the light part making it rise, folks. See, this is much, much, much smaller volume than what they use to attack it down with. See? Much smaller volume now is rising it. And look at that small volume. See the big volume that was there when they sold it down this morning? Well, look at the little tiny volume that's there now buying it, making it go back up. See? This is what you need to understand. You're taking big big sells and then small buys, smaller buys, smaller buys, making the price rise. That's what you need to understand here, folks. The dark portions are the number of shares that were sold to make it fall. These light portions are the number of shares being bought to make it rise. And you can see that it took the shorters and manipulators a lot more volume to make the price fall through this zone than it has now taken to move it back up through this zone. See? Man, they made a lot of effort to make it fall down below here. Look at all that selling. Look at all that selling, all that selling, all that selling, all that. And then look at the buying here, making it go right back up, folks. I just want you to understand how it works. How it works. This is what they sold this morning to make it fall. And this is the dinky amounts being bought now to make it rise right back up. You can see, folks, very, very small amounts here that have made it rise back up through this number compared to how many they sold to make it fall, okay? And by the way, right now, there's no volume on this. There's none. There's no volume at it. There's none working this down. There's none here. There's no volume here, folks. There's no volume here. There's none. 1,061,000 on this one now. 1,067,000. That's 6,000 buy there. Now, what I'm going to do here, folks, is I'm going to do what I call trench trading. And my belief is that at this stage of the game, this is the best way to play this game that they're playing with this stock now. And I'm going to sell right here, 24, 79, 78, 77, 76, 75, 74. And I'm going to buy back at 25, 24, 66, 67, 68. And I'm going to do it all day, okay? Because it looks to me like now, just like yesterday, they pick a zone and then they just stay in this zone and they just stay in this zone and they just accumulate and accumulate and accumulate. And the way they accumulate is by selling here 50 shares, 50 shares, 50 shares, 50 shares, 50 shares, and then buying down here. Buy, sell, 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 buy, sell, 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 buy, sell, 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 and buy. All day long, folks, all day long, all day long. And you're going to witness it right now as I start selling some of these out. You'll see. They'll run it right back up now. Curious thing to ask here. Does anyone think anyone's actually selling here when the price was already down here to 24.51? Does anyone actually think that they're selling here? That anyone's really selling here? Does anyone think that? Because you'd be pretty dumb if you believe that. I mean real selling, real fear selling, fear selling, selling out of panic sell. No, there is no panic. There is no fear. There is none that exists. Not among all the institutions that have been buying SoFi lately. Not me, Cat. Yep. So you guys see where I've got all my sell orders up here at 24, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77. Well, I'm not going to leave that wall of shares there, but you can see where I'm going to be selling. So I'm going to take them out now because I don't want you all to have a wall there either. I don't want everybody loading in a bunch of sell orders there and doing what I'm doing. We'll just do it when it happens. We'll do it when it happens, folks. And curious, why did they buy so many shares up here if they could have the price down here? Why did they buy so many up here if they could make the price come down to right here? And buy so few here at this price? Why? Why are they buying so few shares here, right here? Well, the question is, why are they selling so few shares here? Why are they selling so few shares? 5, 10, 20 shares here and there? Why are they selling so few? Why aren't they selling like they sold up here? Why? This doesn't make any sense. Why didn't they do all this accumulation down here where they are right now? Well, I'll tell you why, because they couldn't hold it here, folks. They couldn't hold it here. And they won't hold it there now. It won't hold here now either. It ain't going to happen, folks. If it were going to hold here now, they would have already held it here before. They would have had this accumulation right here. They would have accumulated it down here if they could hold it here, folks, already. That's their favorite number, the 6-6. But why did they buy so many up here around 75 and 74s? Why didn't they pile in here at the 6-6? Just then, even, why didn't they buy more? Why didn't they just buy a whole bunch there? Why didn't they make this a massive candlestick all the way out to right here like it was up here? Well, they didn't because they can't, folks. All right? They can't do it. They didn't get a big accumulation right here because they don't have the shares there at that price. Okay, folks, this is what I mean by trading in a pattern. Look at this, folks. We're going to sell here. We're going to buy here. We're going to sell here. We're going to buy here again. We're going to sell here. We're going to buy here. We're going to sell here. We're going to buy here. We're going to sell here. And we're going to buy here. All right? All afternoon. All afternoon. Until it breaks away from that area. Till it finally goes to the next level. And now you see why they did not accumulate a bunch of shares right here at this price just then, because, like I said, they freaking don't have them, folks. And now I believe they're completely out of these as well. I think they're pretty tapped out of here. I think they've leached this dry. I think this Tata is completely empty now, almost. It's going to start shriveling up and getting all vacuum packed. Tata, vacuum packed Tata. Watch it, folks. There's nothing there, man. They've leached it out. They completely leached it out. They completely leached this tit out, folks. There's nothing there. There's nothing left of it. And you're going to see that now. Watch it go right up to the top of it here now. Watch it go, because there's nothing left here, folks. They've sheared this sheep naked, folks. It doesn't have any wool left on it. It's naked. The naked sheep. It's the naked sheep, folks. And when you just keep shearing it off and keep shearing it off and keep shearing it off and shear it off and shear it off, there's nothing left to shear. There's no more shearing that can be done. The emperor sheep has no clothes. The emperor sheep has no clothes. And watch them try here again. Watch, what are they using? 5 shares at a time here? 546,709, 549,709, 550,000 now, 553,000. Up, that's gone. Now we're up here. Up, that's gone. Now we're up here. Yep. Oops, that's gone. Now we're up here. Filling on this number now, 1,186,800. Filling now on this number, the 2471, 1,191,488. 1,193,273 now. Filling on this number, 564,000. 565,000 now. Filling on this number, 655,000. 569,000. 585,000. Filling on this number now, 569,626. 569,626. Now 579. 10,000 shares just bought there. Filling on this number, folks, 5881. That's 24.69 a share. Running out of those. Now at 601 there. Filling on this line, folks, 24.68. 616,372 there. 616,972. 300 shares just bought there. Like I said, folks, why in the world have they bought so many shares up here at this price? Why have they bought so many here? Why didn't they buy them down here at their favorite number, 24.66, folks? Why are they accumulating between 24.80 and 24.70? Why are they doing that? Why aren't they down here where they accumulated at 24.66, their favorite number, folks? What's up with that? I'll tell you what, to me it shows weakness, folks. It just shows pure weakness. They should have this massive mountain right here. Right here is where it should be, at 24.66. If they had any control over the stock at all, then believe me, this would be right here, not up here at 24.70 to 24.80. This is where the wall would be, folks, right here, 24.66. But it's not. Now we're filling on this number, 1,207,000. 1,207,000 on that number now. 806,000 here. That's a pretty big contrast of 400,000 shares more available for them to buy there than here. 400,000 more bought there. And now we're filling on this line. 1,206,000. 1,209,000, and now we're filling on this line, and now we're filling on this line, folks. Now we're filling here. But why aren't we filling here more? Why aren't there any more shares here at 24.66? Why are they not accumulating here, folks? Why not? I don't understand it. Why in the world are they getting so many shares here at 24.73 and 74 and 75? And when will they run out of them? When will they run out? Well, they're already run out of these. We know that. They've already run out of these. Now it's just a matter of time before they run out of these, folks. Just a matter of time before they run out of these as well, folks. They've run out of these. We know they don't have any more, or they'd still be sitting down here, still be there. But they're running out of these now, folks, and they just ran out completely out of them. See that? And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This thing's getting ready to launch, folks. She's getting ready to launch here, folks. She's getting ready to launch. Come take my shares from me, Shorty. Come on. Come on up and get them. There you go. Those are yours. You can have them. Take them, baby. Take them. Take my shares. And look at them throw in the KY flag a half below my shares for sale. 247751 they're trying to buy. 247751. And by the way, they just ran out of those. Apparently, they only had 373,000 of them at that price. They only had 373,000 at that price. And now they're out of those too, folks. I just sold 2478. Oh boy, come on back down now. Come on, back down now. Back down to the bottom of this wall. Come on. I just sold 2479. Folks, I'm gonna teach you here today how to trench trade. I call it trading in the trenches, folks. And what they're going to be doing now is I'm going to change these buy orders to 10 shares, even though I'm selling 20, and I'm going to buy here at 2470, 2471, 2472, and 2473. And now, ladies and gentlemen, they're going to start buying the ones from me up there, and I'm going to buy back down here. Here we go, folks. Watch it happen. Trench Trading 101, folks, I call this. There we go. And 2480 is going to leave now. Say goodbye to 2480. Just bought 2476. I just bought 2476. It's just a matter of time, folks, till these are all gone. They'll all be gone. All of these will be gone, folks. It's just a matter of time, and then we'll move up to the next level. Trench Trading 101, folks. Sorry about that. All right, here we go, folks. She's on her way. She's just leaving the station. Here she goes, folks. This thing's going to leave the station, baby. Well, you waited too long. Now you're not getting those. Too late, Powell. Now you got 1 minute, or I'm going to take these away at 24.81. 59. Oh, they took them. They heard that and said, hell with it. Let's just take those now. Here she goes, folks. Right on back up. And very little is going to stop this because there was very little sold through this range on the way down, folks. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Yep. They stripped it naked, folks. The naked sheep right here. The naked sheep. They sucked it dry, folks. They sucked it all out of it. Everything. They sucked it all out. I just sold 24.83. I'm selling 20 shares at a time, and I'm buying back 10 down here, folks. Beautiful. Come on back down to me now. Come on, right here. Come on down here. Come on down here. There you go. Let me get those. Right at the top of this wall of resistance now. Let me buy right at the top of the Fort Knox. I'm going to be buying on the rooftop of Fort Knox, folks. Bring it on down here right now. Come on. Come on. Come on. There you go. Nice. That's nice. Right what I expected to see. 24.88 down to 24.77, folks. There you go. I got a buy of 24.79 just then. Nice. I guess it's all stripped down here naked, though. There's no sense in even trying to get down here anymore. It's all been fleeced out. Yep. Someone just tried to buy 417,000 shares at 24.7762. 24.7762, folks. They bought 417,000 shares just now at 24.7762. 500,000 shares they just bought there at 24.7762. And yeah, this looks very good, folks. In case you're not aware of it, what you're seeing here in this chart formation, ladies and gentlemen, is what we like to call here in the tank the total recall formation. There is the total recall. 1 ta-ta, 2 ta-tas, 3 ta-tas, and ta-ta. All right? That's what you got. Total recall. Go watch the movie. You'll know what I'm talking about. Well, I guess we got to raise these buy orders now. No more in the fleeced zone. They fleeced it all bare. Stripped it completely. They stripped it naked, folks. They stripped it naked, folks. There's nothing left there. And if they've already stripped this naked with this much volume, just think how naked this is going to be through here now with no volume on it at all, folks. Just think how naked it is. I'll tell you right now, it's very naked, folks. It's very, very naked. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to go green. Yep, we just went green, folks. We just went green just then. And you see how naked it is through here? See how naked? See how naked, folks? Folks, when this thing gets up here, they're going to stop at 2 cents below my dollar cost average here. And they're going to sit here, and they're going to sit here and sit here. And they'll try and run it down 6 cents below my dollar cost average to here. They're going to stop. They're going to stop it right here, and they're going to run it down to here, and then up to here, and then down to here, and up to here, and down to here, and up to here. If they can. If they can. Notice they've stopped it, folks. 2 cents below my dollar cost average. Oh, shit, and they couldn't even hold it there. I'll try to buy it 2 cents below me. And now I'm just going to try 1 cent below me. And we are green, folks. We're green today. We are green. Nice. And SoFi is green, ladies and gentlemen, and going to be a lot greener this afternoon, I believe. I see no way they run this back down into this range again. No way, folks. It is over, over, over. Look at them sitting 2 cents under my dollar cost average, folks. I'll buy every single share they want to give me at 2 cents below my DCA. Oh, look, they came in with a KY flag at 24.91.5. KY flag at 24.91.5, folks. And, folks, this thing is out of here. There will be very little accumulation on my dollar cost average. Very, very little accumulation will be accumulated on my DCA today, folks. Very little. And I just filled at 24.93 and 24.92. 2 cents under my dollar cost average, folks. And here they're going to try for 6 cents below me. $24.88. Well, I told you they'd stop it here 2 cents below me if they could. I told you they would. It'll be a brief stop, folks. It'll just be a chance to load up. They're loading up 1 cent under my dollar cost average right now. And now they're loading up on my DCA right now. Loading up on my DCA. Lovely, folks. Yep, and watch it rise. Come on up and buy them from me, shorts. I'm going to be selling 24.97, 98, 99, 25, 25.01, all the way through here to 25.08, folks. I'm going to sell all through there, folks. As they sit and accumulate on my dollar cost average. Now, on this number, they're at 673, and now they're rised up to here, 564. Then back to here, 685. So they just bought 12,000 on my dollar cost average. Now they're trying to accumulate 2 cents below me. Now they're back up to my DCA. 702 now at my dollar cost average. 702,000, now 703,000, now 722,000. On my dollar cost average, someone just bought 20,000 shares. Now we're down here. 537,000. Now we're back up here. Now we're above me. 734,000 buying above me now. Now buying above me. Now accumulating over my DCA, and now we're up here. 515,000, or I'm sorry, 325,000. 10,000 just bought there. 202,404 on this now. 320,474 is where we're filling now, right here at 24.96. 320,000 there now. And now we're filling here. And folks, listen, there's very, very small volume that has come in here between here and here running it down. So folks, it's going to run right back up here now to 2502. There's nothing going to stop it. Nothing's going to stop it from rising. Nothing stopped it from falling, and nothing's going to stop it from rising, folks. I'm telling you, nothing stopped it this morning when they were driving it down, and nothing's going to stop it here as they run it back up. Nothing's going to stop it there. Nothing. Nothing's going to stop it till it hits 2503, folks. What is this stupid thing doing? And I'm selling here, folks. I just sold at $24.99. Just sold 30 shares at $24.99. I'm going to sell again right here, folks. I just sold at $25. 30 shares at $25. I'm selling again here, folks. $24.99. And now they're going to bring it back down to $24.88, folks. So I'm going to come down here and I'm going to put in 5 at $24.87, $24.89, 88, $24.89, $24.91, $24.92. Oh, they'll come back down here, folks. Off that 25, they've done it. They did it like 6-8 times the other day. It went up to 25 and just over, and then down to the 88, and then over 25 and down to the 92, over the 25 and then down to the 92 again, over the 25 and then down to the 88. Folks, I've seen it so many times, and that's what we're going to trade right now. We're going to make a bunch of money. We're going to make a bunch of money on this now. Watch. Watch them do what they always do, folks, and make money off of it. I just bought it $24.94 after I just sold $25, 6 cents down. I just bought it $24.97. Folks, there was never any volume here when they ran this price down this morning through this. There's never any volume here this morning. Why is it going to stop here now? Why do you think it's going to stay at this number where there was literally no volume at all this morning? None. None, folks. There was none there. No, I'm just waiting on them now. Come on down here to me. I'm waiting on you. I know you're going to do it. I know you will. You always take it down from the even number right on down 10 or 11 cents. Always. Don't let me down here. Don't let me down, shorts. Don't let me down. Come on down here. I want to buy these. There we go. Right on down like I said you would. Come on. Come on down here. I know you will. From that 25, they always want a 24.88 buy again. Come on. You guys can get down here. You can easily get down here. Come on. Show some cojones for gosh sakes. What time is it? You'll get down there at lunchtime for sure. There we go. There we go. There's one I got. $24.94. I bought it. $24.93. I own it. Thank you. Now filling for 7 cents less than I just sold shares. Now filling 8 cents less if I can. Come on down here. I know you want it. From that $25, you always come down to $24.92 at least. Come on now. Don't let me down. There you go. Just bought $24.92. Just bought $24.91, just like I thought they'd do. Perfect. Just what I thought they'd do, folks. Come on, shorts. Don't stop there. Come on, you got one more to get from me at $24.90. But they can't do it, folks. Now we're going to run, folks, back over $25 now. And by the way, look at all that they were able to get there at $24.93 and $24.94. Folks, it's over, man. It's over. It's all over but the crying for Shorty now. And folks, this has just begun what we're going to make today. It's just begun how much money we're going to make today, folks. I bought right along with someone that just bought 836,000 shares at this number. I just bought actually a penny below that where they bought 827,000 shares. I just bought there. Look at that. They gave me the $24.88, folks. After I just sold $25, I got the $24.88. Got the $24.88 right there. Nice. So predictable, folks. They're so predictable. 2 cents under my dollar cost average. They ran it back down to just 2 cents under me, folks. What do you know? And I guess they ran out of those now. No more 24.88s. There were never many of them to begin with. There were only 296,000 there. 296. Below that, there was only 202,000. So there never was many shares available here to begin with, folks. So they're out now. They're out of them now. Yep, they're all out of them, folks. And I just had to settle with buying a 24.89 then instead. Can't even muster up a 24.88 for me. Pitiful. Pitiful short. Pitiful shorty. And by the way, look how few shares have been sold at 24.87 today. Look how few. 203,000 and they were gone at 24.87, folks. Now the masterful manipulators are sitting on my dollar cost averaging. They're just buying and buying and buying on my dollar cost average, or 1 or 2 cents below me, folks. Let's try for one more 24.88 share, along with the other desperate shorters trying for it. We're not going to get it, and we're not going to get any more at my dollar cost either. There she goes, folks. And this thing is out of here. This train is leaving the station. We got the usual rundown off the $25 down to the $24.88, just like we expected. And now, I told you I was going to sell 25.06, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Look at her rise, folks. Just look at her rising. I guess there's not any more 24.90s or 24.91s to be gotten either. Guess they just, well, like I said, folks, they stripped it dry here. They stripped it dry. They stripped it naked, folks. They stripped SoFi naked at 24.70 through 24.80. They stripped it naked, folks. And now they're trying to strip it naked at 24.91, 2, and 3. They're trying to strip it naked here now, folks. They already stripped this naked. They stripped it naked, and now they're going to strip this naked right through here. Strip it naked, folks. And then after that, it's just going to go right on up. You'll see it, folks. See, they can only stay in a certain trench for so long until it just gets completely naked. They can only trim it off here for so long, and it gets completely naked, folks. Last chance to buy it, 24.88 right now, folks. This will be your last chance. You can see there's never been any shares for sale here. 24.88, there's been virtually no shares available here for sale for long. And now the only reason there is because that is 1 penny below my dollar cost average. So they want to now accumulate on a number they didn't accumulate all day long. But when my DCA's there, they all of a sudden are loving this thing here right now. Loving it. Want it to stay there. They didn't care about it all day long till my dollar cost average came down to that price. Remember this morning, my dollar cost average was $25. $24.99 was my dollar cost, or $25.01 was my dollar cost average this morning. And now they sit 2 cents below me. 2 cents below me, getting all the fleecing off of here now to defleecing this thing. Yep, fleecing it, not defleecing it. They're fleecing this thing. They're going to run it raw naked, folks. They're going to strip it naked there. They're going to strip this thing naked just like they stripped it naked down here, folks. Now they're going to sit up here and strip it naked. You'll see. Just like yesterday, you saw there was a big tie, and then there was another big tie right here yesterday. They were huge double Ds, both of them. Well, they're doing it again today, folks. Little tiny cleavage in between, but this is where the next big tie is going to be formed, folks, right here. Right there's where the next big tie is going to be, folks. Yesterday, you saw them do one just below me and then over me, and they're going to do it again today. And I always think it's interesting when they run SoFi way, way down and then they bring it up and 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 up, and then they stop it 2 cents under my dollar cost average. It just rises and rises and rises and rises until it gets to my dollar cost average, and then it stops 1 penny below. And again, folks, there's never been any accumulation at this price or interest in accumulating here before. None. But now all of a sudden, everybody wants to buy in 2 cents under my dollar cost average here. Everybody wants it now there. Yep. Right there, folks. There's the triple ta-ta. 1, 2, 3, the total recall. Folks, this thing isn't going to stay here. It's not going to stay here. It's not going to, folks. It's not going to stay there. It's not going to stay here at this price. No way. No way, folks. No way it stays here. Not for more than 20 minutes or so, folks. And it's already been there for 10 or 15, so it won't be here much longer, folks. Load up your truck here, 2 cents under my dollar cost average. Shorty. Load it up. Load it up right here. Right under Cat's DCA. Load the boat. Load it up. Looking now at all of the markets, ladies and gentlemen, every one of the markets. The S&P 500 has had a pull up and started to retract a little. The Dow came up to almost green, then started to pull back. The Russell index continues to look good and solid, building position. The Russell looks good, folks. Accumulate, 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 accumulate at 24 and 88. Accumulate, 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 accumulate at 24 and 88. Folks, you know why they're buying so many here at 24.88? Because they're going to sell them at 25.20, folks. That's why. The reason they're hoarding up shares here at 24.88, 87, 86, and 85 now is because they know they can sell them at 25.20 this afternoon. That's why they're piling in here now, right under my dollar cost average, because they're going to sell them at 25.20 this afternoon or tomorrow morning. Now, folks, I have to have a snack here. And while I have my snack, I'm going to play you some of my original music. And hopefully that will encourage you to want to come over and listen to my music on Spotify or Apple Music or Google Play. I hope you will. And just so you know, folks, to get to my channel, to my song list, my playlist, right here, you can click on View Channel, or you can click on my icon, the Catfish icon, and right here, you're going to see a playlist. And right here, if you click on this playlist, you're going to see all of my songs pop up here. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to start off with this song, and I hope you like it. And this is some of my original music, folks, that is on YouTube. And I'm going to have my little snack here, and then I'll be right back. And the price is going to be over my dollar cost average when I'm done.
50. Ride around in a big black limo or maybe drive a fancy car. I can have every single thing, everything this world could give. But I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. I could earn a diploma, or I could get some degree. I can make a lot of money, and I can buy anything. I can make $1 million,
Or become a billionaire.
but I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. I can travel all around the world from sea to shining sea. But it wouldn't be no fun at all if you weren't here with me. I could have a castle made of gold with servants at my feet, but I wouldn't be as happy as I am when you're with me. I could climb the corporate ladder and go all the way to the top. Be a doctor, a lawyer, or get rich trading stocks. But it's all superficial, and it doesn't mean a thing. Because I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing.
All right. A little music by me, Tyler Self. I'm going to play one more for you here. One more for you, folks. Here we go. And then I'll
Here's
be right
something most
back.
drivers don't know.
No. Let's play you this song, Drive to You, folks. All right.
You.
I'll be right back, everybody. Look at that long hair, everybody.
We were more than just two lovers. We became the best of friends. We were crazy about each other until it all came to an end. When you told me you were leaving, although I begged for you to stay, 'cause you know how much I love you, and that I'll always feel this way. But what about you? How will you feel tomorrow? Will you feel any pain or sorrow at all? Or will you just go on giving yourself to somebody new? What about you? Will you still think about me? Will you think of those times when we were in love? Or will you just find another to give your love to? But what about you? What about you? What about you?
Sing it, Kim. Folks, I met this girl. Her father came into my music store. She was 15 years old, and I wanted her to sing my song, and she said, "Yeah, I'll do it for you." So we went to the studio and met Jamie Loritz, and they are still together from this day on. Jamie and her are a combo down in Fort Myers, Florida. Now, he didn't hit on her when she was 15 at all. He was very, she waited until she got old enough, and then she started singing with him in the band. And he played in Nashville, Tennessee on Music Row. He's one of the most famous musicians there. His name is Jamie Loritz, and he's an incredible guitarist and musician. And he is the one that recorded this song for me, and she's the one that sang it for me. Her name was Kim, and she was only at the time Kim Everett. And and she's also on YouTube, Kimberly Everett, and she was 15 years old when she did this song for me, folks. And she sounds fabulous.
So now I lie alone and wonder, oh, wonder where it all went wrong. I guess the spell you had me under must have been too darn strong. And I'll miss you as my lover, oh, and the way things used to be. And I'd love to find another, but boy, you know that isn't me. But what about you? How will you feel tomorrow? Will you feel any pain or sorrow at all? Or will you just go on living yourself with somebody new? What about you? Will you still think about me? Will you think of those times when we were in love? Or will you just find another to give your love to? Oh, what about you? What about you?
All right. You're listening to the music of Tyler herself. I am not just a stock trader, but I'm also a singer and musician. I've been writing music. That song was recorded back in 1999 or the year 2000. I believe it might have been 2000. And that's when I was living in Nashville, Tennessee. I had a music store there. And ladies and gentlemen, I am now starting to sell this stock. I'm going to sell it all the way up through 97, 98, 99, 25, 25, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. I'm going to sell it all through here, folks. Yep. They're not giving me much leeway, but folks, I'm going to sell 97, 98, 99, 25, all the way up to 2508. All right, I'm going to be selling all through here. So I begin selling now. I just sold 24.92. And what I'm going to be doing here, folks, is I'm going to be putting in 5 share sell orders down here below because I believe sincerely that they will bring this stock down to 6 cents below or 10 cents below my dollar cost average during lunchtime. I could be wrong, but I believe they'll go for it during lunchtime. So I'm going to put in this one, and I'm going to put in this one here, and I'm going to put in here 24.79. 24.80. I believe certainly they will go for that. 24.80 right there. I got 81 and now 24.82. I am definitely sure they will come back down to these numbers because that's what they've been doing for a long time, is trading around me. And they go 5 cents over, 6 cents below, 5 cents over me, 6 cents below, 5 cents over me, 6 cents below. And they just form this massive wall right around where I bought my shares, folks. So I'm going to use that to my advantage today, all right? I'm going to use this to my advantage. I'm going to take advantage of this knowledge that I have of what they're doing and how they've been doing it every day. And I'm going to use it to my advantage. And I'm going to begin, as I said, I'm going to continue to sell when we get back over here, 24, 96, 97, 98, 99, I'm selling all through here, 20 shares, 30 shares at a time. That's what I'm going to be doing, folks. You can watch me do it, 20 at a time. And I'm going to sell all through here, folks. And I'm not putting my orders in because I don't want to create a wall here, folks. Don't put in all your sell orders there. Don't do that, okay? Do not put all your sell orders in there. Now, folks, on today's stream, I see we've had, and I could be wrong, but it looks like 39 likes. Can you guys do me a favor, and can you at the same time all help us out here by hitting the like button at the same time? All right, please. We can all just hit the streams and the emotions because I forgot to do any countdowns today at all, and we don't have any likes. So if you wouldn't mind, I'd like you to do me a favor, and we'll do it at 11:40 and 8 seconds. 11:40 and 8 seconds. I'd like to ask everyone to please consider helping this channel out. And in the meantime, let's show some love on the screen. Put some hearts up there. And we'll start the countdown here right now, folks, and we'll hit the like button together. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and please hit the like button right there, please. I'd appreciate it very, very much. And all the love, I appreciate that too. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And for those of you that helped us do this, folks, listen, it gets more and more people over to the channel. Your love and your emotions and your chat. And thank you very, very much. I'm sorry that I missed what everybody's been talking about this morning. Tank would have gotten the cash value, but nope. I would have thought my bank would have gotten the cash value. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not seeing all of this dialogue on the chat this morning. So I'm sorry that I've missed everybody's dialogue here. Yep. But hey, look, folks, right down to where I thought they'd come down to. Look at that. They came right down there, folks, exactly to where I told you they would. Exactly where I told you they would take it down to. They just did, folks. Right below me, folks. See that? Isn't that fascinating? I just got through selling up there at 24.96, 90 or 24.93. And what did they do? They came right down to where I told you they would after I sold there. Exactly what I told you they would do, folks. Exactly. I predicted it. Exactly. And look where my orders are. Look where they're sitting here, just waiting for them to take them from me. Because I expect them to do that, folks. See, that's the difference of this channel and every other channel that you're watching day trade. Some people might get very upset when they run it up there and then they take it down this far. I just go, yeah, baby. They just did exactly what I thought they would. They just did exactly what I predicted them to do. They did exactly what I called, folks. You get it? I mean, this is too easy, folks. This is too dang easy. It really is, folks. It's just too easy to predict what they're going to do these days and to know exactly what they're going to try to do just then. And now look where they're sitting, back below 2 cents below my dollar cost average. I told you they'd do it at lunchtime or right before lunch. I told you it would be that would be their agenda at lunchtime, was to get it below my dollar cost average. 2 cents below me, folks, and that's where they're sitting now, accumulating. And look how many shares they've gotten there, almost 1 million. Look at that, folks. 2 cents below my dollar cost average. Look at all the shares they're buying there now. But I saw that one coming. I saw that one coming from a mile away. Knew they'd do it. Oh, yeah, I knew they'd do it. It's Skawi on the back 12-foot wall. Skawi. I'm scared of heights. Listen, folks, there's nothing to be afraid of. It's the fall doesn't scare you. Shouldn't scare you. It's the impact that you should be worried about. Enjoy the fall. Enjoy the fall. Ladies and gentlemen, now mysteriously and without any explanation for any unknown reason, this price, $24.85, will now become probably the most accumulated share price of SoFi today somehow. 2 cents below my dollar cost average will somehow become everybody's interest to buy and buy and buy and buy. Before, earlier in the day, it meant nothing to them, this number. There was nothing there. I showed you, folks. That's one of the reasons my dollar cost average was there, because there was no volume there. There was none. But just like I predicted, they've now sat just below me and just hoarded up shares, just like I said they would. Just hoarding up shares here, 4 or 5 cents below me, just hoarding them, hoarding them, hoarding them, hoarding them. Hoarding up shares now, right under my dollar cost average for the next run up to 25 and beyond. Oh, yeah, folks. Look at them just accumulating shares now. And ladies and gentlemen, let me explain to you. The reason the price is no longer down here where they got so many shares is because, folks, they bled it dry. You can only get so much out of the sheep. You can only shear it so many times until it's naked. And that's why the price won't go back down into this range, because this thing's naked, man. There's no shares there to be gotten anymore. It's completely out. And soon, they're all going to run out here, too, right below my DCA. They're going to run out here. They're going to shave this thing naked, folks. Bald, okay? They're going to shave it naked, folks, just like they did down here. They make it get naked, folks. They make it naked. And they're shearing this sheep right here now, and they're going to make it completely naked, folks. And then it's going to run up here, and they're going to shear here and make it completely naked, folks. And then they're going to go up here, and they're going to shear it here, and they're going to make it completely naked. And it's just going to be a trail of naked sheep. All right, that's what you're going to see. A trail of naked sheep following each other up the hill. That's what you're going to see this afternoon. Just more and more naked sheep. And they're getting sheared right now, completely naked, down to the skin, folks. They're shearing it down to the skin, just like they did down here already. They sheared it down to the skin, completely naked. They won't try to take it down to those numbers again because, well, there aren't any more there for sale. They sold them all. They sheared it naked, folks. Now it's just here right below me. That's what they're going to do. Sit right here for as long as they can, folks. It won't be going down here, folks. It won't happen. Nope. And if it does, it will be for a very brief period. It'll be the lunchtime low at 12:30, and they may get it down into the middle of that. But folks, it's naked already, folks. They've stripped it bare. They've stripped this thing completely naked, folks. They must be using 2 hairs at a time now to get it down here. 2 hairs at a time to get it to this price. That's all they got. There's no volume here, folks. I can assure you there's none. There will be very, very few. Stripped it bare. Now they're even stripping it more naked. Why do they want to buy so many shares at 24.76 when they could have bought it at 24.30 and 23.70, $1 less yesterday? Why do they want to buy so many here, $1.30 higher than yesterday's price? Why do they want to buy so many shares of SoFi right here, actually $1.45 higher than yesterday's price? I don't know. I don't know why. But I already told you, if they got it down here just now, it wasn't going to be here for long because there's nothing here. There's nothing here to support it, to keep it there. Nothing to keep it there. They leached it out already all day, folks. So if they get it down here during the lunchtime or pre-lunch, it won't be here long, folks. It won't be here for long. And you'll be able to tell that because you'll see it gapping. It'll go from here up to here and then down to here and then jump up there and then down here and then go there because there's no shares here, folks. Watch this. Watch the action of this. Watch the action here. Watch it jump up here right now. I'm not kidding, folks. Just watch how fast it jumps up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Back to here. There's nothing here, folks. This is all gone. I'm sorry. You just let, 30 minutes worth of hair grow back on this sheep, and then you had to run down here and shear it again? You had 30 minutes worth of hair on it. And you had to run it down here and then make it naked again. You guys ought to feel ashamed of yourselves. Come on, man. Let at least some freaking hair grow for more than 30 minutes, for God's sake. You're just getting nubbles. You're shaving off nubbles now. They just shaved off the nubbles, folks. They took it down here just before lunch where there was no hair, and they must have put the straight razor to it there just then. And look at it right back up like I said it would be. Folks, there's nothing here. There's nothing left here. There's nothing left to see here. It's all gone. It's all bye-bye now. And soon enough, it'll be all naked through here too. Completely naked, folks. Completely naked. This will be a naked sheep here. And then it'll be a whole flock of naked sheep right here. Yep, a whole flock of naked sheep right here below my dollar cost average. Just below my DCA. Just a massive, massive accumulation here. Watch it run back up, folks. Sheared it completely naked, folks. Nude sheep, yeah. Yep. Is their mates at BlackRock, Yahoo, etc., while leaching out blood of investor, yeah. No, there's nobody bleeding out here on this channel. We know what they're doing. We know what their tactics are. We know that they've leached this out. We know they've stripped it bare here. We know this has been stripped bare, and that's why it just went back up to there, because there's nothing here of any substance. There's no more hair on it. It's naked, folks. It's naked. You can't keep shaving something naked. You got it? You're just going to give it a rash. Let it go, shorty. Just put some lotion on it. It's completely bare, okay? Barren. It's completely bare, all right? You can't keep trying to shear it off. There's nothing there, folks. It's naked. It's bad to try to do that. Bad, okay? This thing's completely bald now, folks. Keystone, yes. That's right. God bless. Rich days. Yeah, hey, look, the cost of sheep hair wool is going to go up big time soon. The wool has run out, folks, and the cost of wool is going to get ridiculous. I'm telling you, folks, this thing has been completely stripped naked here. Stripped naked. There's nothing left of it. It's just a poor sheep getting a bunch of horny ass balding men after the bald sheep. And they're trying to just to completely keep it. I mean, they're down there trying to shave around its nads right now, trying to pluck off pubes. Trying to pluck off a few pubes right now is all they're trying to do. Pluck off a few pubes here. Thank you, Keystone. Keystone K. We haven't had a lot of donations this week on the channel, but my goodness gracious, what is going to happen here when all these shares that they just sold there? What's going to happen when they don't have any more to sell below this price? It looks like they just ran out just then. What's going to happen now? What's going to happen when they don't have any more to sell lower than where that big wall was today? Why? What is the purpose of this? What is behind this? What's behind this? Do they think anybody actually is going to sell any shares 0.5% down? No, they're not. Nope, there she goes, folks. She's out of here. Say sayonara to the naked sheep. Everybody look back over your shoulder and say bye, bye. Okay? Because that's over, folks. That's the end. That's the end of the lunchtime effort. It's out of here now, folks. It's out of here. And now watch this be the most accumulated number of the stock today, 2 cents below my dollar cost average, folks. This right here will be the most accumulated number of the stock today, 2 cents below my dollar cost average. Watch it. Watch them buying in here. Watch them accumulate 2 cents under my DCA right now, starting now. Starting right now. Here they come. Here they are. Watch them accumulate on my DCA. Look at that. Someone just bought 35,000 shares there on my dollar cost average, folks. 2 cents below my dollar cost average. Watch them accumulate there. Now accumulating here. Now accumulating here where there's been 899,000, now 901,000. Folks, listen. When these numbers up here equal these numbers here, it will move to the next level, okay? Just wait. When they run out like they ran out here, they've got to get up to these candlesticks, got to get out that far. And if they don't, well, they're already in deep shit, all right? But we got to wait. Just like they ran out right here and they got to this length, when they ran out and we moved to the next level, that's what we're going to do here now. These are going to equal the length of these right here. We're almost there with 2 of them already. We're almost there. And then those will all be gone. And you can see here, even down below my dollar cost average right here just below me. Well, folks, they're already getting to the same point where they maxed out here. They're almost there now. They're almost there. And folks, it's going to be the same result. When they ran out here, the price went to the next level. When they run out here, the price will move to the next level. You will all bear witness to it with your very own two eyes. As soon as these candlesticks reach the same level as these, we will then move up to the next level in price. All right? You watch and see if I'm right or if I'm wrong. Watch the level of these candlesticks. Once they equal these, we will go to the next level up. And we're getting there. We're slowly but surely getting there, folks. 901,000 on this one now. 901,223. Now 927,000 here. Now here, 1 million just bought at 2481.33. Look at that 33 number, folks. 2481.33, where they just bought and now have reached 1,600,000. 1,061,000. So, folks, when they get these things out to this length, they're going to run it right on up. Every one of them, once they get to this length here, they're going to run this on up past me. They got to get out here, folks. They got to get here. This is where we are now on this one. 929,507. Now we're at 931,368. And folks, they're already starting to reach maximum capacity, maximum fill load level. They're almost there. They're almost there now. Filling here now, 917,000. Each one of these candlesticks needs to come out and equal these down here, and then we'll have a straight line, then boom, up we go to the next level. You'll see it, folks. 945, 148. Filling right here, 1,088,000. Now we're up here, 909, 485. Folks, there's going to be about 1,000,006 here, 1,000,006 here, 1,000,006, 1,000,008. They'll all be right here, and then we'll go to the next level. See how these all filled, and then it can't go any lower than that now? They're all filled up. And now we're going to see them all fill here, right through here. They're all going to fill up just to the same level, and then they'll go to the next point. We're very close to that right now, folks. It's very close to saturation point. And what a coincidence. It would be right at lunchtime. Right at lunchtime, they saturated it out. We're getting close, folks. We're almost out here, even with these. We're almost there. Oh, geez, it's already breaking away, folks. They're not going to get to fill to the same level here, I guess, as they did earlier this morning when they ran out. This sheep just went naked a lot sooner than this one did. This one here must have been mama sheep here. And then this is just one of the infants that's run out of wool. No more can be taken from it, apparently. Yeah, baby, just watch these things fill out to the same level as these, and then watch this price go right on up afterwards. Watch. We're almost there, folks. Almost to that line now. Almost to where we were down here. Yep. What do you know? Look at it start to rise now. See? They've already just equaled right here. They've equaled this point. They're at the same point now. They're at the same point, folks. Just need these to fill in right here now. Fill them in. Fill them in. Fill all these in right up to the same level as these before it popped to the next level. So just get these filled in here. And look where it's sitting, folks. Look where it's sitting as they fill in these two right here up to this level right here. And then watch what happens afterwards. You don't think they know these things? They know it. They know that they got 1.1 million here, 1.1 million here, 1.1 million here. Now they're working for 1.1 million here and then 1.1 million here, folks. All right? They got 1.2 million, 1.2 million, 1.2 million, 1.1, 1.2, 1.7, 1.7 million at 24.76. Then 1.1 million, 1.1 million, 1.1 million, and now they're looking for 1.1 million here. Right where the number is right now. And they're going to fill this up till it says 1.1 million, folks, and then it's going to go to this number, and they're going to fill it up till it says 1.1 million, and then they're going to come here, and they're going to fill it up until it says 1.1 million. How do I refresh the screen? I go up to the top left corner of the screen, right up there, the top left corner, and click that little button that's round with an arrow right there. That's the refresh. And I'm going to refresh this screen right now. All right, folks, we've almost got that 1.1 million now. We've almost reached the 1.1 million at this number where they're sitting right now, almost there. Getting close, folks. Getting real close to it. And when it gets there, we're going to see it go to the next level and the next one and the next one and the next one, folks. Come on, guys. 1.1 million, you got to get here now. Come on. You did it here. You did it here. You did it here, 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 here. You got to do it here now. 1.1 million. We're counting on it. We're counting on it. We're counting on it. We're sure you can do it. We're confident that in your abilities to equal these numbers here down below on this candlestick. Come on. Hold it there. There's 1 million right there. They just hit 1 million at the 24.81. They just hit 1 million at 24.81, folks. And now they're going to hit 1 million on this one, 24.80. They're almost there. They're at 999,099. Look at that number, 999,099. 999,099 at the 24.80. You know what? They're going to leave that there, I bet you. I bet you they leave that. I bet they like that they got a 99. Uh-oh. Nope, it went over 1 million there now, too. So another 100,000 here and another 100 or 200,000 here, and we should go to the next level. We should now move to the next level, folks. As soon as we get 1.1 million here and 1.1 million here, we move to the next level on up. Oh, yeah. Somebody just bought 405,000 shares at 24.8257. Man, Shorty, come on. You got to get this 24.82 to over 1 million. You got to get this 24.82 to get over 1 million here. It needs to be over 1 million. Now, come on now. What are you doing here? This is senseless. This is pitiful. Get this back down here, and I want you to get over 1 million shares here at 24.82 right now. You can't go breaking with tradition. Oh my gosh, look at that. 2483, and someone just bought 416,000 shares at 2482.57. Come on, guys, you got to get this thing down here to get the million there. You got to get a million there at 2482. You got the Millionaires Club down here. Oh my gosh, folks, it just went over my dollar cost average. They're not even going to get a million there. They're not even going to get a million below me, 2 cents below me, folks. They can't even get a million below me, 2 cents below me. Holy crap, it's out of here. I told you, folks, once these lines equaled these down below, it was going to go, and there she goes. There she goes. Nice. Yep. You're welcome, JC Cruzville. I don't know if you're thanking me or not, but why the numbers on your blue candles are different than on my screen. I have code that I brought in myself. I brought in my own code, and it's not the same as the code that they have on Thinkorswim. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this thing's out of here now. They did exactly what I thought they would. They got almost a million at every one of those numbers, folks, and I'm sure they're happy about that. And now they can just let it run. So now they're just letting it run, folks. And nothing's going to stop it now, folks. Nothing is going to stop it. And folks, listen, they've already gotten close to a million right here. They're at 907,000 at 24.93. So they've almost got a million at all three of these numbers. They've almost capped out all three of these numbers, 90, 92, 93, and 94. They've almost tapped them out. They'll only be 1,100,000 or so there, most likely. But what do you know? They could not even get a million, 2 cents below my dollar cost average. They only got 983,000 there. I mean, they may not be done yet. They might try one more shot here at mid-lunchtime, 12:30. But they sure couldn't get a million there, and I bet they're pretty bummed about that. They're trying now to buy one penny over my DCA, where they've gotten 661,000. And now on my DCA, they're buying where they've got 410,000 shares that they've accumulated on my DCA. And now they're trying to break the million down here 2 cents below me right now during lunch. Trying to break the million mark 2 cents under my dollar cost average. I know they'd be very happy if they could get at least a million there, 2 cents below me. They're trying to. They're sure enough trying to. Oh, but someone steps in and buys 172,000, now 176,000 at 24.86 and a half. Now 189,000 there, 24.86 and a half, a half a cent below my dollar cost average. And now at my 2 cents below me, they're at 990,000. They're trying to get over a million. They're at 992,000 there now. Now 993. They're trying to get over a million. 994 now. Come on, shorts. 6,000 away. Come on, doesn't somebody have 6,000 shares to sell at 24.85 to get a million there? Doesn't look like it. Nope. They're not. They don't have them, folks. They're not going to get a million 2 cents below me. That is horrible, shorty. And I'm sorry about your luck. Yeah, I just sold 24.90. Yeah, I know it. Didn't that suck? You had to buy the shares from me, and you let me buy all these down here in the 24.70s, and now you're having to buy them for me at 24.90. Doesn't that suck, Shorty? I know it. That sucks. You sold them to me for almost 15 cents less than now you're having to buy them back from me now. Jeez. And folks, this son of a gun is out of here. Folks, they've already got almost 1 million here at these three numbers. It's not going to accumulate here anymore. They've already got 1 million at each one of these. They're not going to be here more than 5 minutes, folks, at these numbers, I promise you. They're not going to be more than 5 minutes at these numbers right here because they'll max out and they'll go over 1 million at each one of them. They're about to do it right now. They're going to go over 1 million at each one of these right now. And then we're just going to go up to the next level, folks. That's what's going to happen. I already called once they did this what was going to happen, and sure enough, exactly as I said, boom, it jumped up to here. Now where they're accumulating here. Just like I said they would. And watch this. They're going to try to get 1 million at each block here. 1 million at each block. Right now here on this one, they're at 786. 787. Here they're 561, 755. Here they're at 789 now, so another 2,000 just bought there. Now we're back here, 195,000, 736,000 right here at 24.90. Folks, there can only be 300,000 more shares sold here at the most. And here there can only be 400,000 shares sold at the most, and it's going to go to the next level, folks. Let's go see what SoFi's volume is now. $24 million shares? 24 million shares? And they can't contain this thing? And now they've only got 500,000 at 24.89. 491,000 at their favorite number. 491,000 at their favorite number to accumulate. 24.88. And they've only been able to buy there today 496,000 shares at 24.88. And that was the last share that they just sold then of the last shares there, 496,000. So see, here, 1 million, 1,000,002, 1,000,002, 1,000,002, 1,000,001, 1,000,002, 1,000,007, 1,000,019, 1,000,018, 1,000,123, 1,000,001, 1 million, only 1 million. And folks, look here. Now they can only accumulate how much? 750,000 there. That's all they got. No million there. No million. No 1,000,001. No 1,000,002. 750,000 already tapped dry. Tapped it out, folks, at 750,000 now. Even though all these they could get 1 million at, every one of those numbers they got over 1 million. Now they've run out 750,000 at 24.90. 24.90, folks. They just ran out at 750,000. Could not even get 1 million off there. And now, folks, they're going to go over 1 million here. Right now, they're going to go over 1 million at these two numbers, and it's going to get 1,000,001 at each one, and then she's going to go higher. 1,000,001 at each one, or 1,000,002 here, and then she's going to go higher, folks. Just watch it. Watch it. It's going to hit 1 million, 1,000,001, 1,000,002, and then it's going to move to the next level. All right? If they can even get it to 1 million here. If they can even get 1 million, 1,000,001 here. Folks, on this candlestick, there's 422,000 shares. On this one, there's 934, and now there's 422,000 here. Folks, 936,000 on this candlestick at 24.94. 950,000 at 24.93. Let's see them get up to 1,000,001 on each one of them, and then it'll go to the next level. Honestly, I'm surprised they haven't run it back down here and filled out each one of these to 900,000, 900,000, 900, a million, 1,000,001, 1,000,001. I'm surprised they haven't done it. But oh my gosh, look how thin it is up here above this, folks. Look how thin it is. And right here, folks, 1,300,000. That is the second number. That's the second most accumulated shares today. The most today is 1,745,000 at 24.76. And now they just tied that almost with 1,000,003 right in, tucked in between here. 1,000,003 just came in for second place, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my gosh. So well, they maxed that out. 1,000,003. That's done. Right now we're at 834,000 on this one. 959,000 here. We're at 835,000. We're at 24.92, folks. 836,000, 838,000 at 24.92 a share. Trying to fill here too, 892,000. Here's 612,000. So that one's still got a long ways to go. That one got another 600,000 needs to be sold on it. And here at 782, so another 300,000 need to be bought here. 300,000 here, 500,000 there, and then all of these will be peaked out, and then we'll go to the next level. Up we go. So let's just fill this area right here, right now. Come on, shorties. Come on, shorts. Get this thing down here and fill this gap area right here. Come on. $846,000 now here. 631,000. Oh, jeez. 960,000 here. 856,000. 942,000 at 24.91. Folks, this thing's about to max out, all of them. They're going to max out. The max load they can carry is 1.7 million and usually 1.2 million. So these candlesticks are overloading here. They're overloading. They're overloading now. Down here, folks, you can see the max that each one of those candlesticks could handle was 1,300,000 over here, folks. What the heck just happened to my screen? Jeez, oh, Pete, man. All right, I just want to make sure you guys can see what's going on here. Well, they just went over a million there at 124.93. That's all that was. That reached its load capacity. 1,068,000 reached its load capacity. And watch these here, folks, where no volume was accumulated before. Oh, yeah, look at her rise, folks. Look at her rise. Bye-bye. I just sold $24.97. Folks, I don't want you to load in a bunch of sell orders here, but we're going to sell from $25 to $25.08, okay? Now, I don't want you loading in a bunch of sell orders. We're just going to wait till it gets up here, and they're going to hit market orders, 20 at a time. Don't load in a bunch of sell orders here and create a wall, please. And let's put in some buy orders. Let's start below it here at $24.91, $24.92, because you know when they hit $25, they're going to run it back down to this real fast to get a few shares. $24.93, $24.94. Let's put these in. Put in $24.88 again. Put in $24.89, please, folks. Put in 24. Let them see all these orders coming in below them. Let them see let them feel the fear. Let them feel the fear of all these buy orders suddenly being placed right below them as it runs up. And I am selling now. I just sold $24.98. 30 shares. Yep, we're going to make some money, baby. JC Cruz, I was just trying to figure out myself. Ruth C., what is it you're trying to figure out? Ruth C., I watched Stock Up channel last night, and they said that there was a big money trade puts on SoFi trying to run the stock down, but looks like a lot of traders are fighting it. Yeah, they're screwed, man. The shorts are so screwed here. Thank you for letting me know that. I appreciate it. Well, folks, look at all that accumulation today. Millions and millions of savvy buyers that accumulated SoFi down here between 24 and 70 and 24.85, right below my dollar cost average. They loaded up their trucks. I just bought a 24.97. Beautiful. Come on down here to me. I'm waiting for you at 24.90, 24.89, and 24.88. And here they come, folks, just like I thought they would. Here they come, right down to me. Right down to me off that $25. Look at them bring it right down to me like I thought they would. Man, that's so sweet of you shorters to do what I said you would do there. But unfortunately, your truck is loaded up with 1 million here and 1 million here. You're out of capacity. You're out of capacity here. We know the most you can get here is 1.7 million. We know that. We've seen you get 1.2 million down here, 1.2 million, 1.2 million, 1.2 million, 1.2 million. This is 1.2 million ton truck, and that's all you can hold, folks. 1.2 million. Thank you. I just bought again at 24.88. And see, folks, I sold all those shares up there. Just sold them at $25 and $24.99. And now I'm getting to buy back the 24.88. Isn't it lovely? I mean, I love it, folks. The manipulators are so predictable with this stock. They're absolutely the most predictable I've ever seen. I just bought at 24.87. Now I'm going to come in down here at the top of this wall, 24.82, 24.83. And the reason I'm coming in here is because they haven't maxed out their load capacity here yet. They maxed it out down here. They haven't quite maxed it out here yet. So I'm coming in here. I expect them to try to get at least 1 million, over 1 million right here, 2 cents below my dollar cost average. But ladies and gentlemen, the capacity's already reached 1,100,000 at 24.93, and that's maxed out pretty much. Once it gets to 1.2 million, it is going to be maxed out when it hits 1.2 million. It will be when it hits 1,200,000 there at 24.93. That truck will be fully loaded, just like all these were when they were at 1,200,000. It's going to do the same thing here now, 1,200,000, and it's going to be fully loaded. And I don't think they can get down here now to 24.82, so I'm going to raise this to the 88. I'm going to raise this up to the 89. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see right before the end of lunchtime or near the end of 2 o'clock. I wouldn't be surprised to see him try right here at like 159 to get it down to these numbers one more time. I wouldn't be surprised. But folks, they've already accumulated 1,100,000 shares at 24.93, and that is usually about the max. 1,123 here, 1,018, 1,128, 1,002. So right here, folks, when this hits 1,200,000 or somewhere between 2 and 5, this thing's going to be completely oversold there. Just like all these were completely oversold there, and then they moved to the next level. So we're almost there now. We're almost at 1,200,000 on the 24.93. 1,200,000. Almost there, folks. 1,189,000 now. 1,190,000 now. 1,196,000. Come on, baby. 1,200,000 here. Come on. 1,200,000. You can do it. There it is. 1,200,000, folks. They got it. And down here, that is a very common number. 1,210,000, 1,233,000, 239, 220, 1,128, 1,256,000, 1,000,000. See that? Very common. And the most of all was 1,007,000 at 24.76. 1,007,000. So they've maxed these out here, folks. And now I'm just going to raise these because there ain't no freaking way. There's no freaking way, folks, that they're going to do that. They're gonna get no more shares in this truck than 1,200,000 at that 24.93, and the most it'll be is 1,007,000, folks. So I'm just sitting here waiting. Come on. What? You can't do it? Got 1,200,000 there and only made 950,000. Just like down here, they only got 970,000 before it broke away. And now they can only get, there they got it, 1,000,000. There they got the 1,000,000 now. Oh, yeah. We got 140,000 more on this candlestick, and then it's going to move up. It's going to go right up. Once this hits 1,200,000, it's going to rise, folks. It's going to rise. 1,200,000. 1,200,000, folks, is the max. And look, it's already rising. They can't even get 1,200,000 here, maybe. So down here, 1,200,000, price went up. 1,200,000, price went up. 1,200,000, price went up. Here's the dump. Here's the one more dump attempt at 24.88. Now they got to get down here and collect 1,200,000 at each of these candlesticks. All these have to become 1,200,000s, folks. Every one of these has to join the 1,200,000 club. No, look at them take it down to my dollar cost average one more time right there where I bought all those shares. Well, it's because I expected them to do that, folks. I expected nothing more than them to try to do it right at the end of lunchtime low. And here they are, the lunchtime low. They tried to do it one more time to get down to the 24.86 and 87 and 88. And I did fill the 24.88. They didn't give me the 87 or 86, though. They didn't give me those. All right, where are we on volume here now? 620,000. Well, you could get another 600,000 there, then you should at least get another 600,000 there. And right here, this 2 cents below me, this number needs to be 1,200,000. Come on, shorts. 2 cents below me needs to be 1,000,002. That's pitiful to let it fizzle out there with just 994,000. You can't get a million at least there. 2 cents below me, you cannot get a million shares. You can't do it. Ridiculous, folks. Ridiculous. Well, I'm going to dump this. They're never going to see 24.88 again if they can't get a million down here below me, 2 cents below me. They should have got at least a million here below me, 2 cents below me. Well, she's gone now, folks. Adios, amigos. Say hasta luego to the price of this stock. Now you got 886,000 that have been bought here at 24.90. 886,000 bought at 24.90. Folks, wait till that hits a million. 888,000 now there. 889,000 there. $891,000 there now. 892,000 there now. Folks, all these numbers are about to be tapped out just like all these were tapped out earlier. These are going to be tapped out too, folks. Naked sheep. Folks, down here, they sheared it and they sheared it and they sheared it and sheared it and sheared it and sheared the sheep and sheared the sheep and sheared it and sheared it and sheared it until this sheep was completely naked. Then they brought it up here, and now they're shearing it and shearing it and shearing it and shearing. Notice the length of the shearing here. Notice the length of the shearing before this one became naked. Look at the length of these now where the shearing is. See, they're naked. It's naked here. It's getting naked. They're doing the same thing that they did down here about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. Now they're doing it right here. Just shearing it naked, folks. Shearing it naked. And when all these candlesticks reach the same level as all these, the sheep will be naked, completely bald. Completely bald, folks. The sheep will have no hair on it. RJ Handel, you're right. I don't think he has sung it, Emmanuel, unless I missed it. Did I miss the Nutsack song? Yeah, I did it early today. Well, I did it when we were here. I did it right there on the Nutsack. It was a double Nutsack, folks, and I had to sing that there. I had to sing it there. And then it could be another one right there. But, folks, check out the duration. This was from 11:35 until 12:15. 40 minutes of a nutsack. A 40-minute nutsack. Now they're over here and they're getting a nutsack for how long? 5 minutes? 5 minutes? And they're filling their sack at my dollar cost average? They're filling their sack now at my dollar cost average for 5 minutes. They've been there now. Filling up the sack right here on my DCA. And I'm still can't believe that 2 cents below my dollar cost average, they could not pick up over 1 million shares there. And they failed again just now. They failed to get it down there and make this over 1 million. 2 cents below my dollar cost average, folks. Why isn't this number over 1 million shares 2 cents below my dollar cost average? Down here, you got 1,000,002, 1,000,002, 1,000,002, 1,000,001, 1,000,002, 1,000,002, 1,000,001, 1,000,001, 1,000,001, 1,000,000, 1,000,000. Why in the world isn't 2 cents below my DCA? Why isn't that over 1 million shares there? All right. Up here, even just now at 24.93, there's a million two. There's a million two there, folks. Why couldn't they get a million two down below my dollar cost average at 24.85 a share? Why? And now they're accumulating here. We're at 695,000. Folks, this has got 500,000 more shares, and then it's going to be maxed out too, shaved sheer, completely bald. And this one's bald already, and they haven't even got to a million. And this one is bald too now. And now they're going to shear this one. And it's going to be bald, folks. It's almost bald already. This sheep is nearly bald already, folks. There's not much hair left on it. When it reaches a million two, it'll be naked as well. Just a bunch of naked sheep down here below. And the shorters will probably be happy about that. I'm sure David Chiaverini and Mr. Baloney and Schwitzer, you get down around a bunch of naked sheep, folks, and look out. That would be bad news for the sheep, folks. Yeah. Yes, that thumbnail, I already exposed all the naked shorts today. I showed earlier what it was all about and how they'd lost so much money naked shorting SoFi. I showed how much they've lost and lost and lost and lost and lost naked shorting SoFi this morning. I showed everyone. Man, they have lost their asses naked shorting this stock. And I want to show you guys something else fascinating. Check this out. I decided to do some research this morning on SoFi institutional ownership. And what I did, well, I don't want to show you yet. I don't want to spoil the fun. But let's start here first with Fifth Third Bank. Look at Fifth Third Bank institutional ownership dwindling by over the most recent quarter. Look at it dwindling by 4.36% average portfolio. That's Fifth Third Bank. Take a look at Bank of America. Look at the increase in institutional ownership, only 0.86% over the most recent quarter. Take a look at Citigroup. Citigroup, an increase over the most recent quarter of 1.13%. Take a look at USB, US Bancorp. Over the most recent quarter, the average portfolio has decreased by 2.33% over the last 90 days. Take a look at Barclays, down negative 5.32% over the last 90 days, most recent quarter. What is Wells Fargo? Down 0.64% over the most recent quarter, institutional investors. Take a look at Truist Bank, Truist Financial. Look at them over the most recent quarter, negative 3.81%. Take a look at PNC Bank. These are the biggest legacy banks in the world, folks. Down institutional ownership 4% over the most recent quarter. Take a look at Invesco. This is KBW Bank. KBW up 1% basically over the most recent quarter, 1.54. But ladies and gentlemen, take a look at SoFi. Look at SoFi, folks. Over the average portfolio, the most recent quarter, 17% increase. Gosh. Folks, listen. Follow the money. Look at institutions now piling in on SoFi. Look at them piling in on this stock now. Follow the money, everyone. Follow the money. All these legacy banks with their clowns that they put up, analysts that say SoFi's worth $6 and $7 and $8. No wonder they're doing it. They're getting their asses kicked by SoFi. Institutions now pouring in at a rate, all of them increasing their portfolio over the last 90 days by 17% average. Gosh dang, folks. Good luck, shorts. That's all I got to tell you now. Good luck, shorty. Good luck. You're going to need it. You're going to need it. You're going to need it big time, shorty. You're fighting a massive wave of institutional buying right now. It's not the retail game for you anymore. You don't have a retail game here. It's institutions you're up against. You're waging war against massive, huge whales that are buying SoFi. And you've got the CEO of the company who is so certain that SoFi is going to be over $50 a share that he does a 555,000 share covered call. And he's going to take those $24 million he got, and I bet you he buys more SoFi stock with it because he has options to buy it at $7 a share and $8 and $9 and $10. And he can buy it all up right now. He can take that $24 million that he got from that, what he just did with the covered call. He's going to take that $24 million, folks, and he's going to buy $2 million worth of SoFi stock at an average price of about $12 each. I'm not kidding, folks. He's not a dumbass. He's a very smart guy. And I can guarantee you, as Uncle Bruce said yesterday, he probably has tons of stock options available to him starting in the $7 to $8 to $9 range. Because that's how they give out their money to these people, folks. The people get paid in options sometimes, contracts that they can cash in whenever they want. So why wouldn't he do that? Why wouldn't he take out basically a loan against 7% of his portfolio? Folks, he still has 93% of his SoFi portfolio. He only used 7% of it to do this with. And now he's going to use that 7% of his portfolio and get cash $24 million. And then he's going, in my opinion, to buy the shit out of this stock that he can get it at $7, $8, $9, $10, $11, and $12 per share. He can buy them right now for that price, folks. They can buy them right out of SoFi's treasury, folks. I'm not kidding, and I believe that's what he's going to do. I agree 100% with Uncle Bruce. That is exactly what he's going to do, folks. And look, folks, they did get 1,000,002 below me, folks. They got it, folks. They got 1,039,02 below my dollar cost average. Congratulations, shorts. I knew you could get 1 million there. I knew you had to, man. You had to do that. You couldn't let that be 970,000 or 994,000. That would be embarrassing. That would have been just flat out embarrassing not to get 1 million below me, 2 cents below me. Well, that thumbnail has a meaning. There's a reason I put it up. And what's going to stop the shorts from naked shorting this stock is the losses that they've been taking on. And the massive losses they've been taking, folks. Massive losses by naked shorting this stock. Massive, massive losses naked shorting this stock. Now let's see if Shorty can get himself 1 million shares at my dollar cost average. It doesn't look very feasible right now. It looks to me like at my dollar cost average, they've only been able to acquire 580,000 shares. They're not going to get over 1 million at my DCA, folks. That isn't going to happen. See, they're already filling here now. They're already filling up here. They're not going to get back down here and get 1 million at my dollar cost average. Sure, they got the 1 million just below me, 2 cents below me, like I said they would do. But that's it. They're done there. Now, when it comes to naked shorting the stock, ladies and gentlemen, I showed everybody today earlier what they've been doing to SoFi and why it's been burning them so bad. So I come over here to short interest and I put over here fails to deliver. Fails to deliver. This is when the shorts borrow shares, and then at the end of the day, after they've sold them, they fail to buy them back and return them to where they borrowed them from. And this is called naked shorting. It is supposed to be illegal, and they pay $25,000 fines when they naked short a stock. So going back to all the way back to April, the price of the stock was in the 10s and the 11s and 12s. Well, take a look at this, folks. They naked shorted $1,844,000 worth of SoFi on March the 24th of 2025. They decided to naked short 1,844,000. 2 days before, they naked shorted 200,000, 283,000. And on this day, the 3rd, March the 24th, they failed to deliver 1,800,000 shares. Why? Why didn't they deliver them? Well, they're going to sell them the next day. They're going to sell them again. They don't legally own them, but they're going to sell 143,000 the next day to make the price fall. Well, the price went from $12.87, almost $1 up, to $13.72, so that screwed them over. Then they came up here and they naked shorted 870,000 dollars worth of SoFi stock. 78,000 shares they failed to return to make the price fall the next day. But the price went from $12.31 to $12.88. 2 days later, they failed to deliver 854,000. They paid a $25,000 fine for that. The price, they figured they could sell 64,000 shares they didn't actually own the next day and make the price fall. Well, it went from $13.20 to $13.27. Youch! So then they set up here, well, let's naked short here $266,000 worth, and yeah, we'll pay a $25,000 fine. And they had 20,000 shares to dump the next day and drive the price down, but it went from $13.18 to $14.04. Whoa! Now the price keeps rising. Here they try to put a stop to it. They borrowed 265,000 shares they failed to return. Dollars worth. That was 19,000 shares they're going to sell the next day, drive the price down. Well, it went from $13.30 to $13.67. This is getting horrible, horrible, horrible. So here, when the price was at $14.24 a share on June the 9th, $14.24, they decided not to return $586,000 worth of SoFi stock. They were going to sell this 41,000 shares again the next day that they didn't actually own. And they were going to drive the price down. Well, it went from $14.24 to $15.06. Folks, this is absolutely horrible. Look up here. When the price went from $14.09 then up to $15.20, they said, this is the end of the line. We're going to draw our line in the sand, and we are going to naked short at $15.20. We're going to naked short $7 million worth of SoFi stock, and we're going to sell them the next day on Monday, and we're going to make the price fall. We're going to naked short here on the 23rd, and then on Monday, the 26th, they were going to make it fall. Well, they naked shorted 7,800,000. They had 512,000 shares to dump the next day, and the price went from $15.20 to $16.08. Just imagine, folks, how high the price would have gone had they not naked shorted 512,000 shares and sold the shares they didn't even have the next day. Just think how high it would have gone. Then the next day, they naked shorted $1,300,000 worth of the stock, 75,000 shares they could sell the next day to keep the price down. Price went from $17.18 to $18.21, over $1.03 higher. See how this is killing these shorts? So what can be done to stop naked shorting? Well, exactly what we're doing now. killing them every time they do it. Look at this. Here they failed to return 294,000 shares they were going to sell the next day to keep the price down. Price went from 1924 to 1995. Sheezo Pete. Folks, you can't keep doing this forever. You can't short $802,000 worth of the stock, fail to return 36,000 shares, want to drive the price down and then have it go, hey, they finally did it once. They got it to fall. They finally got it to fall. That's the first time of all. And then here, they failed to deliver $388,000 worth of the stock. Got 18,000 shares they're going to sell the next day to make the price fall, and it goes from 2102 to 2240, up $1.38. Then they decided here they're going to naked short $1,186,000 worth of the stock, 54,000 shares they failed to return, and the price went from 2187 to 2258. Wow. How many lessons do they have to be taught? Here, folks, they naked shorted $334,000 worth. They had 15,000 to sell the next day. Price went from 2123 to 2181. Jeez. Here they naked shorted 1,700,000. They were going to sell these shares the next day and make the price fall, and it went from 2210 to 2242. And folks, that is how you stop naked shorting. All right? That's how you stop naked shorting, by continuing to just, and look where the price was then, 2242. Where is it today? Where is it today? Naked shorting only has the price. Just think where the price of this stock might be today without naked shorting. It already might be at $27 or $28. Really. I'm not kidding, folks. All of these naked shorters getting their asses handed to them. I'm happy to show you all this kind of data, everyone. And I hope you appreciate what my efforts are. Here they are now, where after I just sold all those shares up here, and they're going to give me a chance to buy where they already bought the most shares of the day again. Thank you, Shorty. I'll buy those for sure. And I just bought at $24.78. And I want to thank you, Shorts, for giving me another buy. And I want to get this $24.77, or even better yet, $24.76, but I'm not going to. So I'm just going to buy market now and watch it rise right on up. And I just bought $24.81, folks. I just bought a $24.78 and then bought again at $24.81. I wonder what the price is going to do the rest of the afternoon. I wonder what the price is going to be the rest of the afternoon. I just bought at $24.78 and filled another order 30 seconds later at $24.81. Huh. I wonder what's going to happen to the price now. I have no idea. But I know one thing. I'm going to buy it here. Oh, yeah, I'm buying it right now. And I just bought it at $24.83. All right. So I bought a $24.78, a $24.81, and now a $24.83. Well. Huh. How would that happen unless the price was rising? Steadily rising, folks. Steadily rising. Nice. Should be no surprise to see that on the chart then. Let's look at it. Ah, yeah, there it is. Hey, folks, I want you to look at something here, please. One moment, please. There we go. Folks, this looks just like yesterday. The low there, same low, higher low, higher low, Higher low, higher low, higher low, folks. Do you like the name of that song? It's the higher low song for SoFi today. It's the higher low, repeatedly, repeatedly, repeatedly. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to be aware of the duration when it hits the bottom, how long they kept it there. This was from 9:43 until 9:47, 4 minutes. This was from 10:12 until 10:17, 5 minutes. How long was this low? From 10:37 to 10:41, 4 minutes. This one, I'm going to guess, was 4 minutes. This one, how long was it, this nutsack? From right here, 11:46 to 11:53, 6 minutes. How long was this nutsack? From 11:59 until 12:05, 6 minutes. How long was this nutsack? From 12:49 until 12:38, 9 minutes, folks, and it's done. 9 minutes and it's over with, folks. This is going to run now, and there's nothing going to stop it. Nothing at all is going to stop it. Nothing is going to stop it, folks. That was the 9-minute rundown, lunchtime low. For 9 minutes, they held it there, folks. 9 minutes. Groovy, baby. And look at the buyers outweighing the sellers down here now. Look at this. Look at the buyers outweighing the sellers on that. That's 132,000. And folks, 100,000 of that is people buying on the ask. And on this candlestick is 84,000 shares. And out of that, 60,000 was buying on the ask. And on this candlestick, there was 74,000 and 54,000 was buying on the ask. On this candle was 58,000, and folks, 30,000 was bought on the ask. On this candlestick, 28,000, 26,000, and folks, 20,000 was bought on the ask. And this candlestick now is 7,000, and every one of them bought on the ask. All of them. All of them bought on the ask, folks. Every one of them bought on the ask price instead of the bid. The reason I can tell is these type of candlesticks that I have here, folks. They're custom made for me, and I have the code for these candlesticks. And if you become a Goliath member of this channel, you will get these cool candlesticks to tell you, look at all the buying versus the selling on this candlestick. Look at that, folks. 12,000 all buying on the ask. Now we're at 13,000. So someone just dumped 1,000 on the bid. Now we're at 15,000 and they're buying on the ask. And now we're at 20,000 and those bought on the ask. Why is everybody buying right here at 24.88? Oh, because they know it's going to go to 25.20. That's why. They all know, folks, it's going to 25.20. They all know it's going to rise past here. And folks, this sheep has been sheared. This thing is naked. This thing's virtually naked here, folks. We already know the capacity of each one of these volume levels is just going to be right around 1,100,000 to 1,200,000 before it moves to the next level. And we're going to see that right now. This is 1,200,000 at 24.93. Look down here, folks. 1,200,000 there, 1,200,000 there, 1,200,000 there, 1,200,000, 1,200,000, 1,700,000, 1,200,000, 1,200,000. See that? And here we are now on this one, 1,200,000. It's already maxed out, folks. 1,200,000 at 24.93. That's all they can get on the truck, folks. They're going to come to this level next. You'll see. You'll see. 1,200,000. See how it just maxed out there, and look at it rising now. Full capacity, folks. 1,200,000 right there. And now they're trying to buy here. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you right now, if you're shorter of this stock, that this thing is now leaving the station, and you need to get on right now. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you right now, if you're shorter of this stock, folks, get on the train, baby. Get on this train. Get on the train. Ladies and gentlemen, this train needs you to get on now. It's not going to wait for anybody else, folks. We're at full passenger capacity. Right here, folks, 1,761,000 equals the number down here of 1,758,000. Folks, this thing just got everybody loaded on. Everybody just got on at 24.93 and a half. And they loaded the dragon up. Oh my gosh, she is gone, folks. I'm telling you, this son of a gun is out of here big time. It's out of here, folks. It's gone. You need to get on it. Get on this train. Get on now. All aboard. I'm telling you, folks, this train is leaving the station, and now is the time for you to get on. Do not mess around. This train is getting overloaded here. The train is getting overloaded, folks. Only so many people can get on here. 1,200,000, 1,000,001 here are about to reach maximum capacity in the cheap seats, okay? This is going to be it for the standard passengers. We're going to sell out completely of all of them. Just like we did here. Sold 1,210,000, sold 1,233,000, sold 1,239,000, 1,128,000, 1,259,000, 1,758,000, 1,251,000, 1,215,000, 1,001,000, 1,054,000, 1,091,000, 1,092,000, and 1,076,000. And ladies and gentlemen, we have just maxed out at 1,200,000 here as well. And we maxed out at only 567,000 there, and 1,000,001 here as well. They're all maxed out. Those tickets are sold. Those tickets are all sold now, folks. I'm sorry, we don't have any more available. The maximum amount is 1,200,000, 1,200,000. And you can see we just hit 1,183 at 24.94. We hit the maximum amount, folks. We couldn't get any more at 1,262,000 at 24.93, folks. That was it. And now we're out of these as well. We're out of them, folks. We're completely out of them. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this train is indeed leaving the station. The train is leaving the station. And I just sold at 24.97. I'm being very patient. I see lots of other buyers buying here now. Look at the light area compared to the dark. Folks, they've reached full capacity here. They've reached full capacity at these numbers. They've reached full capacity. They're not going to get back down here again. They're already loaded up. 1,000,001, 1,000,002, folks. They loaded up. So I'm going to come in here. I'm going to try and prove to you what I mean. I'm going to try and buy here 24.89. I'm going to try and buy 24.90. I'm going to try to buy 24.91. And I'm going to try to buy 24.92. And lastly, I want to try to buy where they already maxed it out, 1,280,000. I'm going to try and buy 24.93. And I just filled at 24.93. And folks, I'm buying here because I know this thing is loaded to capacity to the hilt. It can't handle anymore. Always down here, the load capacity has been 1,000,001 or 1,000,002. And we already reached 1,000,002 on both of those numbers, folks. She's maxed out. She's maxed out. They're not going to put that much strain on this on this old train. They're not going to do it, folks. She's maxed out, folks. She's maxed out. You know what? I'm glad when I get to tell you guys what they're going to do with this stock all day long, and they do exactly what I say at every step of the way. I love it when they do that, folks. And I'm not bragging about that. I'm not being bragful or boastful about it. I'm just grateful to the good Lord that he's taught me all the tricks of the trade of these manipulators and what they do every day and why and how. And you guys can learn this volume of information from me, and you can use it forever, folks. You can use it the rest of your lives. I'll be long gone 20, 30 years from now, and you'll still be doing this right here, and you'll be making a shitload of money off of these manipulators of the market because you know how they play the game. You'll know what to look for. Oh, look, now they got 1,000,003 there. Good. Well, down here they had 1,000,007 before they ran completely out. So here now they got 1,000,003. Good for them. Good, good, good. And right below that, they just hit 1,000,000 below that too, folks. So I'm telling you, when all of this fills in to 1,000,002 here, 1,2 here, 1,2 here, 1,2, 1,2, 1,2, folks, it all will go higher. That's what's going to happen. It's going to rise. It's just going to keep going up, folks. It won't stop. It won't stop rising, folks. Look at them now trying to get up to 1,000,002 at the 8 at 24.88. They're at 802,000 there now. Now 809,000 trying to buy all they can at 24.88. Well, I got news for you. When it hits 1,000,002, that'll be the end of the 24.88s as well. Oh yeah, look at it building there. Nice. Nice to see them building the position 1 penny over my dollar cost average, folks. Look at all the shares that they bought here just below my dollar cost average today. Look at all the shares they bought right below me, folks. Because they know that I know what I'm doing when I got in here. And they said, let's get in below Catfish. Let's just load the frickin' truck. All around him, let's just load up today. Just load up around Catfish today. Load up on his number, folks, just above and below. Let's just get in here right below him. And now we've reached 1,000,000 on that stick, so that's it for 24.90. Yep. Here we're only at 834,000, shorty, so you still got to get some more there if you can. Now they're trying to reach 1,000,000 on this number. Trying to reach 1,000,000 here too, folks. They're just going to fill them all at 1,000,000, 1,000,002, folks. And then there won't be any more here in this price. The whole big sheep herd will be naked. All of it. The whole herd will be naked, folks. They sheared it out. 1,000,003 here now. 1,000,007. 1,000,307 here. 1,000,311. They're trying to make 24.93 become the most accumulated share price today. We saw 1,700,000 accumulated at 24.76. 24.76. We saw 1,700,000. Here we're now seeing 1,300,000 at 24.93. 1,250,000. Now this is maxed out, and there she goes, folks. There she goes. Well, folks, I am serious. If you're a shorter, this is the sound you should be hearing right now under your feet. If you're shorting this stock, this should be you. That should be you, shorty. You should be running for the exits right now. And I mean in a big way. You need to be running for the exits right now, shorty. Get out while you can, while you still got some skin on your back, because this is going to be very painful this afternoon. Because, ladies and gentlemen, there has been no accumulation here to here at all. None, folks, and there's not going to be now either this afternoon. There won't be any this afternoon either. See this? See the dark area? That's the dark area of each one of these candlesticks? Folks, the dark area is the amount of shares that were being sold to make the price fall down. The dark area was this morning the volume of shares at each level to make the price fall and fall and fall. And as you can see, they used a lot of volume here to make it fall through this level this morning. But look at the lighter area, which is what pushed it back up. See how small it is compared to the large dark areas? See, little volume to push it back up compared to the massive volume that ran it down. And now you're starting to see more volume buying in than ran it down this morning, see? The dark areas of each one of these candlesticks is much smaller than the big areas of these buys now, coming in now. Just showing that to you. The dark areas are the volume of the stock as it fell through this price range. The lighter colored areas is the number of buyers coming in now as it rises, okay? And the tide has definitely turned, folks. And now we see 1 million here, 1 million here, 1 million here, 1 million two. Well, we've already seen that down here. 1 million two, 1 million two, 1 million two, 1 million one, 1 million two, 1 million two, 1 million one, 1 million, 1 million, 1 million. And now here we are filling out here. Same thing, all full. None left, folks. None left here. None left. They filled up the wagon. They filled the wagon, folks. They filled the wagon. And I already told you, once they filled here, then it would go to the next level, and that's what it's about to do now. You can see these candlesticks have now equaled these candlesticks here where it ran off of these numbers. So now we've accumulated as much as they can get there. The same amounts as they had down here, they've now gotten up here at these two. And it will rise. It will now rise, folks, right on up. It's going to rise right on up, folks, because they maxed out this. They've maxed it out. Down here, the most shares sold today was at this price, 1,758,000. $24.76 a share. And now they're only able to get down here. They got 1,000,002, 1,000,002, 1,000,002, 1,000,002, 1,000,002, 1,000,002, 1,000,002. Gets up here. Oh, look at them. 1,000,003 now. 1,000,003. See how hard they're trying to hold it here? See how hard they're trying? Oh my gosh. Look at them. Look at them. Look at them. Look at the scroungy shorties today getting their asses drug all over the place by this stock. Freaking thing is green again to folks. And I want you to also know, over the last 1 month period, unbelievably, this stock is now up over the last month, folks, 18+%. I know, isn't that crazy? You're talking about a stock, SoFi stock, folks, that's reached its highest level it's been in 5 years. And it stopped here, or so Yahoo's trying to tell you, but that's a lie. It went up to this price that day. Yahoo stops the line there, but it went to here that day. But what I want you to be aware of, folks, is when it went from these prices all the way up to this price, look at the volume. There was no volume on it at all. Take a look at it now. Take a look at the volume. Look at this, where it is. Look at this volume, folks. Look at the volume and look at this thing. All this is a hitch and go, just like that. Hitch and go. Oh, yeah, we've seen it before several times, folks. Right here, hitch and go. Hitch, go. Hitch, go. We're starting to see this movie, hitch, go. Folks, it's a hitch and go again, just like all of these. Just another hitch and go. And it's not going to stop at this line. It's not going to with this kind of volume on it. It won't stop at that line where it stopped before. It's not going to stop there. Not with that kind of volume. No, sir. It's not going to stop at the same level. It isn't going to happen, folks. It's not going to stop here at this point when it had no volume on it at all to push it any higher. This has got plenty of freaking volume to push it right on up to the 28. And that's where it's going next, folks. You'll see. And beyond, it's going to go over that. It's going to go over that, folks. Matter of fact, tomorrow we're going to be selling this stock at $25.20, or we might even get some sells there this afternoon yet. And I want you to know that the S&P 500 is green. The Russell just got taken into the red. The Dow is red. And the NASDAQ is green, 225 points. So what's going on here with SoFi? Looks to me like we got the herky jerky and the herky jerky and the herky jerky and the herky jerky, herky jerky, herky jerky, herky jerky. Yep, it's the herky jerky game. And she's going green, folks. She's about to go green now. And she's going to go green because they've already saturated it through this area selling. They've already sold it out through here, folks. It's going green. They've already sold it out through here completely. They've already sold it out, folks. We're reaching that 1,000,002 capacity level, folks. We've reached 1 million there. We've reached almost 1 million here now. 872,000 here at the in-between 2490. 2491 now. Let's fill this all out. And let's just make all of these out to this point. Okay, let's get all of these right here out to this point. And then we'll go up to the next level. That's right. We're going to get every one of these candlesticks to be out just like every one of those were. And then it will go up to the next level. So let's just let these fill all in here. Just let them all fill in to the same point. The same point is down here. Let them all fill in to the same point. You know, I wish I could make a line here right now. I wish I could make a line right there. There's the only spaces left to fill, folks. Uh-oh, we're going over it. We're going over it now. These spaces aren't going to fill, folks. It doesn't look like they're going to pull it off. They're getting close. They're getting very close to maximum saturation point. Completely sheared. Just like down here, sheared bald. Sheared it bald, folks. And now they're trying to shear it here bald, completely bald. Shear the sheep. Shear the sheep. Shear it bald. Shear it bald, baby. Come on. Fill all these out. All these need to fill out to this same level right here, right there. See what they're trying to do here? They're just trying to fill up right here. They're just trying to fill this all in, fill it all in, and then they'll take it to the next level. Oh, it's coming, folks. You know it is. You know it is. Two hours and 40 minutes left, folks. You think they're going to sit here for 2 hours and 40 minutes? You think they're going to be able to sit here for 2 hours and 40 minutes at these prices here? You think that? No freaking way, folks. There's no way this thing's going to stay right here and fill this up for 2 hours and 40 minutes. No way, people. I say no way in the world that could happen. Be aware, yesterday's volume was 73 million shares traded. Today, we're not even at 30 million yet. 29 million at 122. I'm going to write that down. 29 million at 1:22 p.m. Now, just a little bit of interesting news for you, in case you're interested. Yesterday with SoFi closing, and let me make sure you guys can see all this. Yep, you can. Yesterday with SoFi closing down 2.54%. The low was 23.70, the high 25.28. Folks, the price swung $1.58 from the high to the low and then came back up $1.21 by the end of the day. Nice. Folks, it only closed 36 cents off of the high yesterday. Very strong. Now, I want you to know that the market was down yesterday 2.2% average because everybody's just so doggone impatient, according to our buddy Cal over at Trending Stocks. And they're scared to hold it through September, he said, because September's always been a down month for the last 10 years in the market. Now, I want you to know that yesterday, the shorts increased very little, 34,000 shares, and they now have 1.5 days left to cover, which means now they have a half a day left to cover, folks. The bulls have a consensus that the price is going to go to $26 to $27. Yesterday in the after secondary market, there were some pretty sizable trades of 1.4 million, 1.03 million, 1.9 million, 2 million, 1.2 million. And the dart pool was very active as well yesterday. All right. 2.9 million in after hours, 6.2 million, 4.2 million. During the power hour, 5.01 million and another 5.01 million. Ladies and gentlemen, strong support today, I told you, would be the resistance level was right here. Low, strong support. 24.54 is what I told everyone. The low today, strong support, 24.54. What was today's low? What was today's low? 24.51, folks. I missed it. I missed the low today, call by 3 cents. I missed the low call by 3 cents today. And that is actually, to be honest with you, I wrote that data down because that's what Cal said at Trending Stocks the strong support levels were, and I write it down to pass it along to you. So give kudos to Cal for picking the low today within 3 cents. All right? So I don't want to take credit for his work. He did great. He does great work, and I tell everybody to go over and check him out every single day. And ladies and gentlemen, Wouldn't it be amazing to see at 2 o'clock the price sitting 2 cents below my dollar cost average? Wouldn't that be just amazing to see that at 2 o'clock today? With the price sitting 2 cents under my dollar cost average at 2 o'clock today? Wouldn't that just be so typical? Really? Wouldn't that just be as typical as it is every day? Isn't that what they do every day? Here they are, folks, 1 cent below my dollar cost average. And all they're going to do is fill this all in, folks, until it's all straight like it was down here. And once it's all straight, folks, it's going to move to the next level up. That's what's going to happen. So let them just fill this all in till they have it all nice and straight and even here, just like that. And then you're going to see this price go right up to the next level, okay? That's my call. Let them just fill all these in right here at my dollar cost average. Let them get these filled out where they all come out equal to this level here, where every one of them is 1.2 million, 1.2, 1.2, 1.2. So all of these need to come out to 1.2 million now. And you can even see at a penny and a half below my dollar cost average, look at that volume, 1.51 million shares, a penny and a half below my dollar cost average. Folks, the second most accumulated share price today has now been developed at 1.5 cents below my dollar cost average, 1,500,000 shares. And the most accumulated today was down here at 24.76 a share. And there was 1,700,000. But at this stage of the game today, 1.5 pennies below my dollar cost average is the second largest accumulated share amount today. How do you like that, folks? What a coincidence, huh? What a coincidence. They couldn't even establish 2 cents below today for the most shares, but 1.5. 1.5, folks, where they've now bought 1,511,000 shares, 1.5 cent below my dollar cost average. Wow. Man, folks, it's never going to end, is it? It's never going to end. Yep. No, you need to buy the herc and sell the jerk. All right? And then look at this, folks. Look at the coincidence that every one of these levels of buying, they're trying to make them equal amounts, all of them. 1,200,000, folks. That's the limit on each one of their baskets. 1,200,000. Right here, they're trying to equal, right here, all of them get 1,200,000 shares before it goes to the next level. Every single one of these needs to hit 1,200,000 before they take it up to the next level. Every one of them needs to hit 1,200,000. Right here, they got 1,000,002, 1,000,002, 1,000,002, 1,000,002, 1,000,002, 1,000,007, 1,000,002, 1,000,002, 1,000,001, 1,000,000, 1,000,000, 1,000,001, 1,000,001. See that? Every one of them's got to be at 1,000,002, folks. 1,000,002 before it goes up, up, up. So here we go. They got 1,120,000 here now. They're almost there. 1,123,000 now. Should have got this down to 1,002,000 as well, but they didn't do it. But here they are, 1,123,000 on this candlestick now, trying to reach 1,002,000. And now they're filling up here at 1,177,000, 1,178,000, 1,180,000, 1,180,000. Now they're going to fill these out to 1,002,000 on each one of them. They got to get them to 1,002,000, folks. All of them have to be 1,002,000. You understand? All of these have to be 1,002,000, just like all these down here. All right? They've got to make them 1,002,000. Every one of them got to reach 1,200,000 here. Make a nice straight line on it. Nice straight line. Nice and straight. All of them full. Come on. Come on. Let's get it up here. 1,200,000 has to be achieved here, here, and here. All of them. All of them. And that's why it's sitting here right now, folks. I know it sounds hard to believe, but that's exactly why it's sitting at this price right now, because they want to make every one of these identical 1,200,000 range. That's the only reason it's sitting here right now, so they can fill this all out. Watch them. Watch them get 1,200,000 here now. 2480, folks. 1,200,000. They got to get it. They got to do it. There they go. Now they're getting there. Almost. They're almost there. Almost done. Right here, 1,200,000. Come on. 130,000 shares away. They should easily be able to get one. Oh, look at him drop in there. 575,000 just got bought at 24.76.5. And there's the 1,200,000 there now at 24.79. They got it there. Now they're trying to get 1,200,000 even in between there, folks. They're going to try to get 1,200,000 in between. They're going to try and get 1,200,000 here now in between. Yep, look at them try to get 1,200,000 right here in between, folks. Come on, you might as well fill in all the in-betweens too. 1,200,000 here. 597,000 now on this price. Beautiful, Shorty. Man, you guys have really done well today holding this stock in check. Trying like hell to keep this thing from going green, folks. 1,244,000 here now, folks. Down here they had 1,239,000, 1,233,000, 1,210,000, 1,259,000, 1,260,000. Look at them now try to get a few more at 1,760,000 where they got the most bought today. One last chance, ladies and gentlemen. One last chance at 1:34 in the afternoon to buy your fill right here where all this is already filled up. And I guess they're just bummed out that they didn't have 1,200,000 at all these down here too. So they're going to get 1,200,000 at all these where they only had 1,000,001 before. They got to get 1,200,000 on them too, I guess. There it is. We're one way. Hey, wait a minute. You missed this one. You missed this one, Shorty. 2374. 2374. Hey. Back down here. Back down here. No. Back down here. That you got to get 1,200,000 here at 24.74 shorts. We need a 1,200,000 here. No, what are you doing here? Filling now here. 1,300,000, huh? And here now only 610,000. Where's that 1,200,000 here now at this price too? 615,000, folks. Trying to buy in the half cent. 24,765. Trying to buy 24,765. 621,000 shares there now. Trying to get to 1,200,000 on that number too. 24,675. Oh my gosh, folks. Come on. Get that 1,200,000 there too. Get that 1,200,000 there too. Come on. 1,200,000. Oh, no way. No way 2370 ever is seen again. Nope, they're just accumulating today at this 2470 price range because they know they're going to take this to $49 a share. They're all going to take it to 49 a share. They're going to join in the celebration with Anthony Noto, folks. I'm telling you. Snack bar time. And I have to play a little music for you, so I'm going to play one of my original songs here, folks. And I hope you like the song I'm going to play for you now. And this song is a song that I wrote years ago, and I hope that you enjoy this song that I'm going to play for you right now. And ladies and gentlemen, this song is going to be a song called Handful of Nuts. And I'm going to play it for you right now. I hope you enjoy the song. And it's not done in a studio, folks. This one is just done with me acoustically. I hope you enjoy it.
Well, I was there the day they laid you in that hospital bed. Remember just exactly what the good doctor said. He said your test results had really baffled them all, and there seemed to be no vitamin E in your body at all. And they were all appalled. And what the doc suggested sounded strange, I won't lie. And though I'm rather skeptical, I'll give it a try. See, the doctor told us not to worry, we were in love. Told you and me that what you really needed is a handful of nuts a day, and everything will be okay. Just a handful of nuts, he said, will help you find your way out of the hospital bed. Just a handful of nuts, a handful of nuts a day. Said a handful of nuts keeps the doctor away, and you should have a handful of nuts every day. It's something that I must admit I don't understand, but I got some nuts for you, so hold out your hand, and I'll fill it up with a handful of nuts. Oh, I'll tell you what, see the nuts I've got for you, they will make a great snack. Let's put them somewhere safe so they do not get whacked. It's a mystery how holding nuts can make you feel good, but I think you better hold them like the doc said you should. Said a handful of nuts is the one thing you need. A handful of nuts to get your vitamin E. A handful of nuts, let's let the treatment begin. A handful of nuts, I'm all in. Oh, and a handful of nuts, I'll tell you what, I'll do a handful of nuts. I hope the ones I have will do for you. Handful of nuts, for sure, anything for a cure.
One more for you, folks, and then we'll move on to trading again.
There was an old guitar and it hung in a bar. And it hung there for years while the patrons drank beers. No one knew where it came from or where it was found. But it hung there for years and did not make a sound at all. As it hung on the wall, no, it never got noticed, it never got played. Didn't have all the strings, and the ones left were frayed. It did nothing but hang there for a decade or more, till the night that old man came and walked through the door. And he asked our bartender, what is that hanging there? He said, With a tear in his eye, and he looked to us all, and he said it's a lie. He said he lost that guitar a long time ago, and how it got to this far, said he just didn't know. Then he went back to playing, till we closed that place down, and we were all overjoyed. His guitar had been found, and when he finally quit playing, that guitar for us all. Then he took that guitar and hung it back on the wall. That old guitar, that old wall. Oh, it belonged. That old guitar hanging there in our parlor.
All right, everybody. All right. A little bit of music from me, Tyler Self. One of 125 original songs that I have online. And ladies and gentlemen, it looks to me like now it's become a game of trying to get 1,000,002 at every single price from here to here. Trying to get 1,000,002 on every candlestick, every single one they can, folks. Right here before 3:06 p.m., folks. You all know what's going to happen at 3:06. You know what's going to happen at 3:06, folks. They're just trying to get 1,000,002 at every single number here. 1,000,002, folks. And I also want to look across the entire market here right now and see what is going on, and make sure that I didn't miss any announcement that would make everything plummet. But the S&P 500 is still green. The NASDAQ is green and up 139 points. The Russell is now going green. The Russell is starting to climb. And one last shot, folks, for the low I called today of 25.54. I called out the low today would be 25.54. Today would be the low, 25.54. 24.54 is what I said the low was going to be today. And they took one more swat at it just then. And ladies and gentlemen, they're trying to fill 1,200,000 at every single candlestick from here down. They're going to try to fill 1,200,000 shares at every candlestick from here through here now. They're going to try to get 1,200,000 stolen away from anybody that'll sell them there, just like the dumbasses that sold them to them here. They're now going to try to accumulate them here, 1,200,000 at every single one of these from here to here to here to here to here. All of them, they're going to try and get 1,200,000 shares, folks, right now. Watch them try to build all these positions and get 1,200,000 at every one of these positions if they can. If they can, folks, if they can do it. If they can do it. And I'm happy to buy right here, so I'm coming in here. I don't think they can do it, so I'm just going to buy right here. And I just bought at $24.60 a share. Just filled at $24.60, folks. And I do not believe there's any way that they are going to keep this price down here where they only had freaking 17,000 shares at $24.51. Folks, they only had earlier 15,000 shares there. There's no massive sell-off right there at that price. 15,000 shares is all they could get there, folks. And 44,000 is all they could get there. And 137,000 was all they could get there. There's no volume available for them to buy up shares here, folks. They're just going to fill 1.2 million or as close as they can get right here now at these prices. They're going to fill all these out, 1.2 million, 1.2 million, 1.2 million, 1.2, 1.2, if they can. If they can, they're going to sit right in this channel now and try to fill 1.2 million at every candlestick here, every one of them. Yep, that's been the number of the day. See if they can get a 1.2 million at every single price. Every single price, they're going to try to get 1.2 million. Apparently, that's their new goal. I guess that's their new goal. That's on each candlestick to acquire 1.2 million shares on every one of them. Well, unfortunately, that you can have all the goals and you can have all the dreams and the wishes and hopes that you want, but that's not reality, folks. And it just went back over 24.66. And folks, they should be filling right here 1.2 million at 24.66. They have to almost to show their dominance, folks. They can't let this get away with just that many shares. They've got to get 1.2 million here as well now. They got to figure out a way to pull it off. They got to get someone to sell them to them. 1.2 million shares here. They got to, folks. They've got to. Otherwise, man, that's going to look very, very, very weak right there if they can't get 1.2 million here at their favorite number. It's going to look very weak to them if they cannot get 1.2 million at 24.66 a share. Already looks weak that they couldn't get 1.2 million down here at 24.61 and 62. They could only get 934,000 and 968. Come on, you got to get 1.2, 1.2, 1.2. All got to be 1.2, just like up above. All these 1.2 million. Come on now, let's get 1.2 million here. 1.2 million right here. Come on. 1.2 million has to be acquired now, right here. Come on now, you gotta stay with it here. It's got to be 1.2 million. Don't give up the dream. Don't give up. You got to get 1.2 million here. You've got to get 1.2 million at 24.66 for sure. Come on. Come on, you slum bags. Man, are you serious? I'm going to have to buy a market share here because you can't get 1.2 million at 24.82. Unbelievable. Buy market. I'm in. It's gone, folks. Come on in here, folks. I just filled at 24.66. And this thing's out of here, folks. This thing is gone. And they're not going to get 1.2 million here. They're not going to get it there. They're not going to get it there. They're not going to get it here. They can't even get it to stay right now at 24.66 and get 1.2 million there. They can't do it, folks. And I just bought 24.68. I just bought 24.68, folks. They're not going to get 1.2 million there. They're not going to do it, folks. And I'm buying again. And I just bought 24.68 again. And folks, this thing's going to run up past this naked sheep like you wouldn't believe. Watch how fast it runs past these naked sheep right here. Watch how fast it runs past this, folks, because they're already all naked. They already stripped it naked, folks. It's naked, 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 void of shares. Watch. Watch, folks. Watch how fast it runs back past these numbers because they've already fleeced it all out. It's already done. Just watch it, folks. Watch how fast it comes back over these numbers because they've already stripped this thing naked, folks. Naked as can be. And you saw it right then. They sure as hell couldn't get any more out of it there. They only got 958. They couldn't get it. This thing's stripped naked, folks, and there's nothing going to stop it now. Nothing's going to stop it from going right back up to the top here. Nothing is going to stop it. Nothing's going to stop it, folks. Watch it rise. And even their 2466 number, they're not going to be able to get 1.2 million there. It won't happen, folks. It's not going to happen. They're not going to get 1.2 million here. They're not going to get 1.2 million there. It isn't going to happen. Oh, they're trying to, though. Look at that. 24,655, 665. Come on. Don't you have 1.2 million here? 931,000 at 24,655, folks. 938,000. And now only 682,000, and they just ran out at 2466. There's 4,000 more. Folks, they've got to get to 1.2 million here on this and 1.2 million here and there and there. Folks, they're not going to. They're not going to. Now they've only got 690,000 at 2466. Nope. Now they got 953,000 at 2465 and a half. They're trying to get 1.2 million here. They're also trying to score 1.2 million at 2465, where they've only got 644,000. Where's the 1.2 million here? Where's the 1.2 million here at 2465? Where's the 1.2 million here? 969,000, 2465 and a half. 976,000 there now. 977,000 there. And don't tell me you're not going to get a million there. Don't tell me you're not going to get at least a million there, shorty. Oh my gosh. And now they're filling here at 706,000 there. 707,000 there. 709,000. 816,000 at 2466, folks. 711,000 there. Now what do we got here? 986,000. 671,000 here. 463,000 there. 673,000 now. This just jumped up to 907, 987, 997. Here they go. They're going to get their 1.2 here at the half price. They're going to get 1 million now at the half price. Now they've got 1 million at the half price. They're looking for 1,000,002 here at the half price. They got 1,013,000 now. They're looking for 1,000,002 at the 24,655. 1,000,002 they've got to get to. There's 1,200,000 now. Filling down here, folks, looking to get 1,200,000 on this number now. 1,200,000. It's the magic number for them, folks. It's the magic number, 1,200,000 shares. Trying to get it now at $24.98 or 58 cents. 1,121,000 now there. 1,125,000 there now at 2460. 1,125,000. Almost got the 1,000,002 now. They're almost there at 2460. 1,000,002. Come on, boys. We're pulling for you. We're pulling for you. 1,000,002. We know you can do it, just like you did up here. 1,000,002. 1,000,002. 1,000,002. 1,000,002. 1,000,002. 1,000,002. 1,000,002. 1,000,002. Come on, buddy. 1,000,002 right here. Come on, man. You're close. 1,160,000. You've got 40,000 more to get rid of here to get to that 1,000,002. Don't stop now. You're 40,000 away. Don't stop now. Don't throw in the towel now, shorty. Come on. 1,000,002 here. Right here. 1,000,002. Come on. 1,000,002. Man, just 23,000 more, folks. Come on here. You're so close. Oh, and they just went over 1 million here now, too. Oh, no, now we're up here. Oh, no, shorts. Oh, no, now we're up here. You didn't even get the 1,200,000 there. Pitiful. And here you only got 1,013,000. Oh, wow, we've seen that before. Right up here, you just barely got 1,013,000, 1,098,000 right there. What's going on here? 1,016,000, huh? Where's the 1,000,002 here? Come on, come on, come on. 1,000,002. You're just 11. You're 21,000 away here from 1,000,002 on this price. 21,000. You can't muster that up. You can't muster up 21,000 shares. Get on the phone. Call BlackRock. They got 21,000 you can borrow. Come on. And folks, they're about to hit 1,200,000 on this number now. 2460. 1,000,002. Come on, boys. Come on. There, they got it. 1,000,002. They did it. They got 1,000,002. They actually did it, folks. They did it just like here. 1,237, 1,267, 1,251, 1,297. Oh, look, they got 1,216. They did it. Now they got to get 1,000,002 here. Now they got to get 1,000,002 on this number, 2461. They've got to get 1,000,002 here. Come on, boys. Right here, 1,000,002. It's the going number for each candlestick, 1,200,000 shares. Come on now. You got to get to 1,200,000 on this one now. And folks, they're running out of time. In an hour and 7 minutes from now, this shitting price is going to be $25 plus a share. That's right. Starting at 3:06, 1 minute, 1 hour and 6 minutes from now, SoFi will be $25 a share, folks. Got to get that 1,000,002 right here, though. Got to first get the 1,000,002 here at 2460. They got to get that 1,000,002 here at 2460. Come on, boys. Got to get 1,000,002 here at 2460. In the Yahoo Finance jobless Americans outnumber openings for the first time in years. There are more Americans out of work than there are jobs. And folks, that means interest rates are going to be going down. Oh, yeah. That is great news for SoFi. That is great news for SoFi, folks. The reason there are more Americans out of work is because the Democrats were trying to call the illegals all Americans, and they've now been kicked out of the country. So that's why they aren't really Americans, folks. They're Mexicans that were working all those jobs, and they've all been gone home. A lot of them self-deported themselves. Rate cuts bets rise too, folks. It says here, NASDAQ jumps as Google surges and the rate cut bets rise. That's right. This is very good news for SoFi, folks. Well, they did get 1,000,002 down there. That's the prerequisite. 2459. They got 1,000,002 there. So now we build here 2460. They got to get 1,000,002 at this number too. Now we got to get 1,000,002 there. You see the coincidence of this, folks? Look at these. Look at these. 1,237, 1,267, 1,251, 1,297. See the coincidences? And there you go. 1,264. Right there. 1,264. And there's just no more to be had there, folks. I guess the new rule is 1,002 and you're tapped out. You're screwed. And now they're going to get 1,002 on this number. 1,002 will be on this number now. I don't know. I just started noticing this 1,000,002 thing. I don't know when they started this, but apparently the new game is get 1,000,002 at every single penny you can. 1,000,002. 1,200,000. That's all they're trying to do at each number. 1,200,000. And if anybody thinks SoFi's being sold 1% down today, you'd be very, very wrong to believe that. And not being sold by any real entities, that's for sure. They all know this thing's going to $29 a share because Anthony Noto said it was, and everything he says comes true. There hasn't been one single promise he's ever made that hasn't come to fruition with SoFi. Not one. Not one. Not one single promise has he ever failed to deliver on. And sadly, even though they'd love for this to happen, there will be no 1,000,002 down here. There won't be 1,000,002 down here. Folks, this earlier today, this low, there was only 15,000 shares there. There were only 15,000 shares available at this price earlier today. Not 1,000,002, okay? There were only 15,000 shares available at 24.51. All right? 15,000, folks. Look at it. You think there's going to be 1,000,002 now at 24.51? Does anyone think that? There's going to be 1,000,002 here now where there was only 15,000 earlier today? Does anyone really think that? Does anyone think that could happen at all? No, they're going to get 1,200,000 here right now. 1,200,000 here now. It won't be down here, folks. There won't be no 1,200,000 shares down here. There sure as shit weren't this morning when they ran it down to there. There was only freaking 15,000 shares there this morning, folks. There won't be 1,200,000 there now. Nope. Just going to sit right here and accumulate, folks, right here. 808,000 shares now on this until it's at 1,000,002. Watch it. 818,000 now right here. 820,000 there. 822,000 there. 824,000 now. Trying to get up to 1,200,000, folks. They're now 400,000 shares away. $250,000 shares away from reaching their goal here of 1,200,000. They're getting close, folks. They're getting close. They're almost at 1,200,000 here now. Yeah, baby. Come on up. 1,200,000 right here. And ladies and gentlemen, that's not going to happen. There's not going to be a 1,200,000 there, and there's not going to be a 1,200,000 here either. There were only 861,000, and they ran out. And now there's only 797, and they ran out there. And there's not going to be any more here either, folks. They already sold all they could there. They sold all of them. All their orders sold there. All their orders sold there too, folks. They've already sold them at 1,200,000, and there she goes. And watch this thing run right back up, folks. There won't be 1,200,000 here and here and here and here and here. They're not going to be there, folks. There's going to be nothing now there. Nothing but empty space. Watch how fast it runs back up to right here now. Watch how fast this goes back up to this number right now. Watch, watch. And there it is. Boom, right back up to it. And folks, when it gets here, how's it going to stop here where they've already taken all the sheep they sheared it naked? How are they going to stop it now when it goes up to this price when they've already sheared out all the fake shares here, sheared them out good? It's not going to stop here, folks. That's not how the market works. It's not going to stop here. I told you they wouldn't get 1,000,002 here and 1,000,002 here and 1,000,002 here and 1,000,002. It won't happen that way. Won't happen, folks. Isn't going to happen. Is not going to happen. They're not going to get 1,000,002 at these numbers. They're not going to get them, folks. Periodic 10,000 share dumps and what have you. It's over. This thing's over, folks. They got their 1,200,000 there. And they got their 1,155,000 and then only the 1,000,000 there. And they're not going to get 1,200,000 here, and they're not going to get 1,200,000 here, folks. They've only got half that much here. 535,000 is all they've been able to squander up. They're not going to get 1,000,002 at these numbers. It isn't going to happen, folks. If it were going to happen, it would have already happened here. It would have happened here at this price, 24.62. They would have already got 1,000,002 here. They would have already gotten it here if they could have. 1,000,002, folks, is the limit. That's what they need here now. 1,000,002 right here. Going to be awful hard to do that, folks. Going to be awfully hard to do that. And now on this candlestick, they only just got 548,000. And now on this one, they only got 522,000. And now on this one, they got 738,000. And now on this one, they got 1,000,000. They did get over 1,000,000, but folks, she's already gone. She's gone, folks. She's going to rise. And now they're trying to get 1,000,002 here. I don't think so. The shares aren't there, folks. The shares aren't there to get 1,000,002 at 24.66. They're not there. They're not there, folks. They're not there. And they just got 1,090,000 at 24.65 and a half. 1,993,000 at 24.65 and a half. 1,111,000 at 24.65 and a half. Oh, come on, get it up here at 24.65 and a half and get 1,200,000. Come on. 24.65 and a half, 1,200,000. You can do it. Come on now, you're right there. You're right there. You're virtually right there. You're knocking on the doorstep of 1,000,002 here. Come on. In between, though, not on the dollar, not on the penny. In between. In between here. In between. Oh, shit. Oh, man, they're only going to get 800-something thousand here, not 1,000,002. Market manipulators trying so hard, folks. Well, it's going to run out in less than an hour. 55 minutes from now, this is all going to end. 55 minutes from now, if we're even in this range still, 55 minutes from now, which I doubt we will be, but if we are, it'll end at 306. It'll end at 306. And now I'm looking here and I see 790,000 shares acquired there. And now I see here 767,000 at 24.66. And what I'm wondering is, why would they have bought so many shares up here earlier? Why are they now trying to buy just measly amounts here instead of piling in here? Why? Why aren't they piling in here too and getting 1,000,002 at each of these numbers right now? Why not? I mean, they're sure trying, it looks like. Looks like they're going to try to build it out till the candlesticks equal all the way across here. And then up she goes from there, right on up. There'll be nothing to stop it, folks. Now we got a 904,000 at 24.67. 905,000 there. And now we're at this number, 745,000. 743,000, 24.68. Folks, ask yourself this question. Why is there not 1,000,002 at this right here, 24.66? Why is there not 1,000,002 at 24.66? Why is this not $1.2 million at 24.66? Matter of fact, why isn't it 2 million here where they accumulate? Love to accumulate. Why? Why isn't it 2 million here? Well, they didn't have that many shares there for sale. They don't have that many. And now it's gone past 24.66. Looking for $1.2 million here, folks. $1.2 million at 24.66. And now there's 837,000 there, 24.66. Now 842,000 there, 24.66. Now 846,000 there. 822,000. 850,000. 824,000. 850,000. 824,000. 854,000. 824,000. 861,000. 824,000. 862,000. 824,000. 862,000. Folks, there's no more shares here. There's no more here, folks. There's no more here. 829,000 now at 24.65. 869,000 at 24.66. Uh-oh. And now we're going to get the $1.2 million at 24.67. Now we're going to hit the $1.2 million at 20. Oh, no, we're up here already. Oh, geez. They not even get the $1.2 million here. Come on, at 24.67. You're not going to get $1.2 million at 24.67. You're not going to get $1.2 million at 24.66. Come on, shorts. Stick with the program. Got to get $1.2 million here. Got to get $1.2 million here before you let it go. There you go. There you go. That's better. Now you're starting to show a little bit of balls. 839,000 at 24.65. 840,000 there. 873,000, folks. And now it looks like they're going to try to pick up the $1.2 million here at 24.62. Try and round this out to $1.2 million at this number too. They got $1.2 million down here at 24.60. They got $1,158,000 and $1,053,000. Trying to get this one filled out to $1.2 million. Trying to get $1.2 million here now too. Get $1.2 million here, get $1.2 million there, $1.2 million here, $1.2 million, $1.2 million, $1.2 million, $1.2 million, $1.3 million, $1.7 million, $1.2 million. Come on, baby. Got to get $1.2 million here. Got to get $1.2 million right now. Got to get $1.2 million here, boys and girls. Come on. $1.2 million. Come on here. Come on. $1.2 million. You can do it. You know, I'm just not seeing a lot of shares being traded here. I ain't seeing nothing here, man. Nothing. 1,000 shares right there. Boy, you're going to have a hard time getting $1.2 million with these measly little cells. I don't see shit going on here. Nothing. I don't see any accumulation here. I'm not seeing it, folks. I just don't see any commitment. I don't see the commitment. They're trying to get $1.2 million here at 24.61. They're close. They're 30,000 away. Trying to get $1.2 million at 24.61 here, folks. They're 21,000 shares away from $1.2 million there. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid, shorts, it's time to hang up the $1.2 million gig, okay? All right, I'm telling you, you've played this thing out all day. You played it out all freaking day. And ladies and gentlemen, the $1.2 million game is over. The million two accumulation has ended right there, folks. They couldn't even get 1,000,002 at the 2460. They got 1,079 and 1,179. And then above that, they're at 1,095. And they cannot get 1,000,002 there. They're not going to get 1,000,002 here, folks. There's not enough volume here to get it there. Small stuff, folks. Small, 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 small. There you go, 1,099. They're almost at 1,001. 1,105 now. That's respectable, shorty. That's good. You can move along now. You're not going to get the 1,000,002, but you got at least the 1,000,001, and that looks good. Man, look at down here. You got 1,000,003 at 2459. I don't know how you did that, or 2460. 1,000,003 you got there. So you got to get 1,000,002 here. Look how close they are to 1,000,002 now, folks. 1,193. They're 7,000 shares away. 7,000 away from getting the 1,000,002 here. Come on, shorts. 7,000 shares is all. You got to get that 1,000,002 here. They're just 2,500 shares away now from 1,000,002 there. There they go. Yay! They got it. Now you got to get 80,000 more at this to be 1,000,002 here now. 80,000 more to reach 1,000,002 on this number. Yeah, come on. Oh, you're so close. 70,000 more and you'll be at 1,000,002 here. Oh, come on. Don't stop now. Don't stop now. You've only got 66,000 shares. You surely have that many. 66,000 shares is all you need now to get to 1,000,002 on this line. Come on now. 66,000 share dump will get you 1,000,002 on this line. Oh, no. Folks, it's slipping away from them. It's slipping away out of their fingers. It's slipping away and getting away from them now. They can't do it. They got to get 1,000,002 here, folks, and they're only 51,000 shares away from it. 51,000 shares, and you're going to fall short, huh, shorty? 51,000 shares? Come on. Oh, my gosh. They're not going to get it, folks. They're not going to get the 1,000,002 there. And they're not even coming close to 1,000,002 on this. They're at 595,000. And here they're at 614,000. So there's no way, man. I can't believe that they didn't hit the 1,000,002 on this price of 24.62. Missed it by 51,000, folks. Come on, shorts. Call up BlackRock and have them sell you some more there. Come on, you got to get 1,000,002 there. Pitiful if you don't. 1,000,002 right here. Come on. Jeez. Why not? Huh. I guess it just isn't doable. Yep. You'd think that would be easy for them to get at least just 50,000 more shares on that candlestick right there. Come on. There's 2,000. Here they go. There's another 1,000. They're getting close. Trying to reach that 1,000,002 at 24.62. 1,000,002. Come on, man. 1,000,002. Here it comes. 1,200,000's coming on this candlestick right now. There we go. They're getting closer. Almost there. There you go. 20 only. Very good. 24,000 left and you'll have it. 1,000,002. Come on, 18,000 left and you'll have it. 1,000,002, folks. 1,000,002. Yep, Russi, I agree with you. 1,000,002. They got it at 24.61, and they're just 13,000 away here at 24.62. And unfortunately, folks, 13,000 is all they had to come up with to get the 1,000,002 at 24.62. And they couldn't even muster the 13,000 shares to get 1,000,002 there. Come on, shorts. You got a heritage to uphold. It's the 1,000,002 day. Don't let us down. It's the 1,000,002 day. Come on. 1,000,002 here at 24.62. 13, there you go. 8,000 more and you got it. 8,000 more and you'll have 1,000,002. Oh, come on. Uh-oh. I guess not. I guess not. Damn. And look at that. Instead, they come in and buy 895,000 shares right here at 24.66. And now they can't even get 1,000,002 at those numbers. They're not going to get 1,000,002 here either, folks. They're going to try for 1,000,002 here, but they sure failed right there. I can't believe they didn't get 1,000,002 at 24.62. Oh my gosh, that's just horrible, shorts. Why wouldn't you keep the tradition and get the 1,000,002 there? And by the way, just so you're aware of it, folks, look at the quantity of shares that were available at 24.60. Look at how many were available less at 24.61. And then look how many were available at 24.62. Less again. So you're getting less and less and less available. And even less were available just now at 24.62 and a half. Only 360,000 shares were just acquired at 24.62 and a half. But there certainly isn't. Oh, look, they got the 1,000,002 there then. They got the 1,000,002 at 24.62. They got it, folks. And now you think they're going to get 1,000,002 at 24.62 and a half? Shit, no, they're not. And they only got 695 here, so they're not going to get and hold that. And they're not going to hold this one either, folks. They're not going to hold it here. They can't hold it here. They can't hold it here. And I cannot wait to see what happens when the price gets up here and hits where they completely stripped it clean. There's nothing left on the bone up here, folks. There's nothing. They've stripped it clean, and it's going to run past that now this afternoon. There's nothing here on this left. There's nothing, folks. There's nothing for them to get a hold of. It's all barren. It's all barren here. They've already stripped it clean. Watch how fast it runs past all these numbers now. Watch it go up past every one of those numbers now as we move into this afternoon. And why in the hell don't you have 1,000,002 here at 24.66, shorty? Why isn't there 1,000,002 at 24.66, shorty? Why isn't there 1,000,002 here? 24.65. Huh? Got to get 1,000,002 here to keep with your tradition, shorts, especially on your favorite number, 24.66. You've got to get 1,000,002 here now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, folks. Uh-oh. And I'm telling you, folks, when it gets beyond this, it's going to get very, very scary for the shorts because, folks, they've already picked this thing so clean. It's a shiny white bone carcass right now. There's nothing left to get off there. There's nothing left there, folks. And I'm going to try to buy the last share at 24.65 and 24.66. And since it doesn't look like they're going to get any more there, I'm just going to buy market now. 24.67 I just filled. And ladies and gentlemen, why isn't it at 1,000,002 here? Why isn't this thing at 1,000,002 on 2466? Huh? How come they've been able to have 1,000,002 here, 1,000,002 here, 1,000,002, 1,000,003, 1,000,002, 1,000,007, 1,000,003, 1,000,001, 1,000,002, 1,000,002, 1,000,002? Why isn't there 1,000,002 here at their favorite number, 2466? Why isn't there 1,000,002 here right now? That's what I want to know. Why is there not 1,000,002 right here at 2466 a share? All down here, they just got 1,000,002, 1,000,002, 1,000,002. Why can't they hold it at 2466, their favorite number to accumulate, and get 1,000,002 here? Well, maybe they will. But if they, oh, look at this, 1,000,003, 2465 and a half, 1,000,003, folks. 2465 and a half is 1,000,003. Oh, I see. Well, that makes you look real strong. No wonder you only have 968,000 at 2466. You all went all in at 1,300,000. Oh my gosh, look at that. 1,349,000 now at 2465 and a half. And ladies and gentlemen, they now have reached the optimum line where they don't have any more and they run out. They're at the same point where they always run out, folks, right now. They just ran out right there with the same point they always run out. And now they're going to run out here at 2466. They're going to run out of shares here for sale, folks. Man, I can't believe it. They don't have one of these numbers, 1,200,000. Let's look at SoFi's chart right now. Ah, yeah. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. Yeah, baby, you better accumulate the shit out of this. You better be accumulating it right now, shorties. Because Anthony Noto's going to push this stock to $49 a share. And you better shove it down as hard as you can. Because Anthony Noto's going to take it to $49 a share. He's going to double his money, and you can too. All of you accumulators here. Ah, nice. You going to get 1,000,002 here now? I want to remind everybody that earlier in the day when they ran the price down like this, they only had at the low of the day 15,000 shares were available at the low of the day today. That's all they had, folks, was 15,000 out of the millions of shares traded today. Just 15,000 shares were available at today's low. 15 measly thousand shares, folks. I could buy that many shares myself. I could buy that many shares myself, folks. That's all that was available, folks, at the low of the day. 15,000 shares, folks. Not 1,000,002. 15,000, folks. 1.2 million everywhere else, but 15,000 at this price for the low of the day. 15,000, folks. You be aware of that as you watch them try to manipulate it down right now, and watch the volume. It'll be non-existent, folks. None. There's none there. There weren't any this morning, and there's none there now. There's none there, folks. I'm sorry. It's already been leached completely dry. And there sure as shit ain't going to be no 1.2 million shares here that are going to materialize right now. That isn't going to happen, folks. That's not going to happen. If there was only 15,000 shares here this morning, there's only another 15,000 now, if there is even that. Man, I tell you what, shorts, I know that you're very, very upset because you're used to seeing SoFi drop 35 and 40 and 45% after earnings calls. I know that's upsetting to you, but you should have known better. You should have known better. It's not the same stock as it used to be. I know you guys got real spoiled off a lot of earnings call where you had the ability to run this thing down 35%, 40, 45%, 50%. Oh, I saw it. I saw it over years, what you did every earnings call. But now it's up 18%. And I know you guys can't believe that. I know you're used to being spoiled. Folks, I'm here to tell you right now, there are no shares available here at this price. There's no shares. There's no big volume. There won't be 1.2 million sold here, folks. There won't be. There's not going to be. There was only 17,000 or 15,000 shares earlier today at this price. 15,000 shares was all there was, folks. 15,000 shares is all that there was. 15,000 shares is all there was earlier today at this price. 15,000, folks. And now at the next level, 48,000. Now 60,000 there. So 12,000 were just sold there. 12,000 there. Look right here, folks. And now on the lowest low, there's been 37,000 shares just sold. Hold on now. Now 14,000 just sold at 24.49, and at 24.48, 6,646. 6,000 shares, folks. 6,000 shares just sold at 24.46. 24.48, 6,646 shares, folks. And I want you to see how little they're using as far as volume to run it down right now. Right there, 1,000 shares at 24.46. Folks, 1,000 shares. Oh, I'm sorry, it was 24.46. See that? 1,000 shares, folks. It's important for you to understand this. It's very important for you to understand 1,000 shares just then. There's no volume here, folks. There's no volume here doing this. None. Right there at 24.45. That's only 4,000 shares, folks. Alexa, what is 4,365 times 24.45?
4,365 times 24.45 is 106,724.25.
So they drove SoFi down to that price so they could get $100,000 worth? They sold $100,000 worth of the stock to get to that price? That's what they sold? They sold 4,365 shares. $100,000 is all they dumped right there to get to the low of the day. 100,000, folks. Oh, come on, shorts, please. That's fucking pitiful. Excuse my language. That is pitiful. You're gonna have a hard time inducing any real fear in anyone if all you can get is $100,000 buy at that price, and that's all that were available there. That's pretty pitiful. You should have millions of dollars worth of the stock available at that price right there, not 400,000. Millions, folks, millions. Where's the 1.2 million here now? Where's the 1.2 million here now? And by the way, this number is on my buy-sell sheet. 44, 43, 44 are all over my buy-sell sheet, folks. These are some of my favorite numbers to buy, the 43 and 44, some of my favorite numbers, and especially when they just use a wimpy little amount like this to get down to those numbers there. Pitiful, pitiful wimpiness there. And it's all over now, folks. You can kiss it goodbye. That's it. You got your little 34,000 shares there. Congratulations. And you got your 1,200 shares. You got your 1,200 shares, folks, at the price of the low of the day. Just 1,200 shares to make the price hit the low of the day, folks. 1,200. 1,200 shares acquired at today's low of the day. 1,200, people. Do you see how they market manipulate with no volume? There's no volume here, folks. 10,000 shares is what they got there at 24.42. Just 10,000 shares, folks. There's nothing huge. 802 shares at 24.41. Look at that, folks. 1,802, but here, look at that measly amount. 1,800 shares at 24.41. 1,800 shares at 24.41. 1,802 shares at 24.41. See, I think it's very important for you people to understand that when they really manipulate it down, they don't do it with massive numbers. They use little dinky shares, 1,000, 5,000, 1,005. And here on the low of the day that they just achieved, the price they just sold there, only 1,802 shares there, folks. Some of you could buy that many yourself, I know. Especially in Clark, Katie Wentworth. Y'all could easily buy that many shares yourself, 1,802. Bobby Batson could buy that many shares. He was buying 5,000 shares at a time. I showed you his paperwork. Bobby Batson could have just bought those shares, 1,802 of them, at 24.41 a share. Yeah. Where's the 1.2 million here? Oh, there's only 14,000. Is there 1.2 million here? No. There was only 57,000. Was there 1.2 million here? Hell no. There was only 37,000. Was there 1.2 million here? Absolutely freaking not. Only 79,000, not even remotely close to 1.2 million. Was there 1.2 million here? No. It was a fraction of that. 131,000. Was there 1.2 million here at this price? No. There was 96,000. Was there 1.2 million sold at 24.48? Shit, no. There was only 49,000 at 24.47, and at 24.48 there was only 100,000 shares available there. And now how many are at 24.50? Oh, there was only how many? 147,000 available there. Folks, I'm telling you, man, this thing's going to rise right back up now. And now you can see how minuscule they just sold here. Add these up with me, would you? 1,800 plus 14,000. So that's 16.2 plus 57. Let's say 58 and 16 be 68. 74,000 shares plus 30. So there's 100,000 shares right there. Then 79. So 179,000 shares right there. 131. So there's 300,000 shares right there. 300,000 shares in that price range. How much here? 61. So 361,000. How much here? 130. 450,000 shares just traded in that range. 450,000. And you got accumulations of 1.2 million, 1.2 million, 1.2 million, 1.2, 1.4, 1.6. And down here you got from this price where we are now down to here, 400,000 shares. Understand it, folks. Understand what I'm saying to you. Understand it. Wimpy amounts. There certainly isn't 1.2 million being accumulated here. There's 156,000 is all, folks. The 1.2 millions were all up here, folks. All up here. Now it's just chintzy little stuff. Chintzy stuff. And at this price where we are now, only 82,000 shares, not 1.2 million, ladies and gentlemen. Not even remotely close to that. And now, here, only 76,000. And there's even less of them available now. You're going to watch it rise, folks. Watch it keep rising now. And that wimpy little attack right there, oh my gosh. Ladies and gentlemen, in 20 minutes, this stock is about to explode to the upside. Shorts, you now have 20 minutes to get out. It's going to be 306. And I tell you, they're already going to start buying, so you need to get out now. They're not going to wait till 306 today. They're not going to wait till 306 today, folks. They're not going to. But I'm going to put my music on, and I'm going to play you one of my songs while I run upstairs and have a snack, and then I'm going to be back to watch a nice little power hour. All right? We're going to see a nice little power hour. Oh, yeah, we got a power hour coming, folks. I'm gonna play you one of my songs now called LA, folks. I hope you like it, and I'll be right back. The price will be over $24.60 when I return.
There was a girl I knew before, knew her well, she lived next door. She'd pass you by and make you turn around. She even turned the old guys' heads and made them wish that they were kids. The other girls wish she would just leave town, 'cause no one looks down when she's around. She knew she had it, and she thought that it would go to waste if she stayed here in our little town. And when she graduated, never hung around and waited, hopped on a jet and she got out of town. She thought LA would be her kind of town. She thought she'd get discovered, thought she could make the scene. Saw herself on the cover of her favorite magazine. and this she hadn't counted on. She thought by now she would have got that break. She started working at a bar to keep from losing her new car. She's only 17, a lot at stake. She had $10 to her name and finally got a call from some producer, says he has a part. He told her that he couldn't pay her very much at all, $500, but she'd get that start. He knew she wanted that with all her heart. Then he said, if you want the part, here's all you've got to do. We need to see some skin, we want a photo all of you. No reason to be shy, come have a drink or two. I'll wipe that tear from your eye. To make a long story short, I guess I'm happy to report she never ever did that magazine. She turned and walked right out the door, even though they offered her much more. She finally got a chance and made it clean. Tonight I saw her on the movie screen. She knew she'd get discovered, knew she would make the scene, knew she would make that cover of her favorite magazine. The choice she made was right when she was 17. Knows it was worth the fight to keep her reputation clean. And now she's on the silver screen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Little strong a song there by the title of L.A. It's called L.A. All right, and let's watch SoFi now. Run away, folks. No shares here to be sold down here, none at all. 1,800 shares only at the low of the day. 1,800. That's the kind of manipulation they're dealing with, folks. 1,800 shares on the low. Man, I have to laugh at that, folks. I'm serious. I'm laughing all the way to the bank at that. 1,800 shares to get the price down. 1,800, folks. 1,800. 1,800 shares. Oh my gosh, that's a major. Oh, that's a sell-off there. Boy, howdy. All of you folks ought to be scared to death seeing that. 1,800 shares. $1,800 shares sold to get it to the bottom. Listen, folks, you should be glad that you know that. All right? Yep, it's all over, folks. It's all over. It's all over for the shorts, that's for sure. When they're trying to sell 1,800 shares to get to the low of the day, man, we got problems, folks. We got major shorty problem when they're doing that. They should have sold 18 million there. They should have sold a shitload of shares there, folks. $1,800, folks. Now watch the rest of the afternoon from 3:06 on what happens, folks. Watch and see what happens to this stock from 3:06 this afternoon on. You guys just stick around, you'll see. Worried no one wants to buy. How about no one wants to sell? When at the low of the day has a volume of the low of the day has 1,800, folks, that's tapped out. That is freaking completely tapped out to get to low of the day and only have 1,800 shares there. I mean, shorts are completely out of shares to borrow, folks. And you mean to tell me all they had when the price of this stock was just 6 months ago, $13 a share, all they had was 1,800 shares at $24.41? You think I'm kidding? I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding one bit, folks. Here it is, folks. Take a look here. Look where the price was, folks. Here you are in November and December. Look where the price was of this stock 8-9 months ago, folks. Look where the price of it was. Look where the price was in January 8 months ago, 9 months ago. Look where the price was here in February. We're down in the 13s and 12s in February, 11s. And folks, look where we were in April. $8.88 a share. In April of 2025, $8.60 a share. And the coolest part about this is I got to buy a shitload of shares at $8.88 because this was my birthday, April the 4th. And they let me buy shares on my birthday at $8.88 a share that day. Dang! And I'm sitting on 45,000 shares of SoFi, folks. And I got to buy at $8.88 a share. That's April, folks. This is May, June, July, August, and September. Are you with me so far? $8, $16, $24. It's a triple bagger, folks. It's a triple bagger in just freaking since April. May, June, July, August, September. 5 months' time, a triple bagger. And now you think it's going to stop here? You think it's going to stop at this level right here when there was a stop over here? It stopped when there was no volume on it. And you think now with this kind of volume on it, it's going to stop right there, somebody? Does anybody actually think that it's going to stop at this price? Over here, it stopped. Flat out stopped. And it didn't stop at this price. It stopped up here. This is the real price. Yahoo has this number. Yahoo is lying to you. This is a lie. This is not true. That number Yahoo is showing the entire world is fake. That's a fake number, folks. To fake you out. Ladies and gentlemen, let me show you the facts. And that is that SoFi's highest price was never where this blue line is showing you. It never was, because that blue line price is $25.42. That's what they're trying to tell you the highest price ever was of this stock. And ladies and gentlemen, that is a lie, because over here, as you look at this, you can see on February 1st, SoFi was at 25.85 for the open and went up to 28.26. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason that they don't show you that on this Yahoo chart is because Yahoo has a 1-year target price of $20.70 something cents. See that? That's Yahoo's 1-year target price on SoFi. Do you actually think that they want you to see that SoFi was actually up here at $28 a share once? Do you think that they want anyone to see that SoFi was not here where they're trying to tell everyone at 25 number for the high of the day? Do you think they want you to know it went to this price in one day from 25 to 28, 26? They don't want you to know that, folks. That's why they don't have the line going up to there, all right? They don't want you to know that it did that. They would rather you remain unknown, that you wouldn't know that. They would prefer you not know that the price was right there one day. But it was there. And like I said, that happened on February the 1st. February the 1st, 2021, opened at 25.85 and went up to 28.26. Hey, Alexa, what is 28.26 minus 25.85?
28.26 minus 25.85 is 2.41.
They don't want you to know SoFi went up $2.41 a share in one day, folks. They don't want you to know that. That's why they have this chart showing you the highest the price ever has been is where we are now. They want you to think that it's never been higher, folks. Yahoo wants you to believe that the price has never been higher than right here and right here before. They don't want you to know it was up here. That's why it isn't lit up to there, folks. They're lying to you. And not only they lie to you, but every single Google source, if you ask, will lie to you as well. Watch this. SoFi stock highest price ever. Look here. SoFi's highest price, it says, from Macro Trends. The all-time high SoFi Technology stock closing price was $26.15. On August the 25th, what in the hell is that? August 25th, 2025, $26.15. Look down here. What does this say? SoFi's highest price ever, $26.60. The highest closing price for SoFi Technologies all time was $26.15. SoFi's highest price, $25.28. Highest price ever, folks. You're going to have to look a hard time. You got to look a long time to find the highest price ever. Here it is. Someone that got it right. TradingView got it right. SoFi reached its all-time on January 31st. Well, that's not right. It was February the 1st. Price $28.26. Wrong. It was February the 1st. But at least somebody got the damn price right. Somebody finally got it right. It's amazing to look over and over. What is the highest, lowest price ever for SoFi in the last 3 years? It says $26.61. Why are you hiding it to 3 years? Oh my gosh. So many people trying to tell you SoFi's highest price was in the 25s and 26s. Why do they all lie about it? Well, they don't want you to know. That's the thing, folks. Keep everybody obscured and not knowing what SoFi's doing. Keep them in the dark, folks. Keep them in the dark. Keep them in the dark about this stock. Don't let them know it was at $28.26 ever. Don't put that news out there. We don't want anybody to know that. Don't let them know that, folks. Make them think 25s is as high as we've ever been, 26, 20 or whatever. But folks, you're here on this channel to learn the truth. I'm not here to make people be. And folks, we're 3 minutes away from SoFi going off, folks. We're 3 minutes away from this thing taking off, ladies and gentlemen. And now, how many shares have they got at 24.54? 674,000. Well, they got to get another 600,000 there. They got to get another 600,000 there. And here they're at 700, so they've got to get another 500,000 shares here to get to 1.2 million. Here they've also got to get about another 500,000 shares to get to 1.2 million. And I'm curious because, folks, up here they got 1.3 million, 1.2, 1.2. Up here, barely below the 1.2. Then here, 1.2, 1.2. Up here, 1.2, 1.1, 1.3, 1.7, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 1.0, 1.1, 1.1, 1.1. All those buying in the 1 point pluses. And down here where we are now, the volume level is 444,000 or 192,000 shares. Folks, this is what I'm trying to get to you to understand. There's no volume being accumulated at these prices right here now. This is where they bought all the shares up here, folks. Not down here. Not down here. They could care less about this. And they sure don't have any shares for sale here, or they'd be up at 1.2 million here too, but believe me. If they had any shares here, it would be at 1.2 million here. See it rising? And if they had any shares here, it would be at 1.2 million here. But it's not. These desperate shorters trying to hold 24.52 when the price of SoFi 5 months ago, was at $8.88. If they couldn't hold this stock at $8.88 5 months ago, how are they going to hold it here now with all this volume behind it? Seriously, folks. Folks, I'm going to go back here and show you something. On April the 8th, 5 months ago, April the 8th, and the price on April the 4th, $8.88, $8.88 a share. Look at the volume as it started to rise through the 10s and the 11s and 12s and 13s. Look at the volume, 38 million, 39 million. At $8.88 a share and $9 and $10 a share, the volume was only 42 million, 38 million. We had 73 million shares traded yesterday, and the price was more than double this much in price. I'm telling you, folks, we're seeing twice as much volume, and the price is twice as high. So if they couldn't stop this thing down here at $8.88 or $10 or $11 with this wimpy-ass volume, well, then how in the hell are they going to stop it now with this massive volume coming in? I'm asking you that, folks, because now the volume lately here has been, look at the volume. Look at the volume, 82 million, 101 million, 90 million, 125, 68 million, 75 million. What in the heck? If they couldn't stop the price at 888 a share with just half that much volume and half the price, how are they going to stop it here? How are they going to stop it here? How are they going to stop it here, folks? Look at the doggone volume on the 3-year chart, folks. Look at the volume on this thing. How are they going to stop it here with this kind of volume? What was the volume back in April? Let's look at the 1-year chart and see what the volume was like back in April. Or the 6-month chart. April. Look what the volume was. Let's look at the one year chart. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, my question for you is, if SoFi had this dinky little volume on it, if it had this tiny volume on it at the lows prices, and they could not hold it back with this low volume on it as it rose, with this comparatively low volume through April and May, how are they going to stop it now with these volume levels up here? And the volume and the price is twice the price that it was back then. Anybody want to answer that? Anybody can explain that, how they're going to stop this when this was the volume, when it was at its bottom, where they were trying to hold it down, and they were trying very hard to hold it down, folks. They were trying to keep it there all through 2025, early 2025. And folks, if the volume was this little and you couldn't hold and maintain that price, how are you going to maintain this price right here with the volume at this level? Folks, some of these days are twice as much volume as what was being acquired way back then when the price was way down low. This volume is huge, folks. Volume is going to be the short's nemesis. And by the way, this morning in the pre-market, 2506, I told some of you people that you should be selling 2506, 2507, and 2508 because those are on my sell sheet. That's what I told you this morning. Go back and listen at the very beginning of this broadcast, and you'll hear me telling everyone to sell there. Early this morning, I told everyone to sell at 2506, 2507, and 2508. Go over and watch what I told everyone. And the high was 2510, so I was right. I was right again. Folks, listen. Today's little manipulative market move is being done on very, very, very low volume, folks. This is absolutely, and no question about it, and beyond any shadow of a doubt, this is definitely not anything other than algorithmic trading. This is algo. This is the algo taking over, folks. There's nothing wrong with SoFi. It's doing perfect. All right? Nothing wrong with it. 38 million shares, and yesterday had 74 million, right? 38 million shares today. Yesterday, 74 million. And I already showed you how desperate the shorts have become with naked shorting shares. And they're definitely naked shorting now, ladies and gentlemen. They're naked shorting today as well, I'm sure. I'm sure that they're selling shares right now at this price that they don't even own. They've been doing it every damn day, folks. They don't own these shares. They're just selling shares to keep the price down that they don't even own. SoFi. For those of you that are joining me now, Earlier today, I showed everybody that Fifth Third Bank has had over, I'm looking at institutional ownership here, Fifth Third Bank that has 1,821 total institutional owners, their average portfolio increase has decreased 4.36% over the most recent quarter. So over the last 90 days, Fifth Third Bank has seen a major reduction of institutes wanting to be involved with them. Then I went over here and showed you Bank of America, and they have had a reduction. Well, they actually had a slight increase over the most recent quarter. Then I went to Citigroup. Citigroup has had a slight increase too of 1.13% over the most recent quarter. This is the average portfolio increase in this stock. Okay. Then I went to US Bank. The average portfolio has dropped 2.33% over the most recent quarter. Then I went to Barclays. Barclays has had an average decrease of 5.32% over the most recent quarter. Then I went to Wells Fargo, and I said Wells Fargo now has, over the average portfolio, a reduction of 0.64% in their portfolio over the most recent quarter. Then I went to Truist. Truist has had in their average portfolio, these institutions of 2,412, they have had a reduction of 3.81%. Okay? PNC Bank has had a reduction of institutional ownership over the last most recent quarter of 4%, folks. And SoFi, ladies and gentlemen, has had how many institutional owners increase? Oh my gosh, they're going to do it again to me, folks. I show you everybody else's data, but for SoFi, they got to make me log in. And look at the increase of institutional ownership over the most recent quarter, folks. Holy crap, look at SoFi's institutional increases coming in on it now. Look at them all buying the crap out of it, folks, in the most recent quarter. Follow the money, everyone. Don't worry about a 1% down or a 1.5% down on SoFi right here. Don't you worry a single freaking bit about that. What you need to be focused on is this right here, folks. What you need to be focused on is this chart right here that is showing SoFi over the last month is now up 15%. I'm going to back this up so you can see what I'm saying to you, folks. This is what you need to understand. Even on a day like today, this is what you need to understand. This is the 1 month gain for SoFi right now since earnings came out. All right. Since earnings call came out 1 month ago, and it was over a month now. It was over a month and 4 days ago earnings came out. Look at the gain, ladies and gentlemen, over the last month for SoFi. And the reason I'm showing you this is because, ladies and gentlemen, and let me make sure you can see this. Yes, you can see this. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason I'm showing you this 15% gain over the last month is because SoFi has a reputation, a horrible reputation of never holding its gains. Right here you can see 2 years ago on August the 24th, it was actually October the 31st was the earnings call release, and they went up 20% that day. But in 8 days, they were down 31%, folks. On the next earnings call, May the 1st, they went up 15% from the day before. But in 5 days, they were down 42%. This is nothing to brag about. The next earnings call, July, they went up 30% and hit a 52-week high of 11.70 a share. But then in just 26 days, they had fallen 48% again. Then we had the December earnings call comes out. They went up 13%, but in 22 days, they were down 45%, folks. Why I'm showing you this is so you can have a perspective on things. We used to be down after 8 days, 31, after 5, 42, after 26, 48, after 22 days, 45. And now, after a month and 3 days, we are up 15%, folks. And that's the most important thing for you to understand. This isn't the easy dragging around like a redheaded stepchild anymore stock. They can't do it. They can't do it. This stock is costing them 15% on about $2 billion worth of the stock shorted. Yesterday, the amount of shares held short was 1.4. No, hold on. Well, I don't have yesterday, but I have the day before yesterday. And on 9/2, they were holding shorts 9.2, 109 million shares. And they only increased about 30,000 yesterday. So 109 million times 24.43. Let's figure that out first of all. Alexa, what is 109 million times $24.41?
109 million times 24 US dollars and 41 cents is 2,660,690,000 US dollars.
Alexa, stop. 2,660,000,000. $2,660,000,000 shorted right now. And they've lost 15% over the last month on 2 billion. Alexa, what is 2,600,000 times 15.34%?
2,600,000 times 15.34% is 306,892,040.
You see that, folks? You think you got it bad? Alexa, terminate. You think you got it rough?
I'm not quite sure.
Alexa, terminate. Man, they've lost over $300 million in the last month shorting this stock, and they thought it was going to fall 40% again. They are totally screwed, folks. And now they don't have any shares left available to borrow because they've been naked shorting it so much. Folks, just be resilient, be persistent, don't give up on this stock. It's a different stock now, folks. If it weren't a different stock, it would be down 31% now, or 42, or 48, or 45, or 26, or 32%, or 37%, or 16%. It would be down after 1 month. It's not the same stock. And any fallback on the broader market should be a gift from heaven, is the way I'd look at it. Buy on the dip, folks. Buy the dip. And again here, folks, there's no volume being sold at this. Even now, there's no volume here. I can assure you there's no volume here. 360 shares just sold there, folks. Look at that. To get to the low of 24.39, 360 shares, folks. Do you see how desperate they are? 360 shares? 360 shares, folks. 360 shares they just sold to get to 24.39, folks. Man, that's manipulation at its best right there. And the next number up was only 12,000 shares, 128,000 and 180. So you got 300,000 shares here now. 300,000 out of the 38 million that they traded. 300,000. 1%, folks. 1% just got in at these lows. 1% of today's buyers just got in at these prices right here. 1%. That'll be how many will be there tomorrow, too. 1%, folks. 1. Just think about that. To achieve a number of 24.39, they manipulated it down, and then they sold 360 shares there. 360 whopping shares they sold there, folks. There's probably at least 20 members of this channel could have bought that many themselves right there. That many shares themselves right there. And just so you know about this, today I wrote down these numbers. Strong support, ladies and gentlemen, was at 24.25. The next level of support was going to be 24.54. All right? So I said on this sheet of paper, strong support, 24.25. They didn't get there. They didn't get there. They're in between where the strong support level was down here, 24.25 and 24.54. I called for. They're dead in the middle. Dead in the middle between it, folks. I like that. I'm okay with that. I'm also okay with the shorts having lost $300 million this month on this stock. $360 shares. Hey, Alexa, what is 360 times 24.39?
360 times 24.39 is 8,780.4.
$8,000 worth of the stock sold today, folks, at 24.39. $8,000 worth, folks. And take a look right here, folks, on my buyback sheet. Look at one of the numbers there. Look at these numbers here. 44, 47, 48, 49. 44 is one of my favorite numbers to buy back. That one and 143, they should both be there. They should both be there. 1.43. That should definitely be the case. All right? Those numbers there, folks, are my favorite numbers, some of my favorite numbers to buy a stock. And the reason I'm showing them to you is because right now we just crossed the 144 mark. We just crossed the 24.44 mark. And that's why I like to buy at that number right there, folks. That's one of my favorite numbers to buy, 43, 44. I love to buy there. And so do they, by the way, as you can see over here. They like that number, 43, 44. 44 is one of their favorite numbers, folks, and it's on my sheet. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And what a coincidence that at the 39, 5 cents below that, they could only muster up 360 shares. They only had 360 shares right there at the low of the day, 24.39. That's all they had, folks. I know it sounds crazy, but that's all they had was that many shares. That's all they had right there. 360 shares is all they had. Folks, I'm sitting on 668 shares of this stock myself. On this paper money account, on my real account, I got 45,000 shares of this stock. So 360 shares is what they had available today at 24.39. 360 is all. And above that, all they had was 38,000, I'm sorry, 38,542 above that. And folks, I'm telling you, you ought to be accumulating here at 43, 44. Accumulate there, and you can sell it at 24.66, 24.77. Folks, there's not going to be massive sell-off this afternoon. And the time now is 3:29. There certainly is not going to be any massive sell-off. There's not going to be an attempt to splash the close, folks. That's not going to happen, folks. You're going to see opportunists buying right now is what you're going to see. And you won't see 1.2 million shares accumulated here. There's only 300,000. And right here, there's not 1.2 million there. There's only 449,000 there at 24.44. Not 1.2 million. Not like here, 1.2, 1.2, 1.2. Not like up here, 1.2 million, 1.2 million, 1.2 million, 1.2, 1.7, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4. No. Down here, folks, you're only getting 300,000 shares or 400,000. There is no 1.2 to be achieved at this number. It won't happen. It won't happen here. It won't happen there. It won't happen here. It won't happen there. It won't happen here, there, or here, or there. It won't be. It won't happen. There won't be 1.2 million shares to give away down here, folks, now. I'm sorry. And you're just going to watch it steadily rise, folks, right on up. Because the same way they drove it down with this little dinky black volume, you see, now these are all buyers, folks. These are all buyers. This is the quantity of the buyers versus the number of the sellers. And there ain't no freaking buyers here, baby. There's no sellers here. There's no sellers. All buying. Every one of them buying. You come down here to the chart and look at it, you're going to see what I mean. Wow, look at that sea of red all day long attacking SoFi down on minimum volume, low volume. And by the way, look at how they started off with the heavy volume to attack it down. And then look at how low the volume keeps getting smaller and smaller until they just have 307 shares to sell at the low of the day. I call it like I see it, folks. And it's time for it to run now. And it's going to. Oh, yeah. Watch it rise, folks. Watch the 5-day turquoise now move above. And by the way, look at all the frickin' buying coming in. Look at that. Look at that candlestick right there. Folks, that candlestick right there is 72,000 shares. And out of that, 70,000 were buyers on the ask. There was only a little tiny bit of red on that. And here you got about 60,000 shares, I'm guessing. 63,000. All buyers, almost all buyers. And here, 54,000, and every one of them buying on the ask. All of them here are all buying on the ask. And when that happens, the price goes up, see? When everybody starts piling in here, they're buying on the ask, the price goes up. And look at that one there. Look at that candlestick that bought on the ask right there, folks. Look at that thing. Gosh dang, what are they doing? Why did they just buy that many shares? 140,000 shares. 140,000. And you can clearly see that about 120,000 of that was buying on the ask. Rocky the Raccoon, actually, September over the last 10 years has been a bad month. Usually about a 2% loss on the entire market every single year for the last 10 years during the month of September. But we're on SoFi stock, baby, and this thing is on a hitch and go. And it's going to go right now. Let's go to the trade, Mark. Let's go look. Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I already explained to everyone that since they ran it down so fast through these numbers, it was now going to run right back up, and it will. And you can see there isn't anything to stop it. There's no major volume selling here, folks. Folks, up here's where all the selling was. Up here's where all the accumulation was today earlier, where they accumulated 1.2 million, 1.2 million, 1.2 million, 1.3 million, 1.7, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 1.0, 1.1, 1.1, 1.1. That's where all the accumulation was today. This is where the manipulation is. And there's only here, how many shares? 220,000. Here, 287. You're not seeing 1.2 million. Right here, only 185,000. Folks, up here, they're buying 1 million shares more than those volume levels down here now. Understand? So the price can't stay down here because there's such little volume on it compared to up above where everybody bought it. Oh my gosh, there's so little volume here where they're trying to hold it down now. With little volume, folks, they're trying to hold it down now. Oh yeah, baby. Short's going to lose big for the next 3 days on this stock, folks. Where do you guys see where this price is come Friday, folks? I think you'll all be very, very happy with where SoFi is on Friday afternoon at the closing bell. And my guess is back over 25 and maybe even over 26. But one thing's for sure, there sure as shit ain't 1.2 million shares to be bought here at 24.51 now. There's not. There's not. Nope, there's not going to be 1.2 million there, folks. I'm sorry, it won't happen. And you'll know when it runs out. You'll see it run out right now. And right now, there's 311,000 on this candlestick. 311,000. And right below that, 167, and then 408 right here. There sure as shit ain't no 1.2 million here, folks. There's no 1.2 million here. Nope, she gone. 337,000 is all they can muster there. And on this one now, all they can muster is 307,000. 30,000 less. Watch, folks. Just watch it rise right on up. Watch it rise. Watch it go right on up here now. Nope, there's no 1.2 million here. We only got 550,000. That's all they had was 550,000. Look at it run up, folks. Watch this thing go. Watch it go. Watch it rise, folks. And do you think they're going to get 1.2 million here at their number 2454 and 2455? They could, because they sure as shit love to buy that number 2455. So we could see them get 1.2 million here and here. But when it does, it's going to go higher. Yeah, that's right, folks. When it gets to the 1.2 million, it'll be capped out like all these were, and it'll go higher. Let's see if they can reach 1.2 million at the 54 or 55. And right now it's at 836,000. And now we're up here already. Now we're 813,000. 813. And down here we're at 862,000. So 30,000 more were just bought there. And now we're up here, folks. And there was only 837,000 here. They're trying to get 1.2 million. Trying to reach 1.2 million here before it springs upwards. 20 minutes left, folks. They're trying to get 1.2 million here at this number, 2454. Let's see if they can hold it and get it all. 102 million, 1.2 million here. They're working for it. They're working hard for it, folks. They're working hard for it. Trying to get 1.2 million there. Come on, boys and girls. 1.2 million at 2454. Come on. They got 952,000 now. There's another 5,000. Uh-oh, and she jumped up here now. Oh, no. There will not be a 1.2 million acquired here. It doesn't look like. And I don't think they're going to get the 1.2 million here either. We're at 872,000 now. $878,000. Come on, shorts. Get 1.2 million here. 1.2 million at 2455. You got to do it. You got to prove that you can do it again. 1.2 million. Come on, boys. Somebody call BlackRock and say, please, please, please. 888,000 now. 983 here. They can't get to 1.2 million here either. Trying, though. Trying to load the truck. Trying to get 1.2 million. Can't do it. Now we're at 891,000 here. 894,000. Trying to get to 1.2 million at 2455. They're trying, folks. 1.2 million is the goal, folks. There they got 1 million at 2454. They got 1 million at 2454, so they sort of reached that goal. They're close. They need to get another 200,000 here. Another 200,000, and they'll have the 1.2 million. That's the required amount before it can go up. Right? It seems like that. It seems like it has to be 1.2 million, I guess. At every number, they got to buy 1.2 million, I guess. And here we go. They're almost there. 1.2 million on this. Huh. Oh boy, they're close, folks. They're so close. They're right on the verge of getting 1.2 million there. They've almost got 1 million right here too. Hey, they got 1.075 now. They're almost at 1.2 million there. I wonder how come they have 100 million, a million there, and only down here they only had 370 shares. 360 shares there. How come they only had 360 shares right there at the low of the day, 24.39, and then they got 1 million up here? Huh? How come they only had 360 shares at today's low of the day? Why? Why did they only have 360 shares at today's low of the day? But then 10 cents higher, they have 1 million of them. Huh? Go figure. Strange little things that happen. 13 cents higher, they got 1 million shares. Down here, they had 360. Up here, they got 1 million. 13 cents higher, they got 1 million shares to sell. But down here, they only had 360 at 24.39. I see. Okay. I'm just curious about that. Here we go, folks. And we're rising. We got to get 1,200,000 at these two numbers before it'll go any higher. It's a rule they got today. It's the 1,200,000 rule. They won't let it go any higher until they have 1,200,000 at these numbers. That's one of the rules they got going on. 15 minutes left till the bell rings, folks. 15 minutes left, and they sure as shit aren't coming close to 1.2 million here with 390,000 and 472,000 here. No, sir. 480,000. There's 8,000 just bought there. Folks, look at this. Look at the little dark areas. See, that's what they sold this morning to run it down. The morning, the AM session. The AM session over here, folks. The AM session is the numbers that were run and sold. These are sold on the ask. I mean, these are being sold on the bid. All of these black ones were sold on the bid here. Every one of these, folks, are selling on the ask. Every one of these that's been acquired now have sold on the ask. All the dark ones were selling on the bid as they ran it down, and now all the accumulation is buying on the ask now. All buying on the ask. As they try to push it down below the 45 and 50. Right now, this is SoFi's chart. 1 day trying to stop it from breaking over the 50-day moving average, closing out over the 50. That would not be good for them. That would not be good for them to let this thing close over the 50-day moving average. That would be very bad for them to let that happen today. Because all that does is go, oh man, a lot of people look at that and go, holy crap, it just closed over the 50-day moving average. So this is important for them to stop it here. Very important to stop it here, below the 50-day. Very important for them to do that. And that's why right over here, you see how hard they came at it when it started to break over the 50-day. They know that they can't let that happen, so they started selling through here. Then it got up here, it was going to break over the 50-day again. They go sell. But shit, there's a buyer coming in. Took all that on the ask. Buying $24.49 on the ask. All those shares right there. 150,000 shares just bought on the ask, folks. All that candlestick is the ask candlestick, folks, and all of them are buying on the ask, 150,000 shares. And now it's at 152,000. Now 153,000, 154. Now we're on this candlestick, and they're all buying on the ask. Folks, we're on this candlestick now, and they're all buying. See that last candlestick? All of those were buying on the ask. Every one of them, when they tried to run it down to the 50-day, they bought right there on the ask. And look at the dump still coming with a minuscule little 60,000 share trying to dump, and they're coming in and buying them, folks. They're buying on this 50-day, and you're going to watch the 5-day springboard at a 90-degree angle right now. Watch it go up right here. Watch this 5-day moving average line. Watch it move up right here now at a 90-degree angle right now as they buy in on this. And they're going to buy on this 50-day, folks. They're going to buy on this 50. You'll see them coming in. Right here, right here, right here, folks. Right on the 50-day. Wham! Watch it jump. Watch the buyers come in right here. Watch the 5-day make a 90-degree turn here and go right on up. Boom, right now. In the next minute, folks, it's going to happen. Oh, just be patient, folks. Be patient. Wait for it, folks. And you know what's going to be so good about it? It's going to be bouncing off a number that's 5 cents higher than the last place it bounced. See where it bounced the last time? Now it's going to bounce here. 5 cents over this price, which was $24.40. And now it's bouncing at $24.48. Bounced over here, $24.40. Now it's bouncing here at $24.48. Uh-oh, shorts. That's sure not good. That doesn't look good at all. And by the way, folks, look, they're trying hard here. They're starting to pick up the pace now. This is 146,000 shares they dumped. Then this is 153,000 where everybody bought in. Then they dumped on the heels of that 135,000. Then they tried to dump here 113,000. And here on this all buying here, right there, that candlestick is 194,000 shares. 194,000, 2-to-1 buyers versus sellers. And look at the blue 5-day now turn, just like I said. Boom, 90-degree turn. Watch it, folks. And I told you they'd come in. I told you they'd come in here. I told you as soon as it got there, boom, it was going to run. It's not luck, folks. I don't call it. This is not luck. I didn't just get lucky right there to see for that to happen. I called it, folks. And look at the buyers coming in. Look at the buyers. All of these right here are buying on the ask. Volume on this candlestick, 184,000 buying on the ask. Now 187,000 on this candlestick. And now we're on this one, and they're all buying the ask. 13,000 bought on the ask. Now 16,000. 3,000 is a share dump. 37,000, folks. 20,000 share buy on the ask there. 48,000 now. Another 11,000 share buy on the ask. 73,000. 30,000 share buy on the ask, folks. Oh, my. 100,000 share buy on the ask right there. 100,000 share buy on the ask. Holy crap, right here, we're now at 100,000 shares on this. 98,000, folks. Oh, geez. And look at that. All of them bought on the ask, every single on that candlestick. Now 115,000 on this candlestick. And now we're over here and they're buying on the ask. We're at 9,567, buying on the ask. And folks, I'm sorry, but I called that a 90-degree turn on the blue 5-day. I called this right here. I just called it right there, shorts. Sorry. Sorry about your luck. But this stock is going to close over the 50-day moving average today, and that sucks for shorts. That really sucks for shorts, trust me. They do not want this thing to close over the 50-day moving average today. I promise you they don't. But it's doing it, folks. And holy cow, you're going to get 1.2 million here? No. 1.2 million there? No. 1.2 million here? No. You're not going to get 1.2 million. Are you going to get 1.2 million here where you are now? No, you won't. Are you going to get 1.2 million here? No, you will not. You will not. You will not get 1.2 million shares here. You won't. You won't get them, folks. Nope, you're not going to get it today. Not today, folks. 6 minutes left, and SoFi is about to close over the 50-day moving average. That's right, folks. Regardless of what you saw happen today, SoFi is about to close over the 50-day moving average. Nice. I wonder if they're going to get 1.2 million shares here now at 24.54. Are they going to get 1.2 million there? At 24.54, are they going to get 1.2 million there? I just wonder. Looks like they're going to try. That's the limit. 1.2 million, folks, is the most they're allowed to get at any number. There have been a couple of exceptions to that, but almost across the board, 1.2 million has been all they could acquire at each and every one of these numbers up here. 1.2 million. So now I'm sitting here looking at them, and I don't see how in the world they're going to get 1.2 million there. They're trying to, but that isn't going to happen. Looks like they're wanting to try to get 1.2 million here. Folks, the price is going to close over the freaking 50-day moving average. I'm sorry, shorts. Right on it, man. Look at them trying to stop it. Look at all that. Look at all that dumping. Look at that dump. 265,000 shares to try to stop it. Oh, my God. Look at that one. 565,000, folks. 565,000 trying to make the price go below the 50-day moving average. Oh, my God. These desperate shorts. Oh, they're so desperate now. But they didn't get 1.2 million there. Why not? I'm only seeing 320,000 there, and I only see 304,000 there. Huh. Whoa, boy, look how hard they're trying to keep this thing from closing over the 50-day moving average, folks. Look at that. Oh, my God, it won't matter, folks. It won't matter one bit if they do. It won't matter if they do. This thing is going to go off so bad on these shorts. They've lost $300 million on this stock this month. 300 million plus they've lost on this stock this month, the shorts. That's right, Rusi. Today's another day to get a great buy on SoFi. Accumulate like they did today. Folks, there's a lot of institutions that accumulated here getting millions and millions of shares there. Millions. Millions of shares there. And now I look where they're trying to hold this down. But I sure shit don't see no 1.2 million shares bought anywhere in this range where they're trying to stop it now at the end of the day. No, sir, baby. Nope. I don't see anything like that. I just don't see it, folks. No way. No way, Jose. And the closing bell is 2 minutes away, folks. And how in the world are they going to hold this stock at $24 if they couldn't hold it at $8.88 5 months ago? How are they going to hold SoFi at $24.48 if they could not hold it at $8.88 5 months ago? That's what I want to know. How are they going to hold it here? Well, I tell you how, they won't. That's what's going to happen. They won't hold it here. Even with their naked shorting, they won't hold it here, folks. Nope, they're not going to hold it here, folks. Very nice, folks. Very small volume here. I'm certainly not seeing millions and millions here. Nothing at all. 320,000 there. 304,000 there. Right now we're up at this number, and we're at 300 we now have and there's the bell, folks, right there. And I want you to know that I feel extremely, extremely, extremely good about SoFi right now, as crazy as it sounds. And I guess the reason why is because, as I just showed you, we are up now after 1 month after an earnings call. We're up 15%. And folks, quite frankly, I've never seen that before in my life, ever. I've never seen SoFi up after earnings call, 1 month after earnings. I've never seen it. And by the way, the number that they just tried to close this out at the end of the day, 1.66 down. 1.66 down. 1.66, folks. What they were trying for right there. Oh boy, I cannot wait to see what this stock does tomorrow and the next day. I can't wait. I honestly cannot wait, folks. And especially after seeing the low of the day, there were 307 shares sold there. Man, oh my gosh, folks. I'm not kidding, folks. Today's low of the day, 24.39. There were how many shares? 360 shares. At today's low of the day, there were 360 freaking shares, folks. 360. Man, that's scared. That's somebody very scared there. They sold their whole portfolio there. Or that could have been 10 people that sold 36 shares, folks. And it probably was. It was 10 people that sold 36 shares right there so they could get the price to be down to $24.39 for the low today. Hilarious, folks. And net 5, why are you always so negative? Why are you always so negative? How did you become such a stick in the mud? Huh? Wow. This guy is over here trashing the stock every day like he's shorting the shit out of it. Well, we'll find out, won't we, tomorrow? I think you're in for quite a surprise, my friend. And you want to know why? Because I just told everyone. Because today's low, they had only 300 shares there. 360, folks. That's all they had. So I disagree. I completely disagree with that theory. Sorry, you're entitled to your own opinion for sure. But when I see only them achieve a low and the price there that they sold was 360 shares, well, I know what market manipulation looks like. And folks, you're not going to get it any lower than that if you only had 360 shares to sell there today. It isn't going to happen, Net 5. No way. It's not going to happen. Nope. And if you think SoFi is going to end up red in the after hours, you'd be pretty naive and gullible too to believe that, because that isn't going to happen either today. And you'll find out here shortly when you see where SoFi is an hour and a half from now, 2 hours from now. They might try something here early, but you're going to see what happens. Now, my wife is going to be walking through the door here fairly soon, and jobless numbers are going to help the interest rates coming down. That's what's going to help interest rates coming down. By the way, I don't know if you know this or not, but consumers are out buying stuff. And in fact, Macy's today climbed as sales accelerated. All right, Macy's climbs today as sales accelerated. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. Watch SoFi go up this afternoon, folks. And watch it rise tomorrow morning, and watch it rise and rise and rise, regardless of what Net 5 just told you. All right? Because that's what's going to happen. And you can already see it's going green now, and I called that too. So, folks, you just watch what happens. You watch what happens with this stock. Because what I see is the absolute opposite of what he just said. I can look at a freaking chart, 5-year chart, and I can see what looks to me like an absolute breakout about to come. I cannot believe I just grabbed my line at 20, 28, 26 and moved it by mistake just then. That pisses me off. Dadgummit. No, I did that by mistake. There we go. All right, perfect, folks. Well, I got news for all of you naysayers. That 45-day red line is leaving the 50 days still, and every single attempt to wash it down to the 10-day has been rejected, and again today will be rejected. And this thing is going to keep rising, folks, just like it's been doing. Every time they got it down to there, every time they got it to there, when they ran it down to there, and today when they've run it down here. And you might want to look at the distance between where the top was and the bottom, and look where the distance between the top and the bottom. It's the same amount, folks. This rundown we just saw is the same rundown we just saw. So get ready for this thing to springboard now, right back up, just like it did right there. It's going to go, folks. And you're going to see it again now, because this 50-day and this 45 are still rising like bandits. No matter what else you see. No matter what else you see. And look at here, folks. Look how far the blue line was below the orange. Look right here. Look how far the blue line was below the orange there. And now, look how far the blue line is below the orange. Folks, please look at the distance it fell before below the orange. And look now, the distance has fallen below the orange. Don't miss this opportunity. Look at the 45-day leaping away from the 50-day moving average as we speak. Folks, don't be fooled. Do not be fooled. Do not be fooled into selling this stock. You buy and by the way, let's just look at this price right here. What was that price? That price, ladies and gentlemen, was $24.22. Well, what did they bring it down from 24.22? 24.22 down to what? 24, what in the world? Oh, 24.35. So they dropped the price here from this price. I'm trying to get right on this price. And that's really just above the red line there, 24.30, folks. And then they drove it down to 22.51. So, folks, what I'm doing here, let me just zoom in on this so you can see this. I want you to look at this drop from right here, okay? That price right there, folks, that price was $24.30. How much did they pull it down to? $24.30 down to $24.30 down to $22.38. Folks, this is almost a $2 drop. This right here that they just made it fall was from 24.30. That's right. 24.38 is what it really shows there. 24.38. They dropped it from 24.38 all the way down here to this price. And that was 24.44. Is that right? 24.38 down to 22.44. Alexa, what is 24.38 minus 22.44?
24.38 minus 22.44 is 1.94.
Ladies and gentlemen, they dropped this price a few days ago, $1.94. How much did they just drop it now? 26.10 to 24.50. Alexa, what is 26.10 minus 24.50?
26.1 minus 24.5 is 1.6.
Well, what do you know? It's the exact same amount, folks. $1.10 here and $1.06 down now. Okay, sure enough. Well, when it went down here and it fell $1.10, how much did it go up? It went from $22.38 all the way up to $26.20. $4 pop to the upside after that little $1.10 drop. $24.38 minus $22.38. Folks, that's $2 drop. A $2 drop. And now we see 26.10 to 24.50, $1.50 drop. $2 drop and now $1.50 drop, folks. All right, well, that's fine. I expect it now to go up $4 from where it is now, from $24.49 to $28.49. And that's what it's going to do, folks. But that's what it's going to do. Look at this price right here, folks. The price right here. Pay attention, folks. Pay attention. And folks, look, it's virtually, I'm serious, folks. Look at this spike here. Look at the drop and the W. And then look up here to this spike and there and up. And then look over here. Like, pay attention. Here is this right here is the same as that. And then here it comes up there, and then there's the W again, the same W there. There it is again. And then it rises to this level. Then it comes up here like a peak and down to the W once, up here to the peak, down, and then up, and then a W twice. And then here it is, up and then down, and then up, and just one W. No W here. No W. They got a W here, and they got a W here, but they didn't get no freaking W here, folks. It was a one-time drop. Then they get it up here, comes down here, and there's the W again. The same W once, the same W twice, the same W 3 times. And watch this thing go off, folks. It's just like this. It's the same as this. Folks, I'm telling you, this 45 is still rising off the 50-day, and they keep getting further and further and further away from each other. They keep getting further and further. The distance keeps growing, folks. Look at the 45-day and the 50-day moving average, and look at the 200-day moving average here. Folks, this is the same as this is the same as this is the same. I'm telling you. And here's the thing that I like the most. When this W and takeoff and this W and takeoff, there's no W and it takes off, and here's a W and take off. Again, look where the 45 and the 50, look at the difference between them down here. Look how close they were together. Look how they've gotten wider apart. And here, right here where this happened, look how wide they were. And look at them here. Look how wide they are. They're just getting further and further from one another, folks. And by the way, we here at this first W, look where the orange was from here. Look at the distance. Look where they were from each other. See where they were on this first W and hike? Folks, look where the distance was of the orange 10-day from the red 45-day. Well, look where the distance is now. Look at where that is. Look where they are relative to each other. The orange is way up here, and this red one's way the hell down here, folks. Down here, they were pretty much side by side. Okay, they were virtually side by side. Now you've got the 5 and 10-day meeting each other here on the drop, and here's the 45 way down here. Folks, I'm telling you, this thing is going to go ballistic off of this. It's going ballistic. It's going to go ballistic, folks. There's no way to stop it, folks. There's no way to stop it. There's no way to stop it from going up from here, folks. And if you'll just give me a second here, folks. Just give me one moment here, folks. And also, let me tell you something, folks. For those of you here, we're going to be having new shirts on the site soon. So I want to show you what the shirts are going to be looking like that we're going to be doing next, so you can see what they look like. And these are some of the shirt that we're going to be having that are going to be available for you to purchase. We're revamping the site. So we're going to have this t-shirt on a t-shirt is one of them that we're going to have. And then this is another one we're going to have. That's another t-shirt right there. Or you could have that logo put on any other material that you wanted, for that matter. But we are going to have these logos, and look for that. Look for one of these possibly to be on my next stream up in the corner. All right. And This is one of the new shirts that we've got here that I want you to see. And it's going to be one that looks like this. And it's going to say on it, Catfish Tyler, I could be wrong. But then on the back, it's going to say, but I don't think so. And it's going to have 2024 and SoFi. And folks, that's what it's going to have on the back. All right. So that's the new shirts that we got. They're going to be in the tackle box soon, folks. So we got some cool stuff to look forward to. Now, let's move up here. All right. Please hold. A little bit of news for you. Donald Trump announced yesterday and said here on the podium, once you reporters leave the room, you're going to see that we just, over the last few minutes, literally shot out. We literally shot out a boat, a drug-carrying boat, a lot of drugs in that boat, and you will be seeing that and reading about that. It just happened moments ago. Our great general, head of Joint Chiefs of Staff, who's been incredible, including what took place in Iran, knocking out the potential for nuclear power for a long time to come. I think within, he said, a month, within a month, they would have had it. We didn't do what we did, they would have had it. Nuclear armaments. And you'll see that there's more where that came from, he said. We're going to stop these drugs from pouring into our country and coming in. They've been coming in for a long time. And these came out of Venezuela and coming out very, very heavily from Venezuela. And he said, in fact, a lot of things are coming out of Venezuela. But you'll find out and you'll get to see that after this meeting is over, the chairman of the General Rising Kane greenlighting the first air cartel attack this morning, striking a drug vessel. This is all by RJ Talks. So I'm giving him credit where credit is due. And the vessel was sent from Venezuela. The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, also confirming the U.S. military conducted a lethal strike. And he says against this Venezuelan drug vessel that the ship departed from Venezuela before being blown to pieces, blown out of the sea, folks. Posting on X just moments ago that the vessel was being operated by a designated narco-terror group. It was a narco-terror organization, and saying that this is the reason that they have boosted their forces in the waters off of Venezuela. To combat these threats, they said, come from the drug cartels. This coming after President Trump authorized kinetic force a few weeks ago with a secret signing of a document. And it was a secret dire directive 2 weeks ago. This is a big deal. The first time we've done so that the U.S. has used military action, kinetic action on drug interdiction since 1989 under President Bush Sr. was the last time we did this, when he ordered the invasion of Panama to arrest Manuel Noriega. So, folks, just sharing a little bit of that news with you in case you weren't aware of that. And I thought it was very good. Oh, my God, all my buys and sells were canceled. Why? Why? Did you not have them in good till canceled plus extended, and then at the end of the day they got canceled? And by the way, I got news for you. The price of SoFi is not $24.43 or in the after hours. It's $24.48. I had to refresh the screen. But what I'm going to do right now, ladies and gentlemen, is I want to go to my data. And for some reason, these charts that I downloaded a file to help me open won't open. So it really sucks that I can't open those files that I tried to transfer from the old computer to the new. And I have no idea why they won't open up. But what I usually do here is I have SoFi high-low. Let's try one more time to use this software I downloaded today earlier. Someone said to use this. Someone told me this morning to use the LibreOffice document program software, so I downloaded this. My wife just called, so I got to call her back. Alexa, call Sweetie Petey.
Calling Sweetie PD's mobile.
Hello.
What's going on, beautiful?
Well, I worked an hour later than I was scheduled. I
Yeah.
don't know if you noticed.
Yeah, I was already saying, I just got through saying my wife's supposed to already be home. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, I picked up an extra hour, but I am on prep right now. But it's raining. It's crappy outside.
Okay.
And so I don't know. Maybe we'd rather do what we were gonna do today. Tomorrow when it's nicer.
All right.
That's okay.
Sounds good to me. Unless it clears up, the next.
I can't hear it.
Sounds good to me.
What?
Sounds.
Okay. Well, I'll see you in about 20, maybe 15 minutes.
All right. All right. See you, beautiful. Watch out for the deer.
All right. Bye.
Love you. Bye. They shouldn't be moving around much with the rain. Okay. Well, whatever. Well, that stinks. Well, so this download I did of this is not working. It doesn't open them for me. That sucks. Don't know why, but it sucks. So now I got to go over here to my high-low on my other computer. Really sucks that didn't work. All right. So, because this is my old computer, folks, and I took all of my data, all these spreadsheets, I took them off and I moved them over with a jump drive to this new computer, and it can't read a freaking one of them. Shit. So somebody told me this morning, don't use Google. Don't use Google Drive. Well, first someone said use Google Drive. So I started to use Google. Then someone said, oh, don't get dependent on Google. So then someone else said, use this Libra thing. I use all. So I downloaded Libra, and it doesn't do jack shit. LibreOffice. It didn't do jack crap. All right. Let's put in today's data, shall we? Today is 9/3. And we're going to change this. And the opening price today was $25.06. And I told everyone to sell there. As soon as the market opened, I started selling $25.06, $25.07, and $25.08. I told you guys to do the same thing. The high today, $25.10. Well, now you know why I sold this morning at $25.08. The low today, $24.39. And how much did it recover? Closing price, $24.49. Oh, so typical of them, folks. Oh, yes, of course. This is what they always do before they let it go up several dollars the next 4 or 5 days. Folks, I want to show you something. Folks. Today, the price was manipulated from the high to the low, and the stretch between the high and the low was 71 cents from the high to the low. Now, I want you to see that after it dropped to that low, they only let it come up 10 cents. Let me show you what happens every time they do that. See here where they let it only come up 10 cents? Look where the price went. All right, I want you to see on the days, that was the one exception, of course, I picked out. But watch all these days when they let it come back 10 cents. And look at here, it was a 71 cent swing. See that? Look at that. What was today's swing? Today's swing was 71 cents and they let it come back 10 cents. So come up here and look at this swing. 71 cent and they let it come back 10. What happened the next day to the price? It went from 11.74 to 12.36 to 13.05 to 13.38 to 14.51, folks. It's the exact same price swing, 71 cent from high to the low, and then they only let it come back 10 cents. And then the price went up from $11 to $14 in 4 days after that manipulation move. Now, look here. On this day, it swung 77 cents, and they let it only come back on the next day, 46 cent swing, 5 cents. When it only came back 5 cents, the price went from $12.51 to $12.93 to $13.05. All right? And soon it was at $14.46. Look over here. Look at all these price swings. 61 got back 42, 39 got back 29, 72 got back 45, 37 only got back 16. And then a few days after that, they only let it recover 9 cents on an 84 cent swing. 9 cents. It's almost like today, 71 and only back 10. Well, what did the price do the next day? It went from 14.03 all the way up, folks. It just kept rising. It went up. This is an exception, but it went up to 14.70s and 90s and $15. Folks, look at these days when they try to suppress the comeback. Here it swung 56 and it got back 31. Here it swung 46 and it only got back 13. The next day, the price went from 14.10 to 14.40 to 15.20 to 15.42. Folks, anytime they try to suppress a comeback, look here. This is almost identical to today. 74 cent swing, only came back 11. Today was a 71 cent swing, and it only came back 71 cent. It only came back 10. Well, what happened here when it was a 74 cent swing, and they only let it come back 11? Here's a 74 cent swing, and they only let it come back 11. And what was the price the next day? Price went from $13.97 to $14.93 to $15.56 to $15.70s to $16s, $17s, and $18s. Folks, it's the identical thing. They're trying to swing it 70-something cents and then keep it from coming back. Folks, every time they try this, look at this day. They swung it $2.86 from high to the low, only let it come back 15 cents. What was the price after that? It went from $22.40 to $23. Now I'm going to show you some other ones. Look here. Price was $1.24 swing, got back 115. 82-cent swing, got it all back. 222 swing, and they only let it recover 6 cents. What did it do the next day? Went from 22.75 to 22 to 23 to 25 to 26. Folks, I've seen this movie before. I've seen this movie. I've seen this 71-cent swing and the 10-cent stop. I've seen that before. Every time I've seen it, I like the end result. Every time I've seen a 71-cent swing and a 10-cent recovery. Look at yesterday's swing, $1.58, it recovered $1.21. Look at all these swings lately. $1.51, recovered $1.29, $1.06, recovered $1.02, $2.35, got back $2.12, $1.57, got back $1.34, and here 110 gets back 13 cents. And the next day, 93 gets back 8. What do you think would happen the next day? The price went from $24.94 to $26. Folks, I'm telling you, I've seen this before. I've seen this right here. I've seen them try this before. It won't work, folks. You're going to get the same result. You're going to see the same result, folks. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so, because I've seen this too many times, and I just showed you 5 times where it's always risen after they try that. And again, I could be wrong, folks, but I don't think so. And now, for those of you that are late here with me, I want to thank you all for being here with me, but I got to cut away now. And I want to thank you all again for being here with me today. And I'm going to move this over here. I hope you have a great night. I hope all of you had a good day today with me, watching me call out every damn thing that these shorts were going to do today, pretty much. And now I'm calling out what they're going to do for the next 4 days after they tried to suppress this comeback today. They're going to run it up 4 or 5 days in a row. They'll run it up Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. All right? Up, 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 up. Every time they tried this little restriction of the recovery, it always leads to the price rising higher. 90 times out of 100 that I've ever witnessed. So I've seen this movie. Hope you guys have a great afternoon, whatever you're doing. I hope you have a wonderful evening. I hope that you have a great night's rest and sleep well. And don't worry, follow the money, folks. Follow the institutions. I showed you all today. All these other legacy banks have institutions getting out, throwing it away, don't want any more of it. They're getting out of those, all those. I showed you. Ladies and gentlemen, I showed you all. I showed you every single legacy bank here compared to SoFi is losing customers, losing interest, and nobody wants them anymore. Nobody wants to hold these legacy banks like Fifth Third Bank. They're dumping it, folks. Over the most recent quarter, they've dumped 4% plus. Look over here at Barclays Bank. They've dumped 5% over the most recent quarter. Look at Wells Fargo. They've dumped 64.64%. Look at Truist Bank. They've dumped 3.81% over the most recent quarter, folks. Their average portfolio value has dropped 3.81%. Look at PNC Banks. PNC Bank Financial. Their average portfolio dropping 4.02% over the most recent quarter. And then look at SoFi, folks. Look at friggin' SoFi. Up 17.31% over the most recent quarter. Folks, follow the money. Follow the frickin' money. Know that institutions want to scarf up shares when you're scared and it's down 1.5% or 2%. Look at them buying all these shares now. Look at them buying. Just look at all the institutions hoarding up shares of SoFi right now before it goes to $49. Yep, Anthony Noto, he knows where it's going. He's following the money, I guarantee you. And I wonder when he gets that 24 million. I hope he got it today. I hope he got that 24 million today. I don't know whether he did or he didn't, but I hope he got that 24 million today, folks, because today would have been a great time for him to buy 2 million more shares of SoFi stock. And folks, he's going to get it at a discounted price, because you don't understand this, but when he gets that $24 million, he's going to buy stock options that have been made available to him for the last 2 years. He just hasn't cashed them in yet. He hasn't bought those shares, but he has options to buy shares through his work. He's paid through his work with these options to buy shares, and the prices he can buy them from their treasury is $7 a share, $8 a share, $9, $10. So he's going to get this $24 million. He's going to buy a bunch of shares at 7, 8, 9, and 10. They're going to be worth $24 a share when he gets them. Freaking genius. Do you understand that what he's doing? Anthony Noto is going to now receive $24 million for just 7% of his portfolio. He's going to give up 7% of his portfolio, 555,000 shares. And folks, when he gets the money, this 24 million, he's going to buy SoFi stock at $7, $8, $9, $10 options, and immediately those shares are going to be worth $23 or $24 each. He's going to make a friggin' fortune, folks. He's going to turn 24 million into 48 million, just like that. Genius. Genius. And it inspires all SoFi investors to see the CEO make a move like this. You have a wonderful evening with your family. God bless you. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah. Well, listen, everybody. This move that Anthony Noto just made, it should inspire you as an investor, okay? It should make you proud to own shares of SoFi stock when he thinks the price is going to $49 a share, and I believe him. All right? When you receive my mail, please let me know. Thank you. Okay, Wendy. All right, everybody. Well, I want to thank you for being here with me. I need to get rolling. I hope you have a blessed evening. I hope you have a wonderful meal. I hope you share some time around the family, your family around the table, and get to know and ask questions and get them and love them. Okay, and I also want to. I'm getting ready to. I'm signing off. Long hustle. I'm signing off. I've been going all day long, and Goebbels time. That's right, my friend. It's Goebbels time. So you guys have a great evening. All right, and we'll see you guys at 7:48 a.m. And I'll try to have a better SoFi thumbnail for you today, guys, okay? I had to give the women a little bit of equal opportunity or exposure, if you know what I mean. We can't always have these women on there to attract viewers. Every once in a while, we got to throw a good-looking guy on. You know, maybe have him a little scantily, clad. And, we have to appeal to both the women and the men. It can't just be these hot babes all the time. My wife was mad about that, so I said, no, don't worry, I'll put a man up for you. So you guys, man, I love each and every one of you. You guys have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll try and think of something good for a thumbnail. And God bless you all right? Bye-bye, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow, 7:48 a.m. Eastern time. And I had a good time with you today. It was fun. Even though we didn't make a bunch of money, we didn't lose a bunch either. So, hey, you can't complain about that, folks. And that thumbnail is you on the French Riviera after you sold us. Thank you, Long Hustle. I appreciate that. Well, if you go back to the beginning of this video, I explained how this naked shorting's been going. And for those naked shorters, they have lost everything. That's all they've got left to wear. They've lost every stitch. They don't have nothing else. They're losing so much money naked shorting this stock. It's been ridiculous. Oh, my gosh. They were naked shorting over $7 million a day worth of the stock when the price was $12 and $13. And now it's at 20s. So, all right, everybody. Hey, have a great one, everyone. And God bless you all. We'll talk to you tomorrow, 7:48 a.m. Eastern time. I got to get out of here. Bye-bye, everybody.